Good morning. We will go ahead and start our hearing today. I'm going to start by asking the commissioners to introduce themselves. We are here on the matter of James David Rollins, and then after the commissioners introduce themselves, I'll have counsel introduce yourselves, and we will get started. Mr. Lee, you want to begin?
My name is Manu Lee.
I'm Phil Rubin.
I'm Denise Klein.
And I'm Trish Holland.
Mr. Collins?
Yeah, I'm Philip Collins. I represent the petitioner, James Rollins.
I'm Hunt Choi with the City Attorney's Office. I represent the City of Raleigh.
All right. We have now, I think all the commissioners now have a copy of the pre-hearing order that council has prepared describing the stipulations of fact and the exhibits that we're going to expect, and everybody has copies of the exhibits. The first order of business is we'll hear from both counsel on their opening statements. Mr. Collins, do you want to begin?
Oh, yes, thank you. This case involves the appeal of the termination of my client, Officer James Rollins. He's employed as a police officer with the City of Raleigh from 2008 until September of 2019. And his termination arose out of an incident that occurred on March 2nd, 2019. And then basically for my opening, I just want to sort of walk through that experience and talk a little bit more about the events that followed. But on that day, it started out like any other ordinary day, but it turned out to be quite different. Officer Rollins was working the day shift. And approximately 7:30 that morning, he got a call from Officer Ramsey who's with the Raleigh PD. And Officer Ramsey was just coming off the night shift. And Officer Ramsey, there was a stolen car reported from that evening. And when somewhat unusual, Officer Ramsey is coming home, and he notices in the parking lot of the building where he lives, this stolen car that was identified the previous night. So he tried to call one officer, couldn't get him. Then he called my client, James Rollins, and spoke with him and said, "This is the deal, located a stolen car in my parking lot where I live. Can you come handle this?" And so my client does. So my client comes into the parking lot, talks with Officer Ramsey, gets the lowdown on it, and Officer Ramsey says, the car's abandoned, no one's in the car. So they talk for a while, then Officer Ramsey leaves, and my client starts processing this. So at approximately 7:50, he initiates an incident report on the RPD's CAD system. And so then he walks over a few steps over to the vehicle. And this is sort of like in the movies, this is what they call a jump scare. And one of my favorite jump scares is from the movie Jaws, if you've ever seen it. There's a scene where Hooper goes underwater. There's a boat. Have y'all seen that movie? Okay. The boat's partially sunk. So he goes underwater. He gets his scuba gear on. Brody's on deck. Hooper goes down. There's a hole in the hull of the ship, and Hooper is removing this shark's tooth, great white maybe, from the hull, and then suddenly a human face appears, and the audience screams. That's maybe the best jump scare. This isn't quite on par with that, but it is a jump scare. He's approaching the vehicle to check on the VIN number, and suddenly this human form emerges from the back seat. So my client is completely shocked. He draws his firearm, and he walks backward, gets covered by a car that's parked beside the vehicle. He points to the figure. He starts engaging in dialogue with him. He then radios in for backup. He gave verbal commands for the subject to raise his hands, does all that. The backup arrives. Officer Rollins puts the handcuffs on the suspect, puts him in the car, and then he starts processing the arrest. So he's going back and forth from his vehicle to the stolen vehicle, puts his gloves on to do a search. At approximately 8:30, so this is about over 30 minutes after Rollins had had initiated the note with CAD, and well, actually about 35 minutes after he calls for backup. His supervisor, Sergeant Notch, arrives, and Officer Rollins informs him that he had a use of force had been utilized. And use of force, if you point your gun at a suspect, that qualifies as a use of force. So this was going to require doing a use of force report. And as part of the use of force report, the supervisor of the officer takes photographs, preferably at the scene, of the officer and the suspect. And the purpose of these photographs is to document if there are any injuries to either the officer or the suspect. So Sergeant Notch took the photographs of Officer Rollins and the arrestee, and Officer Rollins, knowing he has to write a use of force report and knowing that it needs to be done by the end of the shift, says, please send me the photo so I can submit that with my use of force report. Important to point out, neither Officer Rollins nor the suspect were injured. So later that day, Sergeant Notch asked Officer Rollins to download his camera footage from the incident. And Officer Rollins informed him at that time he didn't have any footage because he knew he had not activated the BWC, given the nature of the incident, given the fact that the threat was instantaneous and he didn't have any time to do that. Significantly, though, he believed he was wearing his BWC at the time, bodyboard camera BWC at the time of the incident. The camera itself is a very small device. You'll be able to see it in one of the photos. It's an exhibit. And if it was not on his belt, it would have been stored on the docking station in his patrol car. It was later determined that the BWC was in the docking station from 6:30 to 9:30, so it never left the docking station. The photo that Sergeant Notch took of Officer Rollins showed that he was not wearing his camera on his belt. The photograph was taken, like I said, about 8:30, approximately 35 minutes after Officer Rollins' encounter with the subject. Critically, Sergeant Notch never sent Officer Rollins the photographs, even though they were needed for the use of force report. That afternoon, Officer Rollins was in a conference room at the station, and Sergeant Notch comes by, and Officer Rollins says, I'm working on the use of force report. I need those photos, please send them. But again, Sergeant Notch never sent the photos to Officer Rollins. So as a consequence, Officer Rollins had another officer there at the station take a photograph of him, and then he went to the jail and took a photograph of the arrestee. This photograph showed arrestee. This photograph showed Officer Rollins wearing his belt. And again, the significance of the use of the photographs to be submitted to the use of force report is to indicate whether the officer is injured or not, or the suspect is injured or not. So this is hours later from the incident. So at that point, Officer Rollins had his camera on his belt. The next day, Sergeant Notch called him into his office and basically accused him of being dishonest in his report. Sergeant Notch said his photograph showed Officer Rollins not wearing his camera at the scene, but that the photo that Officer Rollins submitted, which was taken at the station, showed him wearing a camera. Sergeant Notch then printed out a hard copy of the use of force report that Officer Rollins had submitted and made notations of changes he wanted and portions he wanted deleted, which included a section where Officer Rollins stated he was unable to initiate his BWC. Officer Rollins made notations on this paper as well and took a Sharpie and marked through 6 portions of the report to be deleted. Only one of those portions concerned his failure to initiate the BWC. Rollins then submitted the revised report. After submitting the revised report, Sergeant Notch asked him to return the hard copy with the revisions on it. Now, at this point, Sergeant Notch hadn't told him to keep this copy, just a hard printout that had handwritten notes on it. So Officer Rollins could have easily thrown the document away if he considered it to be incriminating. Instead, he located the document and returned it to Sergeant Notch. Because the portion regarding Rollins' failure to initiate his BWC was marked through with a Sharpie, Sergeant Notch came to the conclusion that Officer Rollins was trying to conceal what he had originally written in the use of force report. So essentially, this case is there's an issue about a violation with the BWC and not having that activated or wearing it at the time of the incident. But the real reason that Officer Rollins was terminated because he was essentially accused of lying in his use of force report and then accused of trying to cover it up. So those are really the two I believe, the two significant issues here. His integrity has been called into question. And it's our contention that, in this case, Officer Rollins sincerely believed that he had the camera on his body when the incident happened. And given the jolt, the adrenaline pumping, all of that, he thought he had it on and just wasn't able to initiate it. Later, we accept the fact that it was in the docking station. He didn't have it on his person, but that would be, we contend, a mistake, an honest mistake. And so since, this is 3 years ago, since that time, he's been living with this cloud over his head, where his integrity has been impugned. And that has been a nightmarish experience. He was trained to be a law enforcement officer and served RPT for 11 years, and that's what he has always wanted to do. It's what that's what he lived for, was to be a police officer. And this is really his last chance to try and make his case to you that he would like to return to RPD and be reinstated and continue to be a police officer. And we think the evidence will show that what happened was more plausibly simply a mistake on Officer Rollins' part. It's certainly not a reason to terminate him and to basically ruin his career as a law enforcement officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Choi.
Madam Chairman, actually, something has just come to mind that I think I should discuss with counsel for the petitioner before we move forward, and that we'll need to bring to your attention. If I may have a moment just to...
Certainly. Do you need for us to stand down, or?
No, this will really only take a moment.
All right.
And, I'm optimistic that it can be resolved.
Okay.
Because you represented him.
Madam Chairman, it just occurred to me that there was a lawsuit against Officer Rollins and the city many years ago. I represented the city, and therefore there is no potential conflict of interest. However, Ms. Holland represented Officer Rollins. And that just occurred to me because honestly, it's been a while since I've appeared before this body, and I forgot that Ms. Holland had been appointed. I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Collins was aware of that, and that he had time to consult with his client about that before moving forward.
Okay. And Mr. Collins, your client consents to our going forward
That's correct.
on this basis? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Choi.
I just didn't want to get down the road and then have that end up being
Understood.
an issue.
Mr. Choi, do you want to make your opening statement?
Yes, Madam Chairperson, thank you. I think we can all agree that the nature of law enforcement and its interaction with the community has changed dramatically in the last few years. I grew up in Raleigh, and we are fortunate to live in Raleigh for many reasons. I think that the citizens in the community of Raleigh have always had a positive relationship with the Raleigh Police Department. And it may seem sort of Pollyanna-ish, but my concept of the public's relationship with police is consistent with this painting by Norman Rockwell called The Runaway. Interestingly enough, this painting has been redone by artists in the last few years, showing the child rearing away from the officer. And I think that demonstrates how the relationship between law enforcement and the community has changed over the years, and certainly since the time that this was painted. However, this is the ideal that I think we all strive for. Obviously, a partnership and level of trust between municipal law enforcement and the citizens that they serve is beneficial to everyone. But there have been some challenges in the last few years. I don't think that anyone could be unaware of that. I was curious enough about those challenges that I actually Googled it and found a Gallup poll that was taken in July of 2021, and it had some good news in it that overall the confidence that the public had in law enforcement had improved since the incident involving George Floyd. It was now up to, and here's the bad news, it was now up to 51%, and it still had not reached the pre-George Floyd levels of 53%. At its lowest point, it was at 48%. So roughly hovering around half. At first, that number shocked me, to think that only half of the general public has confidence in law enforcement. But as I thought about it, I thought, no, it shouldn't really shock me. It should be pretty obvious, or at least easy to discern for anyone who has access to the internet or television. Despite that, I sincerely believe that the City of Raleigh has maintained the public trust in law enforcement at a higher level than one might believe exists by watching television or reading articles on the internet or reading the Gallup poll from July of 2021. And I believe the evidence supports that. We're not a perfect city. During the civil unrest that was occurring nationwide, we had our share. You can still see some of it downtown with shops that are boarded up. The CVS drugstore at the corner of Fayetteville Street and Hargett was set on fire, and a lot of merchandise was removed, and it's still sitting there vacant. Nonetheless, the civil unrest in Raleigh did not rise to the level it did in other cities, and we have had subsequent incidents involving allegations of excessive force that have not resulted in the type of widespread community unrest and disengagement, and sometimes violence and property damage, as we've seen in other cities, sometimes persisting for weeks and months. So I use that as a heartening bit of evidence that the City of Raleigh does maintain a relationship with the community that is as good as is possible. Of course, there will always be certain disagreements, and people are always entitled to their varying stances. And I think the city has done that through a lot of affirmative efforts, through community engagement, and most notably and most relevant for this matter, through the adoption of body-worn camera technology. Body-worn cameras are not something that are mandated by the Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Commission of the state of North Carolina. They're not mandated by the federal government. There was no U.S. Justice Department order that the city adopt body-worn cameras. In fact, the city, on its own initiative, decided to adopt body-worn cameras back in 2017 or 2018. They were actually deployed in 2018, but I believe the process of considering them actually started sometime before. And that the reason that the body-worn camera systems were adopted, as you'll hear from the city's witnesses, was to promote officer accountability, to promote trust with the community, and it had other incidental benefits as well. I mean, they could certainly be useful in litigation settings, both criminal and civil. So, but the main reason that this and I'll be frank with you, it's a very expensive technology and requires a lot of technological infrastructure to deploy. Requires a lot of thought going into policies. But the main reason that all these resources were devoted to the adoption and deployment of body-worn cameras was to reinforce the level of trust and engagement that the City of Raleigh and the Raleigh Police Department has with the community. And at its core, that relationship comes down to accountability and integrity. The community must believe, or must be persuaded, that officers are being held accountable for their conduct and for their performance. And hand in hand with that, they must believe that those efforts at accountability are being carried out with integrity. What use is an investigation if it's being conducted by people who are dishonest, right? The two things have to go together. And it is the responsibility of the city's leaders, both the city leadership overall and the leadership of the Raleigh Police Department, to foster and maintain that accountability and integrity, because it is crucial to the city's overall relationship with the community. I'm not going to get into all the facts during this statement because, frankly, they are too voluminous and confusing to be very useful to you at this point. But I would like for you to keep those two words, accountability and integrity, in mind, and the larger context of the relationship between municipal law enforcement and the communities they serve, not just in Raleigh, but everywhere. As you hear the evidence, because I think that is crucial to your understanding of the events here. As I said, the responsibility of the city's leadership is to foster that accountability and integrity, and the city contends that the evidence here will show that that's exactly what they're doing, and that's what this case is about, is the city's leadership carrying out that duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Troy. Mr. Collins, I think now the case turns to you and shifts to your burden.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call James Rollins to stand. Yeah.
Will you swear the witness, please? Yes, ma'am.
I do. Good morning.
How are you?
All right. So if you would state your full name.
James David Rollins,
Okay. And your date of birth,
11/23/81,
and where were you born?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Where'd you grow up?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
Have you always lived in Raleigh?
From 1981 until 2001.
Okay. And then where'd you go from there?
I went on a service mission with my church for 2 years,
Okay.
and then after completing that, came back home to Raleigh.
Okay. And you were in Raleigh from 2003 until 2019, 20?
2021.
2021. Okay. Where do you live now?
I have a residence in St. George, Utah, but I currently live in Eugene, Oregon, working on a project there.
Okay. Shifting back, what did your parents do?
My dad was a senior programmer for IBM, which ultimately brought him to Raleigh. My mom had various jobs, but ultimately got into administration with Linux system through IBM, so
Okay.
software background.
Where'd you graduate from high school?
Sanderson High School.
Okay. What'd you do after graduation?
I served a service mission
Okay.
for several years. Came home, started working, going to school, got married. Eventually met a gentleman that was a member of the Raleigh Police Department and who encouraged me, thought that I would enjoy it, that it would be a good career for me. Put it on hold for a little while because I wasn't certain that was the direction I wanted to go. Thought about it quite a bit, and then ultimately went down and applied.
What year was that?
That was 2008.
Okay.
After being at the police station for about 4 hours that day, I came home and told my wife, I think I have a job with the Raleigh Police Department. And then the academy started and all that other stuff. So,
And why did you decide to become a police officer?
I thought it was a very honorable profession. I like having influence. I like having an ability to serve and help and protect. I've always been consider myself to live by a high standard. I enjoy safety and security, and I do actually have that Norman Rockwell idealistic persuasion. It kind of hits my heart a little bit, you know, with believing that your law enforcement professionals are actually there trying to help, and they sacrifice quite a bit and don't receive a whole lot of appreciation.
Did you have any family members who were in the law enforcement?
I had a grandfather that retired from the New York State Police.
Okay, gotcha. Maybe take a look in the black notebook underneath. If you have take a look at that. It's the notebook of petitioners' exhibits. And if you'll take a look at Exhibit 1, I was going to ask you if you recall, if you'll turn to the back of that exhibit, there's a letter here to the Chief of Police, Harry Dolan. This is in July 18, 2011. Do you recall what this was about?
I do.
Okay. Could you tell us what it's about?
This is a letter regarding a significant amount of residential burglaries and motor vehicle larcenies that were taking place in the Northwest District. It was an ongoing issue that raised quite a bit of concern from people that lived in the neighborhood, people that wanted to see improvement in their area, made them feel safer and made them feel like they live in the city of Raleigh that receives so much notoriety externally and internally about the quality of life here, and yes, we're a big city and we have everything to offer, but we're really a small town type, how they they discuss that. So decided to initiate, this was not a call for service, so decided to initiate some activity to attempt to address this. It was pretty exhaustive, the efforts that were made. Ultimately, it resulted in me acquiring a key to a public housing apartment. Began doing observations from that location. It's at the end of a cul-de-sac, and there's a circle drive, and the area is completely fenced by an 8-foot fence. And so because of the drug activity and criminal activity in this area, it's very challenging for police to get in there and to actually observe what's going on. And because of that environmental design of that neighborhood, it's also very challenging for the people that live there because they're trapped. They're basically trapped in there with criminals, and there's all this stuff for the whole world to see, and then when the police show up, everyone goes and hides for 10 or 15 minutes until the police leave, and then it starts back up. So I initiated a special project to try to address this.
So what was this particular incident that the letter writer here, Herbert Mentioner, what was he referring to? I
believe that they're referring to the me being highly motivated to address a community problem, highlighted by a successful project that was well planned, ultimately resulted in many charges, culminating up into an individual who had previously been in prison for robberies, being in possession of a firearm. It was not uncommon for me to take on special projects and to be extremely proactive.
And if you just read you see the third paragraph from the end, what does it say there?
It says Officer Rollins, highly motivated and worked diligently throughout the 2 weeks of the project, led the squad efficiently, and ensured the officers remained on task. Through this first project, the officer identified issues that future projects could tackle as well.
Huh. I was looking at the wrong thing.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
you're looking at the first page. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I'm
I was
sorry.
looking at the wrong. No, you're good. All right, so look at the next page. This was.
Which page are we on?
Yeah, I was, okay, Officer Rollins was talking about the first commendation, which is the first 3 pages. I think the next one's on the 5th page. These pages aren't numbered, I apologize. But this starts on February 18, 2017. Do you see that one?
I do.
Okay, what was this about?
This is there was a bolo for
And can you explain what a bolo is?
be on the lookout. This is an advisory for generally, but often for officers, so that they are aware of an issue and to increase the likelihood of them encountering it or seeing it. They are notified of this event, and it's often called a bolo.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
There was a be on the lookout for 2 larceny suspects that had been targeting stores in the New Bern Avenue area. I was on patrol, New Bern Avenue, and saw some suspects in Sheetz gas station. There was a traffic stop where I questioned the suspects, and they admitted to be in illegal possession of drug paraphernalia. A search was conducted that located crack cocaine on the primary suspect.
What does it say on the last paragraph?
It says that Officer Rollins should be commended for his effectiveness and current bolos while on patrol, following through with investigations once the suspects were located. Excellent police work.
Okay. And what's the next letter of commendation is concerns, here's an incident occurred in April 2018. What was this about?
There was strong arm robberies that were taking place in the Northwest District area. We began patrolling an area where I had located numerous wanted subjects. We observed an individual that was similar to a bolo that was initiated. We made contact at the room, and ultimately resolved the issue, and it resulted in numerous criminal violations.
Okay. Turn the page. The next one is the date. It looks like maybe June 4, 2008. What is that commendation about?
June 4, 2000. Let's see here. I'm trying to follow along with you here on what
Okay.
page.
It says received June 4, 2018 at the top. It was right after the back of the letter of commendation.
Are you referring to June 14?
14.
I'm sorry, June 14.
Okay. This is when I was dispatched to a suspicious vehicle in the area of Briar Creek. There was a male at the vehicle. There was an odor of marijuana coming from the vehicle. The subject was detained. I confiscated or recovered a trafficking amount of heroin and cocaine, as well as seizing several $1,000s in U.S. currency and oxycodone pills. The suspect was ultimately charged with 6 counts of trafficking drugs and 4 warrants out of Durham as well.
Okay. Skip ahead to the next one. Turn the next page over on the right-hand page. It says received November 11, 2017. What is this commendation about?
That I was working in the Glenwood and Pleasant Valley area. There was an incident of multiple larcenies, purse snatching. A tip jar was stolen from an Indian restaurant in that area, and ultimately that area was just being plagued by ongoing concerns, and it was affecting the likelihood of people going to these businesses, spending their money. It was causing a lot of alarm and concern for local business owners. I ultimately located an individual and detained that individual. He had the odor of marijuana about his person, and the subject was eventually he eventually confessed to the crimes that were ongoing in that area. It has noted here that during an interview, the suspect confessed to the larceny of the tip jar and named his accomplice in the crime.
Could you read the last paragraph?
The last paragraph says, through relentless pursuit and questioning, Officer Rollins was able to locate and arrest the suspect of 2 separate crimes in the area. He is to be commended for his actions by continuing with an investigation, even though it seems there's limited information to proceed.
Okay. I'm not going to have you read through all these citations. They're here in Exhibit 2. But these, you've had many commendations over the years, correct?
I recall a conversation that I had with my Sergeant Notch one time. He asked me, have you ever been down to personnel? And I advised him that I had never been to personnel. He said, you should really go down there and check it out. It was really interesting to find that when I looked in your personnel file, I saw more commendations for you than the entire rest of your squad. To this day, I never went to personnel, but I appreciated his sentiment.
What are chief citations?
Chief citation is issued by the chief for exceptional police work in various areas. These are often given to officers in maybe the top 3 or the top 5 of particular enforcement categories, such as DWI, warrants served, recovered guns, all kinds of different things, but more your higher level type crimes.
Have you ever received any chief citations?
I have.
How many?
I believe 13 or 14,
Okay.
which means that you either led the city or were in the top handful of officers, the entire city, in that particular category.
So you receive annual evaluations?
I received annual evaluations, that's correct.
Okay, when you were employed by Raleigh Police Department.
Yes, sir.
What kind of evaluations did you receive?
I received very high marks for my evaluations. Often outstanding or well above average, year after year after year.
During your time with RPD, did you earn a college degree?
I did.
Okay. When was that?
I believe that was 2015.
Okay.
I went back to school while I was working.
Okay. And how about your LEO certification? Are you certified as advanced?
Yes, there's through your certifications there are various levels, and it requires a certain amount of years in law enforcement. It requires a certain amount of training hours and so forth, and the highest level of that is called an advanced law enforcement certificate, and that was issued to me by the Attorney General, Josh Stein.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the incident. It was on March 2, 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And was that on a Saturday?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What was your shift that day?
I was on day shift, working from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay.
generally.
And how did you start your shift?
Started my shift. There's an initial roll call meeting that takes place at the station. Kind of the rule is if you're not 15 minutes early, you're late. So oftentimes we would get there early. We would talk about maybe the previous shift. We would discuss things to be aware of, things to be on the lookout of. We would have, just, powwow among friends. And in the corner, there's a bank of body cameras that you would go and sign out.
Okay. So you signed out your body camera, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe the body camera that you use?
It's it looks sort of like a pager. It has a little clip, and you just snap it on your belt.
Okay.
Some officers wear it different ways, but I just snapped it on my belt.
Okay. Did you receive a call that day regarding a stolen vehicle?
I did.
Okay. Who was that call from?
I received a cell phone call from Officer Ramsey. Officer Ramsey was on night shift that evening, the previous evening and that morning. And as the rotation is, you'd be on day shift for 12 hours, and then you do that for 4 weeks, and then after 4 weeks you would switch back. Officer Ramsey called me and advised me that he had just gotten off of his shift, that he was in the parking lot of his apartment complex, that he was standing with and by a vehicle that was stolen the previous evening from a Sheetz gas station on Atlantic Avenue. He advised me that it was had a Michigan license plate, and he knew it was the one because he actually was directly involved with the investigation, as well as searching all over the place for it. So it stood out to him. Otherwise, he would have just gone home after working all night long and gone inside, taken off his uniform, and gone to bed. He asked me if I could help him. I said absolutely. I said, do you have anyone in custody? He says, no, I've checked the car, no one's around it. And so I didn't feel obligated to drive, lights and sirens to get there or anything. I told him I'd be there in about 10 minutes or so.
Approximately what time did he call?
It was 7 something in the morning.
Okay.
I wasn't too far away, but I'd say it took me 10 minutes to get there maybe.
Okay.
Called me on my cell phone. It wasn't something when I arrived, he was still in uniform. He had his, Raleigh Police blue and gray uniform. He didn't call and initiate it on the radio. He told me that he had called another officer that worked that area, but that officer didn't answer for whatever reason. I don't know. And then he called me, and I think that he initially called the officer that worked that area because this was not my patrol area. I think that after he called the initial officer that worked that area, and he knew the officers that worked in that area because Ramsey used to be in that district. So he knew geographically where everyone kind of was assigned. And so he told me that after not being able to get in touch with the beat officer, he called me, he said, because he knew that I would help him, essentially. He knew that he could rely on me to help him. So, and I did. So I went over there. I drove over there in my police car, and he was standing right by this black sedan, and he says, "This is it right here. You can see the Michigan tag. Did you have time to look at the bolo from last night or read the report?" "No, sir, I hadn't." Because it took place in a separate part of town, and it's very difficult to be aware of, frankly, all of the crimes that are happening in Raleigh. Let's not pretend like this is the world's safest place. There are shootings and robberies and all kinds of stuff that happen every day and every night here, by the hundreds, if that, and thousands.
Okay.
And so I arrived on scene, and we spoke briefly. Again, he used to be in that district. We caught up a little bit, asked him how he was and so forth, and he said, "Do you need my help anymore, or do you mind if I go inside and go to bed?" I'm like, "No, you seem tired. Go on and go to bed. I got it from here." And he's like, "All right, well, it's all yours." And while I was sitting there in my car, I ran the license plate. And when I say ran the license plate, it's through an NCIC database, and you'll get back what's called a hit. And I got a hit back, and it said that it was a stolen vehicle. And so I began the process of reading the report, and I, familiarizing myself with what had taken place thus far, and trusting that it was daytime. It was it was in the morning, but the sun was up. You could clearly see inside of a vehicle that's surrounded by windows if there was or was not anything to be aware of in there. And so I began initiating a supplement to the initial report, making some phone calls about getting permission from the owner to come over and recover it, to get permission to search it and itemize what was inside, to make a determination possibly by fingerprints or evidence that was left inside, that kind of thing. The owner was extremely thankful that we had found it so quickly. He's like, "Gosh, I didn't think I'd ever see my car again. It just happened last night. Good job," that kind of thing. And while all this was taking place, I considered, well, maybe the license plate is stolen, and that license plate is registered to a stolen car, but there's a possibility that it actually might not be the stolen car, that maybe they took that license plate off of another car and switched it, which is very commonplace for people who are driving stolen vehicles, haven't paid insurance, haven't registered their vehicle, have a suspended license, have a warrant, et cetera, et cetera. So my intention was to simply step out of the vehicle. I had my, as I best recall, my notepad in my hand, and went up to the vehicle to look at, in the driver's side window up past the dashboard and the steering wheel, there's a plate in the corner that's visible from the outside, and it's a VIN number. It's a unique number for that particular vehicle. It doesn't matter what the make, model, year, or whatever is. So on a quiet Saturday morning, there was people walking their dogs. There was people. I actually had to move my car once. There was a couple that said, "Hey, we're going to go grab some breakfast. Can you move up?" And so I moved up, and I ended up just parking a couple spots over from where this car was. And I go walking up very, very relaxed, very nonchalant. And there's a gentleman who literally popped up. I could see not necessarily even that far down into the car, but he popped up. So I jumped back and drew my firearm and began giving verbal commands. Of course, I was shocked to encounter this. Certainly, I trusted the information that Officer Ramsey had given me. He was standing right by the car. I had no reason to believe that anyone was associated with that vehicle or inside that vehicle. So I jumped back. I kind of hunkered down but never lost visual contact with the vehicle. I did point my firearm in the general direction of this figure and started giving verbal commands. I got on the radio and advised that I was with, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I advised that I was with this vehicle and the vehicle was stolen, and there's somebody inside of it, and asked for assistance. Remained in that position, giving some communication just for the individual to place his hands in the air and don't make any sudden movements, that kind of thing. Ultimately, Officer Johnson and other officers arrived on scene. When they arrived on scene, an approach was made, and I placed handcuffs on this individual. I holstered my weapon, placed handcuffs, and with the assistance, Officer Johnson was right there. Stood him up, and certainly I was in shock. I'm thankful that looking back, that I wasn't injured. There was actually a firearm inside the vehicle that he had ready access to.
Had anything like that ever happened to you in your law enforcement career?
There was definitely some situations where, where it got to the point there for several years where our manpower was so low that they were dispatching me to calls where it's mandated that there would be 2 officers. There were times where I was dispatched to an alarm where there's motion inside of a dark building and I don't know where the lights are.
In those situations, you had some notice that there could be trouble, right?
Sure. Sure, and so I could kind of mentally prepare myself to approach something in a certain way. Maybe it's an assault in progress, domestic assault in progress. A husband is assaulting his wife or something of that nature, and so if I were to approach that, I would maybe park a house or 2 up, because I don't know if he's waiting for me with a gun, if he's I can get to a building and I can approach it from a certain way, get kind of a layout and determine how I'm going to search that building and what door I'm going to enter. I can, wait for another officer to arrive eventually, hopefully. So yeah, that was, to the best of my recollection, that's the only time where I was completely shocked, because I had trusted the information that I received from Ramsey. The vehicle's right there. It's daylight hours. It's surrounded by windows. And later on, in my own mind, I began thinking, like, how in the world did he miss the fact that there's a person inside this car? But yeah, that's the only time where I was completely shocked or surprised.
So after the suspect was handcuffed, what happened next?
We stood him up.
You said we stood him up. Who was?
Myself and Officer Johnson.
Okay.
We were there with him primarily. There were other officers that arrived, and then some of them were somewhat helpful, and some of them were just kind of hanging around on the periphery and talking and socializing. We put. I don't recall if I did. It may have been Officer Johnson that put him. Mr. Payne in the back of my police vehicle. I returned back and forth from my vehicle several times, collecting evidence. I donned some gloves. I got some bags for evidence and so forth. But initiated this investigation portion of it, if you will.
Do you have to? What else do you do when you're doing in that process of, I guess, processing an arrest? What all is involved? You mentioned, the searching, getting gloves on, looking for evidence, that sort of thing. Anything else procedurally that you do?
Well, if I could step back there, during this original vehicle larceny, there was 2 individuals. There was 2 suspects. One. A black male, Mr. Payne, and another who appeared to be white or possibly Hispanic. That person was not in the area. And so that was a concern to some degree, that he may be, in the apartment complex, or he dropped him off, or that's actually where he lives, or something like that. But procedurally, some of the things that you might do during in this type of investigation would be to contact the owner, contact CCBI to fingerprint and photograph the vehicle. You'd be collecting evidence, recording, any statements that were made that may be incriminating. If you chose to interview the individual, of course, Miranda would apply, because at that point he's now in your custody.
So you searched the vehicle. What did you find?
There was evidence of drug possession and drug use inside the vehicle. There was a firearm inside the vehicle. There was clothing inside the vehicle.
What was the firearm?
I don't recall. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Did this incident qualify as a use of force?
It did.
Okay. And why is that?
In the Raleigh police policy states that you can draw your weapon and point your weapon in the direction of an individual for detaining him. Is considered the low ready. It would be sort of in the direction of their feet, kind of not down by your side, not up at them, but generally at maybe a 45-degree angle in their direction. Because I had actually raised it to in a position that was pointed in his direction, it would be a use of force.
Okay. So you knew at that time a use of force report would need to be needed?
That's correct.
Is a use of force report also called a blue team report?
A blue team, yeah.
Okay.
That's they call it blue team, but that's the blue team is like the actual typing portion of it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you have like a use of force, and then you would go into like the blue team system and type it up.
I see. Okay.
But they refer to it as a blue team. Like, oh, I had a blue team. Oh, that means you used some level of force against that person.
Okay. Were you injured from this incident?
No.
And was, I think you said Mr. Payne, he was the one who was arrested?
Correct.
Okay. Was he injured?
He was not.
Okay. Who was your supervisor at the time?
My direct supervisor was Sergeant Notch.
Okay. Did he come to the scene of the incident?
He did.
Okay. Have you take a look at exhibit number 2?
Yes, sir.
What is this document?
This appears to be a print off from our CAD system, which would be when you initiate a call, it's documented somewhere, and it's documented in our CAD system. And so if you were dispatched to a call, or if you initiated a call, there's some verbiage at the bottom. It provides the caller name, the location, it provides times and so forth. And if it's a rapid, actively evolving incident, if you're on your way there, you'd get like beeps on your computer, and you could look over and see updated comments in that CAD system. So that's why you have like each line, and they can be entered by the officer, they can be entered by the dispatcher, they can be entered by anyone that has access to it.
I see. So if you go down to where they have middle way down, it says there's an entered by column, time column, comments column, and that first row has you listed, and then it has 3/2/2019, and the time is 7:51:45 a.m. And then to the right, there are comments, and it says incident initiated by Rollins. What exactly was initiated? Do you recall when this happened?
Well, I initiated it there at 7:51 in the morning, but this is after some conversation with Officer Ramsey, describing what had occurred and his involvement in the case and pointing out the vehicle and advising me of some of the details. It's not uncommon if you don't make yourself unavailable, dispatchers will make you available for something. And so I initiated this so that I could not then immediately be called away to something else. There were times when I was with the police department where I was on a lower priority call and they called me to dispatch and I would have to go to that higher priority call and then come back. But I wanted to make myself unavailable for other calls for service so that I could handle this
Okay.
for Ramsey so he could go to sleep.
Okay, gotcha. If you look on page 2, there's a chart here. There's a column, it says the unit officers, then it says a column dispatched. And there's an arrived column and cleared column. Let me see. If you go down a few rows, it says Johnson. It says he dispatched 7:55:49 a.m. and then says arrived at 7:59:44 a.m. I'm assuming is that when Johnson arrived at the incident scene?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what would denote that you have arrived at the location of the call.
And what does cleared mean?
Cleared means that you're no longer working at that location, or you don't have any involvement beyond that point. Maybe you've written the report, you've written the supplement, you've put the evidence away. That means clearing means you've cleared it. You're done on this call, and that would immediately make you available for another call.
Okay. Flipping back real fast, it says in that first page, it says subject laying in back, 7:54:38, and then it looks like a Caitlin Murray. So
I don't know Caitlin Murray, but I believe Caitlin Murray is next to my name. It says RP 3372. Next to her name says EC 4314. I think EC is emergency communications.
Okay.
I'm not completely certain, but I think she was a dispatcher
So
or a call taker or something.
if you radioed in, like, need help, is that reflected there, or?
These are probably the notes that she added as I provided information on the radio.
I see.
So
Okay.
she was transferring what I had said on the radio into the CAD system.
Okay. Was Officer Johnson the first officer you recall arriving
Yes.
at the incident scene? Okay.
He assisted me in placing handcuffs on the individual.
Okay. And if you look at the bottom row, that says J. Notch, is that your officer at the time? I mean, excuse me, your direct supervisor,
Yes,
Sergeant Notch?
Sergeant Notch, yeah.
Okay. So it says dispatched, the time there is 8:27:44 a.m., is that right?
8:27:44.
Okay. So this was, you'd actually, subject laying in back, so by 7:54:38, you had already radioed in for backup, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then, so he was dispatched at 8:27:44 a.m., so that just meant when he left to go to the scene?
Possible. Yeah, maybe, probably.
Okay, so there's no arrival time for Sergeant Notch. And then cleared, it says 8:35:28. So does that mean he left or was dispatched at 8:27:44 and then he left the scene at 8:35:28? Is that what that means?
I'm not certain, maybe.
Okay, well, it says cleared,
He
so.
wasn't there, I don't recall him being there for very long. I also don't recall exactly when he arrived.
Okay.
I don't remember speaking to to him, but very briefly. But no, I couldn't tell you as far as to the exact times of when he arrived or when he left.
Okay. And did Lieutenant Harrison come to the scene with Sergeant Notch, if you recall?
I believe he did. I don't recall a lot of interaction.
So this is a use of force incident, as you discussed, because you pointed your firearm at the suspect. Sergeant Notch was at the scene. What typically happens if your direct supervisor is there at the scene in a use of force incident?
Photographs would be taken, and you'd kind of give a quick rundown of what occurred, and you are typically, and I say not you, but I have typically been advised about, completing the blue team report. I'll have you write a supplement, you write the initial, you'll put the evidence away. At that point, you defer to your supervisor. The supervisor would then take pictures. It's not, it has happened in the past where the supervisor did not get there very quickly or did not arrive at all sometimes.
Okay. Well, what was your discussion with Sergeant Notch when he arrived?
I advised him that I had pointed my gun at Mr. Payne, that I had risen it, from this angle to this angle, basically. Officers don't really want to do blue team reports. It's like an internal administrative thing, and truthfully, supervisors don't want to have to deal with them either, because it's just more paperwork. And so it's not uncommon for a supervisor to say, "Are you sure that you pointed the gun at him? Are you sure it wasn't at the low ready?" Wink, wink kind of stuff, and that does happen. But I said no. I pointed a gun at him. It was at him. I didn't have it at a low ready. It was definitely in a direction that had I fired, it could have hit him or in the area where he was. So I said yes. I pointed a gun at him. I did, and knew that because of that I would need to initiate a use of force report.
Okay. And he took photos of you and Mr. Payne, the suspect?
Yes.
Okay. If you look at exhibit number 3, let's go through these. All right. The first photo here, where the suspect's face is blocked out. Do you know who took that photo?
I believe that was Sergeant Notch that
You
took
think
that.
so? Okay.
There was a lot going on.
Okay. What about the second photo?
I believe Sergeant Notch took that as well.
Okay. And do you have can you tell if you have your BWC on your belt in this photo?
I don't believe so from this picture.
Okay.
It's just a little, it just snaps on your belt, and frankly there's so much other stuff on your belt, it's hard to see.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next photo. What is that showing? If you can tell.
This looks like it's a snapshot from some video, from someone's recording or someone's body camera.
Okay.
I don't know.
I forgot to mention that. So you have photographs and you can have video from the body cam, and also could be footage from the patrol car. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Now let's look at the next photo, next page. What is that? Can you describe, what do you know about this photograph?
At the bottom it says 3-15 2019. Is that the photo you're referring to?
Yeah, it looks like Lieutenant BM.
It's a picture of me, and then the subject is blacked out, and then I think that's Officer Johnson to the right. This default traffic stop. It looks like from the top left corner, it says Evidence Library 4 Web, and then below that, default traffic stop, and it says Ferguson LK. I believe that this is body camera from Ferguson.
Okay, gotcha.
I say they, someone in IT or somebody with the Raleigh Police Department went back and started looking at videos.
Okay. Look at the next one.
The next one, kind of the same thing, but this looks like it's for Willauer, Officer Willauer, J. Willauer.
Is that you in the photo?
Yes,
Okay.
that's me, and it looks like I'm escorting the subject away from that. That black car right there is the stolen car.
Okay. All right, what about the next photo?
Next photo looks like a snapshot of video from someone's body camera.
Okay. After Sergeant Notch took the photos, did you ask him to send the photos that he took to you?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Did he send you those photos?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point that day, Sergeant Notch asked you to dock your camera footage from the incident. And we talked before about the sources of camera footage could have been from your vehicle or your BWC.
Correct.
What did you tell Sergeant Notch?
I advised him that there would not be any video evidence
Okay. And how do you know you didn't have any footage?
because I didn't initiate it prior to walking up to the vehicle to write down the VIN number. I wasn't taking any enforcement action. I was simply documenting the VIN number, and so I didn't anticipate encountering a subject inside of a stolen car.
Did you think you had your BWC on your person at that time?
I did.
Okay. If you didn't have the BWC on your person, where would it be?
Docked in my vehicle.
Okay.
I knew that I had it that morning because you sign them out at the docking station inside the station. So you'd actually get it, and it's in your possession throughout the remainder of the day. If you use it frequently enough, you often have to go back to the station, dock that one, and then grab another one because the battery will die.
Okay.
I knew that I had gotten a camera.
Okay. If you'll take a look at Exhibit 4, this is 1109-18 body-worn cameras
Yes, sir.
and mobile video recording. Are you familiar with this document?
I am somewhat.
Okay. If you look to page 5, a few paragraphs down, there's a section, it's underlined, says use of the body-worn camera, BWC.
I see it.
First paragraph says officers assigned to BWC will wear it on the front of the uniform in a manner that provides a view from the officer's perspective. When you wore your BWC, where was it located?
On my belt.
Okay, and was that in compliance with the provision?
Yes.
Okay. The second paragraph says the BWC shall be activated or recorded as soon as feasible during all contacts involving actual or potential violation of the law, including but not strictly limited to traffic stops, suspicious vehicles or person, arrest, voluntary encounters of an investigative nature. In this instance, the vehicle had been identified as stolen. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you consider it suspicious at this point?
I did not,
Okay, and why is that?
because Officer Ramsey had already been with the vehicle for a matter of probably 15 to 30 minutes and advised me that the scene was secure, no one was around it. He had looked inside the vehicle and no one was inside of it.
Okay. If you would look to page 7 of this document. And about a quarter of the way down, there's a section called deactivation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you read the first 2 paragraphs?
Once the BWC is activated by an officer, the BWC shall remain on and not be turned off or placed in standby mode until the conclusion of the officer's involvement in the event. This will occur when the incident that required activation has stabilized, concluded, or the officer has left the scene. An incident shall be considered stabilized when the initial police response or exchange of communication related to the police enforcement activities has transitioned to a controlled and orderly investigation by the primary officer.
Did you believe that when you arrived at the scene of the incident on March 2nd, 2019, that the scene had stabilized?
100%.
And why is that?
Because the officer advised me that it was stable. I asked him, do you have anyone in custody? No. Is anyone around? Do you need my help? That kind of thing. And he said, I told him I was going to be there in about 10 minutes. And he said, that's fine, I'll wait for you. So I had absolutely no reason to believe that there was going to be any enforcement activity at that point, and that it was completely stabilized by a previous officer being on scene.
Okay. Take a look at exhibit number 5. What, if you, tell me what this document is, or documents.
This is the initial incident report from the larceny of motor vehicle that sometime later I had occasion to arrive at the scene with Officer Ramsey. So this is from the previous evening, if you will, the initial reported incident.
Okay. Is, and it looks like there's some supplemental reports.
That's correct.
Okay, did you, if you look on, let me see if I can get this, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's actually the fifth page if you're counting both sides. There is, looks like you submitted a supplemental report.
Yeah, at the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see it says SOJ Rollins 3372.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be my supplemental report.
Do you recall when you wrote this or submitted it?
As I best recall, it was on the day it occurred,
Okay.
on the 2nd of March.
Okay. To your knowledge, was the stolen car returned to the legal owner?
Yeah, the legal owner actually came to the scene, was like hugged me and thanked me repeatedly for getting his car back to him.
Okay. All right. Okay. When did you start writing the use of force report, or the blue team?
As I best recall, it was immediately after processing Mr. Payne at the jail.
Okay.
It would have been that same day in the afternoon sometime,
Well,
I believe.
Let's back up just a little bit. What happened after you arrested Mr. Payne and left the scene? What did you do specifically?
Well, I took Mr. Payne with, I was still pretty shaken, and frankly, I was kind of a little upset at Officer Ramsey for putting me in that situation. This individual could have easily, had a gun or a knife and just shot me, while my head is down sitting in the car or while I'm approaching the car. I didn't very much appreciate that, and so I remember feeling kind of jittery. I remember feeling anxious and having a lot of emotions about how that happened, and about how life is fragile, and gosh, what could happen, and all the what ifs, I guess. But there was some more information that could be gleaned from this arrestee. I thought that it would be beneficial to interview him, because there's a likelihood that maybe he's been involved with other carjackings and other stolen vehicle larcenies, and maybe he's running rampant all over the East Coast and doing this all over the place, or that kind of thing. So I thought it would be beneficial to interview him, to get some information and see if he'll confess, and to see if maybe he'll advise us of other crimes that he's committed during that confession period. I attempted to start building rapport with him, even though we had experienced this together. I didn't hate this man. He wasn't my sworn life enemy or anything. So I advised him that I wanted to interview him if he'd be willing to do it, and he said that he would. And so I contacted the detective division and asked them if they were aware of any cases that were similar to this, or if it would be beneficial. Instead of just basically hauling him off and taking him to jail for being in possession of a stolen car, I started actually really working this case, going, in my opinion, above and beyond. So they said, yeah, bring him by. We'll talk to him or something. Sure, that's fine. So I started taking him over to the detective division to be interviewed.
Did you make a pit stop?
I did. I did make a pit stop. He said he was hungry, and so I took him to McDonald's and paid for his meal. I don't know, it cost me like $8 or whatever, but that was fine. I also thought that maybe I didn't like comp this to the city or anything. It came out of my own pocket. But I thought maybe that would be beneficial in building some rapport and helping him to relax and maybe, garner his trust a little bit or something. Maybe he'll open up to me. But you're right, I did make a pit stop. I'd forgotten that I had done that.
So then you went to
I took him to the detective division. He went into an interview room and there was a series of discussions and interviews. He was ultimately Mirandized and opened up a little bit. And then after we felt like the interview had concluded, or anything that was beneficial on our end had concluded, I typed up a warrant and then took him to jail and processed him at the jail.
Okay. So you on the blue team, you started working on that, you think, that afternoon?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And where did you work on it?
Worked on it in my car. I worked on it at the station, but primarily at the station.
Okay. Where in the station?
The Northwest District Station, in a kind of a conference room where people often come in randomly to have lunch or something.
Okay.
There's a television in there. People sit down.
Did you see Sergeant Notch while you were working on the blue team?
I did.
Okay. Did he just come by the conference room?
I don't remember exactly the nature of it, but he did come by the conference room.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him then?
We had a conversation.
And
Yes, sir.
what was that conversation?
Well, he saw that I was, working on the report and typing, and I advised him that I planned on submitting the blue team as well as any supplements to the report by the end of the shift. And he said that he would take a look at them and we'd talk about them tomorrow.
Did you mention anything about the photos?
I asked him. I said, "Hey, I didn't get those photos. Can you send me the pictures? Because the pictures need to be attached inside the blue team. This is an internal document. This isn't like open to the public. This is only the, I guess, members of the police department would have access to blue team."
Okay. And did he send you those photos?
At no point did he ever send me the photos.
Okay. Since he hadn't sent you the photos, well, let me back up for a second. So would the expectation be, if this incident happened that morning, that the blue team would be submitted by the end of your shift?
I could be wrong, but I think it's policy that you have to submit it by the end of the shift.
Okay, all right. And so tell me a little bit about how this thing gets submitted.
So you have your police report that documents how you encountered the subject, what happened, what investigative tactics you took, and how it resulted as far as criminal charges or no charges or whatever, and then you would submit that. That is, in my opinion, a lot more exhaustive as to the nature of the police work and what you did and all that other stuff. That document is public record. You can get a public copy of the report, that kind of thing. There's a separate document called a blue team, and the blue team is just to discuss the use of force. It would include pictures of the involved parties. It would include witness statements. Anywhere where you touched, if you put your hand on this person's shoulder, there's actually a place where you like highlight the shoulder, the front and back, and you document like what level of force, and then you document, was that level of force effective? If a guy is, hitting you in the head and you push him away, was that effective? No, because he's probably going to come back and continue to try to hit you in the head. So maybe you need to raise that level of force along that continuum, utilize more force to stop the assault. And so all of those things are then specific to the use of force, not necessarily specific to, hey, I got a phone call, these are the people that I talked to, all the statements by, the neighbor, that kind of thing.
Okay.
That would go into the police report rather than the blue team.
So this is at the intershift, you needed to submit the report, the blue team, and you still don't have the photos from Sergeant Notch.
No, sir.
So what did you do?
Officer Medina came in and had either lunch or some early dinner, and I said, hey, I need a picture of myself for this report. Could you take a picture? And I don't remember if he took a picture and then texted it to me, or if he just used my phone, and then I just uploaded a picture. I didn't have any injuries, so there wasn't really anything to document. If you had like a scraped elbow, or you're bleeding from your eye or something like that, you would take pictures of that. But if you were involved in a blue team incident, they just snap a picture. There was no injuries, so the pictures I don't think are like super beneficiary.
But well, what about so you had Officer Medina take a photo of you there at the station. What about the photograph of the arrestee? So Sergeant Notch had one as well?
Sergeant Notch never sent me that picture, so I ended up going back to the jail. I don't recall exactly when, but I went to the jail and actually took a picture of him.
Okay. So then you included those two photos in your report?
Correct.
And you just hit the send button and it's submitted? Is that?
Right. I mean, I was just uploading pictures of what we looked like because there was no injuries.
And for Sergeant Notch to send you his photos, how would he have sent them? Just text or email?
Text or email, yeah.
Okay. And he had the capacity to send you by text or email those photos? Mm-hmm. So yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. If you look at Exhibit 6 and look at the second page. All right. And look at the second, it's the second photo, I'm sorry. Not the first photo, but the second one.
Correct.
Yeah. Is that the one that Officer Medina took that you submitted with your initial blue team?
Correct. That's kind of in that little conference room that we were sitting in.
Okay.
And I think he was sitting on the end there, and so he just kind of swung over and snapped a picture real quick.
Okay. All right. So after you submit your blue team, were you summoned by Sergeant Notch to meet with him to talk about your blue team?
Yeah.
And when was that?
The next day.
Okay.
Next afternoon.
Okay.
As I best recall.
And what was
Mr. Collins, before we get into that, I think it might be a good time to have a brief break. Let's break for about 10 minutes, and then come back on the record.
Okay, thanks.
We'll come back at approximately 10:42. Thanks.
and he had made some notes on it, circled some things, drew some lines and so forth, and we reviewed some of the things that he wanted me to reword or alter or remove altogether. And I was taking notes, and he had already put notes on the document. And I advised him that I would make the changes that he wanted me to make. I also advised him that I had not received supplements from some of the other officers that were either involved with the use of force in the handcuffing and so forth, or that witnessed what was occurring as they arrived.
What did you say specifically about the BWC?
He asked me, he was very poignant about the body-worn camera. He said, he was disappointed that the body-worn camera wasn't recording at the time. I also advised him that I was very disappointed that the body-worn camera wasn't recording, because in my opinion, the body-worn camera would have shown my ability to, there's a possibility that another officer may have discharged their weapon, when they saw that this individual inside of a stolen car, not following initial verbal commands, and then a firearm being located inside the vehicle. The fact that nobody was injured, including myself, and no firearms were discharged, I think it shows how I handled that very appropriately.
So he handed you this hard copy of the blue team. He had some notations on there.
Yes.
And he had instructions for you to revise, submit a new revised blue team, correct?
Correct.
Did he say anything about what he wanted you to do with that piece of paper he gave you?
No, I figured it was just, for me to modify it because it was just a piece of paper, and so I assumed he was giving me this so I could use it for my notes to change. It wasn't, he didn't say, hey, this is like the original recipe for Kentucky Fried Chicken, make sure this goes right back in the safe. It was just a copy. I figured he could print off 1 million copies or, whatever, so.
So did you make some changes yourself on the?
I did.
Okay, all right. Now, if you look at Exhibit 7, take a look at that document. Is this the revised blue team summary that you submitted?
I believe that it is.
One other thing, did he tell you to remove any mention of the BWC from your blue team?
He advised me not to discuss really like the circumstances of why I was there or why I arrived. He asked me not to discuss sort of like the administrative things. He just said just present the blue team in a way that it discusses the use of force, because the blue team is just simply to discuss the use of force.
Did he want you to write a separate memo about your BWC?
He asked me to.
Okay. So this is the revised blue team at Exhibit 7. All right. And did you have another photo that you had taken? Because he had issue with the first photo, correct?
Correct.
And what was his issue with the first photo?
He said, "Have you, what picture? What have you uploaded here?" And I'm going to paraphrase because I don't remember exactly, but he said, "I saw the picture that," and I said, "Yeah, it was the picture taken by Medina, because when Officer Notch came in, Medina was in the room. We were in there together, and Medina would have likely heard me if he was paying any attention. Me advising Sergeant Notch, hey, could you send me those pictures?" I said, "These are the pictures that Medina took because we were in the room." He said, "Well, in this picture, you are wearing a body camera." Okay. So at the scene, you did not have a body camera. All right. I said, "Do you want me to upload a picture, several days later now that has me not wearing a body camera?" And I talked to him. I said, "Look, the photos are to document injuries. I didn't realize that this was unique to the position of my body camera, or if I had, a fixed blade knife, or if I had my taser on my person or something like that. The picture is not to document, my understanding that the picture is not to document all of these things. It was
What you were exactly wearing at the scene.
and there are instances that I am familiar with where officers had their picture taken days later. That officer was involved with this. Okay, that officer needs to do a supplement, and we'll get a picture and and submit that as well. Obviously, you can't go back in time, and so the picture. I mean, there's incidents where the picture can be taken later, where the officer not only is not depicted wearing that particular piece of equipment or whatever, but they're not even wearing the same uniform. It looks like the same uniform because all the police uniforms look the same, but some of these pictures are taken days and weeks later.
Gotcha. So let's look back at Exhibit 6. These are the two photos. But look at the second photo. So again, you can make out your body camera on that second photo, and that's the one that Officer Medina took, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then look at the first photo in Exhibit 6.
Correct.
All right. And so who took this photo? Do you recall?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay.
During the course of our conversation, I said, if it's that important that I load a picture that I'm not wearing a body camera, I'll gladly load it. So I literally just grabbed another picture of me not wearing a body camera and loaded it.
Okay, and that's the first picture
Correct.
of Exhibit 6. Okay.
And at that point I said, if you want to send me the pictures that you took, I'll load those. And he said, no, we won't worry about it right now.
Okay.
And I to this day have never received the pictures that he took.
Okay. You've seen them by virtue of this
I've seen them, but
okay.
it was during the course of this investigation that, I don't recall who, but during an interview they said, have you seen these pictures? And I looked at them and I said, no, I have not.
Okay.
So
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit number 8. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right. Is this the printout of the initial blue team with the handwritten revisions on it?
Correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that the red marks were by Sergeant Knox, or do you know?
Yes.
Okay. And the writing in the blue, is that your writing, or do you know?
Some of the other notes are by me. Yes.
Okay. So, after you submitted the revised blue team, did Sergeant Notch ask you to return this document to him?
I believe approximately 5 to maybe a week later, he called me and he said, "Hey, I saw your, that you've resubmitted the blue team. Do you have the piece of paper with the notes that we took on it?" And I said, he called me on the phone, and I said, I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. It might have gone in the trash. I don't know. I can look for it. And he's like, yeah, well, if you find it, great. Just bring it back to me. I want to make sure that I have the things that we talked about it. I'm like, okay. So as I best recall, I ended that shift and I went back home and started looking through some of my notes, and I think I actually pulled it out of the trash. And that next shift, or maybe a couple days later, whenever our next shift was, I gave it back to him.
Okay.
But he didn't, at no point did he say, hey, don't ever write any notes on this, or don't document. I mean, obviously by virtue of him putting notes on here, this is something to be modified. And it was kind of like a rough draft with little notes on the side. Some of them are mine, some of them are his.
Did you assume when you submitted your initial blue team that the report would remain accessible on the system after you submitted your revised report?
Of course.
Okay. And have you, strike that. If you were told that the initial blue team was essentially deleted once you submitted a revised report, would you be surprised by that?
I'd be very surprised by that.
Okay. Would you assume that you'd be able to retrieve the initial blue team?
I would imagine that there was a list of each submission along the way, because people can go in and make comments afterwards. I mean, I'm familiar with cases where people have gone back and looked at your internet history, on some hard drive 10 years later, and they solve a murder. I would imagine that the Raleigh Police Department would have every copy that I've submitted electronically. That just makes sense to me.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 9. All right. All right. When's the first time you saw this document?
During the internal affairs investigation,
Okay. Could you read this aloud, what it says?
on Exhibit 9, it says 8/2/2019, so that's 5 months later, at 1400 hours, which is 2 p.m., Major T.S. Jordan tasked me with reviewing a document that had been redacted. Someone had printed out this document and then used what appeared to be pens and black marker to redact part of the print. My task was to try to make out what had been redacted. Using a magnifying visor, I enlarged the print. I was able to read almost all of the redacted words, the words that I could not make out entirely. I was able to see through the letters to know what the word was. The following are the words that were redacted in order by section as it appeared on the document.
Okay. All right. Why don't we do this? So apparently he went through, and for each redacted portion, to the best of his ability, he just tried to discern what was said underneath those, what was marked over with a Sharpie marker. So what I wanted to do was probably the best thing is to take out Exhibit 9 and sort of go through Exhibit 8, kind of compare.
Okay, I
So you
see.
can kind of read the full document.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so the first sentence in your blue team under incident summary, it says, I received a request to, and then portion is deleted, and the deleted portion under number 1 of Sergeant Brin's note is investigate a suspicious vehicle at. And the deleted portion was changed to by C Squad. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And why was this deleted? Do you know why it was changed?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay.
No.
And did this?
I think just to clarify a little bit, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. The next sentence with the redacted portion is he stated that, and the deleted portion is apparently he believed that. That's under number 2 of Sergeant Brin's note, which was changed to already confirmed. And the remainder of the sentence is that the vehicle was stolen during incident P1901169.
Yes, so Sergeant Notch, I do recall this. Sergeant Notch mentioned that it was a bit confusing, that section, because I had wrote that he believed that, but Sergeant Notch said, he was on scene and he had confirmed that. He was there, he didn't believe he was there to see it. So I do remember why that was changed.
Does this redacted portion, which you marked with a Sharpie, have anything to do with your BWC?
No.
Okay. Okay, the next redacted portion is in the middle of the third paragraph. And it states that the beginning of the sentence states, immediately drew my firearm pointing, and the deleted portion of that sentence is number 3 on Sergeant Brin's note, was at the center mass of which was changed to something like unknown silhouette figure or something like that. Does this redacted portion have anything to do with your BWC?
No.
Okay. The next redacted portion is in the first sentence of the left, excuse me, the last paragraph, and the deleted portion is, and approached him as I've holstered my firearm. That's number 4 on Sergeant Brin's note. Does this redacted portion have anything to do with your BWC?
No.
Okay. All right. The next redacted portion is just 2 words, and it's number 5 on Sergeant Brin's note. It says push down.
I see.
Yeah. Again, that doesn't relate to your BWC.
No.
Okay. And the last redacted portion is identified as number 6 on Sergeant Brin's note. Could you read that?
Sergeant Bren's note says, "My sudden encounter with pain caused my hands to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs, focusing my whole physical, visual, and mental faculties onto surviving this unknown threat. I was unable to initiate my body-worn camera before the use of the force had clearly been settled." Okay.
And at the time you submitted your blue team, you believe these sentences were accurate?
Yes.
Okay. If you'd been wearing your BWC, would you have been able to initiate that when you had your encounter with pain?
No. It wouldn't have been on my mind.
Okay.
I would have approached this completely differently had I known that there was a subject inside the vehicle.
How so?
I never would have approached it on foot. I never would have done this alone. I never would have sent Officer Ramsey to go in and lay down and go to bed. We would have multiple officers on scene. We would have given verbal commands from a distance. I would have had the individual exit the vehicle and come back to us. Would have had the vehicles pointed in the direction of the subject, utilizing lights and sirens and a police radio, probably from the console or from just being able to be close enough that you could yell instructions. That it would have been a completely different controlled environment.
Okay, we discussed earlier about a memo that Sergeant Knox directed you to write. If you look at Exhibit 10, if you take a look, is this the memo that?
Put these.
Yeah,
back
yeah,
real
put
quick
that
so I
back.
can get turned around. Exhibit 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the memo that you wrote, and the date on here is March 3, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We'd take a look at if you would read the last paragraph of the memo.
Says, "This exchange was not captured on my in-car or body-worn camera. I had not been presented with facts and circumstances that any reasonable officer would have believed that emergency response was warranted, and therefore it was not previously activated, nor was there any communication that would have given rise to consider that approaching the vehicle would place any member of the public in a danger. To the best of my recollection, my body-worn camera was either situated on my duty belt using the department-issued belt clip or charging on the docking station in my police vehicle at the time I would unknowingly encounter pain. Furthermore, I was not even the first officer that Officer Ramsey had called or texted to assist him in returning the abandoned and unoccupied vehicle to its owner. It is unreasonable to believe that any officer in my position should have or would have responded to Officer Ramsey's request with an emergency response utilizing emergency equipment. Otherwise, Officer Ramsey would have requested the emergency response of multiple officers using his police radio rather than calling and texting fellow officers. If not previously informed by another uniformed officer that the vehicle was abandoned and unoccupied, I would have recorded the entire incident, including responding with emergency equipment. I would have situated my vehicle behind the occupied vehicle. Additionally, I would have not left cover to approach the vehicle and had I not been advised that it was unoccupied."
Okay, thanks. Thanks for reading that. After you presented with Sergeant Notch's photograph of you at the incident scene, where you didn't have your BWC, did you then think it was possible that you weren't wearing your BWC at the time of the incident?
Did I think it was possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, at that point, I was like, oh, okay, I didn't have it on.
Okay. You also think it was possible that you had removed your BWC
Yeah, it's possible.
before Sergeant Notch arrived?
Well, I knew that I had it earlier in the morning to get it from the docking station. And so, you know, at some point I had clipped it on my belt just to walk out to my car and get signed in and everything. So, you know, it's unfortunate that I did not have it on. But either way, based on what occurred, I wouldn't have been recording because I was just going to check the VIN number of an unoccupied car.
Okay. And there was a lot of activity after your encounter with Payne as far as going to your patrol car and that sort of thing where you could have unclipped it.
I went back and forth multiple times.
Okay. And you were, as you testified earlier, somewhat in a state of shock after encountering.
I was.
Okay.
I was. It was, you know, for those of you who have never, you know, been in law enforcement, for those of you who have never, you know, I mean, I'm sure you've been to, you know, been scared or something, and so people have a reaction. You know, it's a common reaction. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, there's no level of training that could keep you from ever being scared of something that shocks you, something that you didn't encounter, something that you didn't anticipate.
After this incident, going back to the March 2nd, was there any discussion by Sergeant Notch to not only you but to other officers about the importance of wearing your BWC?
Yes.
When was that?
It was commonplace to discuss. The body cameras were a pretty new thing at that time. They were in the process of rolling them out, and so there was discussion about, you know, incidents where officers had been involved in the use of force. There was, as I recall, there was a sergeant that actually shot someone that wasn't recorded. I think his body camera battery had died. There was several of these other incidents where, you know, looking back, they go, oh gosh, it would have been great to have had that recorded. You know, guys, make sure you have them, make sure you record them. You know, there was discussion about how things can be extremely innocuous, and then all of a sudden you're like in the fight for your life. And so,
Yes, I was getting at, do you recall any specific discussions right after your incident about wearing your BWC?
it was, you know, what happened with me was a great reminder to everyone, you know, about, hey guys, you know, you just never know what you're going to encounter. Make sure you have it, you know, use it whenever feasible, use it as often as possible.
To your knowledge,
there was discussion about that.
yeah, and that, do you think it specifically arose because of your incident?
Yeah, to some degree. It was just another reminder about how you never know what you're going to encounter.
If you would take a look at Exhibit 11. All right. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay. And what is it?
This is a picture of a text message that I sent.
Okay. And who'd you send it to?
Officer Willauer.
Okay. And those first statements, are they by you?
Yes.
And could you read those?
I said, I'm going to get written up for that blue team that wasn't recorded. No one getting called 30 minutes later to relieve C Squad on the recovery of a stolen car is going to activate their body camera. No way in hell. Anyone would have that someone was in the car after being told by another officer that it's abandoned and unoccupied.
And the next bubble or whatever you call it, was that you as well?
Yes.
Could you read that?
SGT, which is Sergeant, was asking me why I wasn't recording when I approached the car. I'm like, Sarge, it was abandoned and unoccupied, and I was there 30 minutes after the first officer in uniform was with it.
Okay. And then the next statement, who's that by?
Willauer.
Okay, and what is that?
He says, I know Ramsey found it. Was he in uniform?
Okay, if you turn the page, and what was your response to that?
I said, yep.
Okay, and then is that your next response?
I said, yep, in uniform with his dog standing next to the car. no effing way anyone is going to record that response.
Okay. And then is the next statement will hours?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
I would not have expected anyone to be in that car either.
Okay. And is that your statement next?
Will Hour said, I would not have expected anyone to be in the car either. And then I responded, and by the time I was completely surprised by someone inside, the last thing I'm thinking is record with body camera. You saw how I parked while me and Ramsey were talking.
Okay. And then is that bingo? Is that you or is that?
Bingo, yeah.
Okay. And then the next statement, which you don't have to read aloud, that was by you?
Yes.
All right. And then if you want to read the next statement, is that by you?
Yes.
Okay.
Policy literally says that you don't need to record if the scene has been stabilized by the primary officer.
Okay. And then what did Will Hour say?
So appeal it on those grounds.
Okay. All right. And in the remainder of this, the text exchange, it doesn't relate to the incident. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there any mention in the text communication here with Will Hour that you weren't wearing your BWC at the time of your encounter with Payne?
No.
Okay. Was there any communication with any person where you stated affirmatively or definitively that you weren't wearing your BWC at the time of the encounter with Payne?
No.
Okay. And this text exchange, would this have been just a few days after the incident?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, if you would turn to exhibit number 12. All right. And I'll represent to you, these are some incidents involving you and usage of a BWC. Question is, so do you have some prior incidents where your BWC was not activated? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Look at the February 25, 2019. That's the first one. I hate to get you to do this, but do you mind reading aloud that summary?
It says, the complainant called in regarding Officer Rollins' demeanor while he towed a vehicle that she owned that had been abandoned. She stated that he was rude and would not offer any information as to his name or code number. She repeatedly stated that he had a bad attitude and condescending tone towards her. Officer Rollins stated that he offered all of his information. He stated that the complainant and her children were belligerent and yelling at him during the altercation. Officer Rollins has been issued a body-worn camera but did not have the camera on him at the time of the incident. He was reminded of the importance of wearing the body camera at all times for instances such as this altercation.
Okay. Could you describe why you weren't wearing your BWC at this time?
It was a complaint about an abandoned car, and I ran the license plate, and the car hadn't been registered in like 15 years or something like that. And so I placed a advisory sticker on the car saying that it's abandoned. It's been there for quite some time, and it gives you about 7 days to move the vehicle or to get it registered. Otherwise, it's going to be towed. So I returned later and towed this. It was a motorcycle. As a matter of fact, the motorcycle was leaning against another car. So, one might argue that's presenting a kind of a dangerous thing to children in the area or whatever, right? And so I called out a tow truck service, and the tow truck came. I said, hey, it's going to be a motorcycle. Would you come get it? I've got the documentation and so forth. So tow truck driver came out, started hooking up the motorcycle kind of to lift it up. There was a lady up on the hill that was, hey, what's going on with that car or with that motorcycle? I'm like, it's getting towed. It's not registered, and it's been marked, and it's been here for a long time. And that was really it. That was the extent of it. And so I don't even recall if I even got out of my vehicle. I wasn't taking anyone to jail. No one was getting arrested. There wasn't any level of force. It was this, and that this lady called and said I had a bad attitude and refused to provide information, my code number and stuff like that. I completely deny these accusations, obviously, and Sergeant Notch spoke to me about it and said, hey, next time, you never know. Obviously, you weren't taking enforcement action, and it's not like somebody was going to jail, but it's probably best practice to wear your body camera as often as you can. I wasn't rude. I didn't refuse to give her my information. I didn't refuse to give her my code number or anything like that. I didn't have a bad attitude. I said, hey, the motorcycle's getting towed. It's been here for a long time. She wasn't, the vehicle is registered to a man, so she wasn't the vehicle owner. It's in an area where, people park along the side of the road pretty frequently. It's off of St. Giles in a neighborhood called Raleigh Gardens. It's a Raleigh Housing Authority area. But I thought nothing of it. I didn't think there was anything to record. If someone makes a false accusation against you later and you go, why didn't you record it? Well, it didn't happen the way she said it happened. But I have a feeling she probably knew the motorcycle owner or was related to him in some way or something, and that person obviously wasn't around. So I don't know exactly. So it was just, in my opinion, this was a quick conversation. I see it's on paper here, but it was just a quick conversation. Say, hey, well, this lady called and complained, and I remember telling Sergeant Notch, I was like, well, call and talk to the tow truck driver, and ask him if he thought I was rude or mean or nasty or had a bad attitude. He's like, no, I'm not going to do all that. I'm like, okay, well, this is the tow truck company, so in this summary, you don't see where he's actually talked to the tow truck company. If he wanted to do a little bit more investigation and say, hey, was Officer Rollins, was he polite? Was he nice? Did he have a bad attitude? You might want to call a third party. But obviously he did not.
Bottom line, it wasn't a situation that you saw as needing to have your BWC.
No.
Okay. If you go to the next one, it's a bit of, I'm not going to have you read, I want to just read that. Everyone can read that silently. I don't want to have you read that whole thing. And then after you get through reading it, just sort of maybe you could explain on the next page.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where the summary says on October 27th?
That's correct.
Okay. You do not want me to read it?
You just read it, but don't read it aloud. You don't have to read it aloud.
Oh, okay.
Unless you want to.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, so
All right.
tell me, so the issue is you didn't activate your BWC.
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So this gentleman was Mr. Oliver Perez was actually not even there. I was on robbery suppression special project. In this particular parking lot, there was a lot of prostitution, both solicitation and procuring. This is a well-known area for prostitution and sex crimes. Additionally, this same parking lot was the scene of a double homicide where 2 individuals were shot in the back of the head. So it was not uncommon to find ongoing instance of crime at this particular parking lot. I don't recall exactly the time. It was evening times. I think it was between maybe midnight and 4 a.m. There was a vehicle that was parked at the far back corner of this motel, 10 typically if you're going to stay at a hotel, you're going to park as close as you can to the building, so A, you don't have to carry your stuff as far, and so you can kind of look out the window and keep an eye on your car, but this was like way over in the back corner. I was with another officer at the time. The windows of this car were fogged up, which is consistent with conversation or some activity going on inside the car for however period of time. I exited my vehicle and sort of, if you would, kind of quietly approached the vehicle. I was on one side, the other officer was on the other. They were having sex. I could hear noises that they were, being intimate, sexually intimate. And so I did not utilize my recording device because it would have captured two people having sex. I thought that was probably inappropriate to record people in some of their most intimate moments.
Did the other officer have his or her camera activated?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it says the incident wasn't caught on any cameras.
Correct, yeah. Myself and the other officer, neither one of us chose to record that. We had the occupants of the vehicle exit the vehicle. The male had actually been convicted of several prostitution charges I think in Wake County, but I know in Durham. He was with a female who had very limited criminal history upon searching later for that. And there was some discussion about the nature of why you're here, they said that they had just eaten at Panera Bread, which is right down the street, but Panera had been closed for hours. They said, I said, if the two of you are a couple and you're staying together, and I advised them that there was some violent crime and all kinds of stuff happening in this area that, we were able to walk up to your car. You had no idea what's around you or who's around you. This is not very safe. You guys need to go ahead and take off. And so, I guess sometime later, this woman, the other occupant of the car who was engaged in some form of sexual activity, called and was upset, and he said that Officer Rollins accused his mother of engaging in prostitution or something like to that effect. And so, yeah, and you can see the last paragraph. Sergeant Notch notes, unfortunately, this incident was not caught on camera, and that he spoke to me about utilizing my camera in these situations that would greatly help receive complaints on his demeanor when dealing with the public.
Okay. So these two documents I've handed, are these written warnings? What are they?
They just talked to me.
Okay.
Yeah, one he just called me on the phone.
Okay. So this isn't any
I
kind of...
hadn't seen these before until Internal Affairs provided these documents.
Okay.
I didn't even know that it's a verbal warning, but they put it on paper.
But it's not a disciplinary action.
No, they just talked to you and said, hey, next time you run into a situation like this, wear your body camera.
Gotcha.
So I thought nothing of it.
Okay.
I was like, and I explained, hey, these people were doing something really private over there, and I didn't know what was going on, and I told them to wrap it up and get out of here.
Okay. If you would turn to exhibit number 13. And do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right. And this is your termination notice, is that correct?
Yes.
From Major Jordan? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What are the 3 DOI violations identified here as being the reason that you were terminated?
1109-18 body-worn cameras, 1104-04 compliance with laws, regulations, and orders, and 1100-01 executive policies.
Okay. We've already talked about the 1109-18 on body-worn cameras, but I wanted you'll turn to exhibit number 14. That's 1104-04, compliance with laws, regulations, and orders. And if you'll look at page 2, under general policies, it states that at the top of the page, all personnel shall abide the chain of command and comply with all lawful orders of supervisors. Are you aware of any time having failed to abide by the chain of command concerning this incident?
No?
Are you aware of any time failing to comply with all lawful orders of supervisors with respect to this incident?
No.
All right, if you'll please turn to it's the last page of this document. There's a section titled False Reports. Under investigations, the first paragraph, second sentence. Can you read that?
First paragraph, second sentence, under investigations.
Yeah.
It is a violation for any employee to deliberately make a false written or oral report or refuse to give a truthful statement during an official inquiry which does not involve criminal charges against them.
Did you at any time deliberately make a false statement
No.
when you submitted your initial blue team?
No.
Did you ever deliberately make a false statement to Sergeant Notch?
No.
Okay. Regarding the incident?
I did not.
Okay. Turn to the last exhibit, which is Exhibit 15. It's 1100-01. Are you familiar with this document?
DUI policy for executive policies?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you could turn to the last page, which is an attachment, which is the Law Enforcement Code of Ethics.
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
I
With
am
this
somewhat.
section? Okay. Are you aware of any provision in this document that you violated?
I am not.
Okay. How has this termination affected your life?
Probably in every facet of my life.
How did it affect your family?
It was, it caused me quite a bit of emotional turmoil and psychological turmoil, feeling that, what I thought was going to be, a distinguished career of many years ended very abruptly. I was very frustrated, in part due to the fact that, this happened in March, the second day of March, and I continued for 6 months putting my life on the line. After this happened, I continued working the streets. I was hospitalized due to a liquid exposure to fentanyl. I was bitten. I was cursed at, threatened, assaulted. I worked nights, days, missed family events for months after this occurred. Wrote hundreds of reports, made numerous arrests, wrote tickets, testified in court repeatedly. An individual filmed himself pointing a gun at the back of my head, unbeknownst to me, while I was directing traffic. And for whatever reason, they chose not to pursue criminal charges against that gentleman. 4 months after he pointed a gun at me, that gentleman shot and killed a teenager up in North Raleigh who was a local basketball star. There's a possibility that that kid would probably be alive today had they taken action when he literally filmed himself pointing a gun at the back of my head. But this ongoing internal affairs investigation may have played a role in them not pursuing charges in that. I don't know. I'm speculating here. So I was, frustrated by that. I lost my job unexpectedly. It affected my sleep patterns. It affected my relationship with my wife. It affected my relationship with my family. Certainly internally, there was shock among my fellow officers that, in my opinion, based on what I've been told, that I was a great officer. I was extremely proactive. I was well-liked, well-respected. I passed the detective exam. I passed the sergeant's exam. I mean, I was receiving all of these chief citations. Like, I thought I had a great career. I was a training officer. I mean, I was relied on very heavily on the department. And not only was I relied on very heavily, but I was extremely, I self-initiated and went above and beyond many, many, many times. In almost every instance, I was proud to go the second effort. One of the things that when Sergeant Notch spoke to me, he said that he was going through some of my commendation letters, and he noted that there were so many detectives that had wrote that there was nothing for them to do with the case because Officer Rollins had already done all of it. And there are some officers that are and will be, continue to be like me, and there are many officers who want to do the bare minimum. And so I think that's probably very refreshing to a detective that might be assigned that case and go, gosh, this officer's already done all the stuff I want him to do. This was not only that, but the law enforcement profession sort of becomes a big part of you. You know, if you're, you know, hey, I do IT. People are like, oh, what do you do for work? I do IT. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't understand it. And, you know, say, what do you do for work? Well, I work for the Raleigh Police Department. Oh, cool. Like, what's that like? You know, and so that was very abrupt.
It just wasn't a job for you.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I was extremely involved. As a matter of fact, I remember many, many times reviewing the commander's log from the instance that happened that shift on days when I was off. I did a presentation for the chief and the deputy chief and several majors that I wanted to completely revamp our court system and how they have officers appear in court, because it was this enormous, onerous backlog. And we came up with all these different solutions of things we could do. It was going to cost the city no money. I mean, I initiated something with a previous city council member. The city was going after these derelict houses and home owners that were, you know, renting to people. They were slumlords. And we started targeting some of these slumlords. Some of the parks over in East Raleigh off of East Lenore Street by Ligon Middle School, I was extremely instrumental in all of the code violations. These are all things that I initiated, well above and beyond just answering my calls and going home. Like, it was a part of who I was. And so when this happened, first off, I was shocked. I couldn't believe I was being terminated for this. It blew my mind. But second to that, I was like, I've got to get a job. Like, this changed so much about me, for sure. My personal life, my professional life. And so I was encouraged when I was having these interviews with Internal Affairs. I was encouraged privately by a sergeant in administration that I should resign. You know, hey, you should resign so then you can get another job with another department and just put this behind you. And I'm like, no, I'm going to appeal this. No way. I don't agree with this. This isn't right. I didn't violate policy. I should still have my job. I want to continue my police career.
And you've been able to find other employment, as you said.
I have, thankfully.
And has that employment been lucrative or relative to your salary as a police officer?
Yes, it has.
So why do you want to go back to being a police officer?
I mean, albeit my new job with my new company, I'm making significantly more than I did with the police department. My base salary alone is more than double what I was making with the police department. But I'm not all about money. You know, I have what I need. I live well within my means, but it's not about the money. It's not about this prestigious job that I enjoy now, with great benefits and certainly a much better work schedule and bonuses and all kinds of things that that I never experienced at the Raleigh Police Department. But you know, I miss doing police investigations. I miss serving. I miss just the police culture. When, as Mr. Choi mentioned, you know, the police have kind of gotten a bad rap here for a little while. And I have always, even with this, I have not formed a sense of bitterness towards police in general. I'm not one of these people that are anti-law enforcement. As a matter of fact, I find myself very frequently discussing my law enforcement career, albeit ended extremely abruptly and short of the years of service that I had anticipated. I have been extremely in defense of law enforcement, extremely vocal since this occurred. I haven't, you know, did I take it personally? Well, yeah, it happened to me personally, but law enforcement on the whole, I still defend it completely. I completely disagree with what happened here and what happened to me, 110%. But you know, but I still appreciate law enforcement and the professionals that do it.
And you want to go back to doing?
I'd love to go back to do it. I never thought that I would be on the path that I'm on now.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Choi.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Rollins, you graduated from the Raleigh Police Department's 94th Academy class, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were trained on the department's Departmental Operating Instructions, otherwise known as DOIs, correct?
I received copies of them. Yes, sir.
And that would include Exhibits 14 and Exhibits 15 in the Black Notebook.
Yes, sir.
And at the time you went through the Raleigh Police Academy, you were not trained on the use of body-worn cameras, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall about when you received your body-worn camera?
It would have probably been the first couple months of 2019 or the latter part of 2018, as I best recall.
And at that time, were you provided with a copy of DOI 1109-18, which is Exhibit 4?
Yes, I believe I would have been.
And were you provided training on both the body-worn camera policy and the usage of the body-worn camera?
Yes, sir, as I best recall.
About 4 hours worth, is that right?
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds accurate. On how to use them and so forth.
During the police academy, were you trained on the types of reports required in various situations?
Yes.
Things like the incident report, use of force report, things of that nature?
Yes.
Were you trained on how to write those reports?
Somewhat, yes.
When you received your body-worn camera training, what reasons were you provided that supported using and activating your body-worn camera?
Primarily for documentation purposes. As you've previously discussed, there are allegations against officers with the public where individuals make a claim about what happened or what did not happen, and then the officer has an opportunity to make an allegation or to make a statement as to what occurred. And so the body cameras can be very beneficial for recording what did or did not occur.
And do you
Certainly not an exhaustive record, but they can be beneficial at times, as you've previously stated.
Do you believe that to be true?
I believe that to be true in certain instances, yes.
You were interviewed during the IA investigation on April 1st, 2019, is that correct?
I don't recall the date, but I trust the date.
I'm going to refer you to exhibit number 22 in the white notebook, which would be city's exhibit number 22.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that as being a transcript of the recorded statement that you gave to Internal Affairs on April 1st of 2019?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to read over that?
I have.
Were you given a copy of it?
I have.
Is it an accurate transcript of the interview that you gave during the IA investigation?
The copy that I received was accurate.
During your interview, you were asked about whether your body-worn camera may have been docked in your vehicle on March 2nd of 2019. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to refer you to page number 47 of Exhibit 22. First of all, do you recall who conducted your interview?
Lieutenant Fanny?
Do you see about a little over halfway down on page 47 of City's Exhibit number 22, it's Captain Finney now, then Lieutenant Finney asked, there's two questions of that. One, did you have it on? That's the first question. Did you have your body-worn camera on your person? And can you read your reply?
I said, on page 47 at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall if I had it on or if it was docked on there, because it's not uncommon for me to take it off while I'm inside my vehicle and put it on the dock. Either in the shift, it's probably, I don't know, 6 hours ago, maybe around midnight, I went to a call, and while on the call, the body camera died, dead, completely died, to the point where it couldn't record because it had no battery life.
Let me stop you there. In my transcript, it says earlier in the shift. The second sentence begins earlier in the shift. I believe you said either in the shift.
Sorry, earlier in the shift.
Okay. So, as I understand your response to then Lieutenant Finney, you were saying that your body-worn camera had completely died at approximately midnight, the prior midnight. Is that right?
I'd need to go back and review where we're at with this exhaustive interview. Those are the words that I've read, but I don't know exactly what I'm referring to because I need to go back into context of how we arrived at these. So it says earlier in the shift, it's probably, I don't know, 6 hours ago, maybe around midnight. But I was on day shift, so this is not referring to this incident. This is referring maybe to some other incident.
So, when he asked, did you have your body-worn camera on your person, what were you trying to say when you were referring to earlier in the shift where your camera had died?
Just based on the context of this interview, I don't know what I'm referring to here because I was on day shift and I had not been on the shift even 6 hours for it to have died. So this is probably some discussion about something else, unrelated. But I probably need to go back and read, several pages to determine what exactly the line of questioning he's using. Am I making sense? It doesn't, this portion of this interview doesn't appear to be referring to the incident why I'm here.
The question you were asked or your response?
You may want to ask Lieutenant Fanny what he was asking or what he was referring to, because I don't know exactly what he's referring to, because I would, the best of my ability, I would answer a question relative to the nature of that question. So I don't know where we are in this conversation where I would answer in that manner. Because it wasn't around midnight because I was on day shift. So I don't know where we were in this conversation that led me to answer in that way.
Well, let me ask you this, to the best of your recollection now, was there any problem with your body-worn camera battery on March 2nd of 2019?
No, not that I was aware of.
You've indicated or testified earlier that in light of the fact that you believed that you were simply trying to recover a stolen vehicle that was unoccupied, you did not believe that you would have any need to activate your camera and that the scene was stabilized, correct?
That's correct. Based on the information that Officer Ramsey had given me while driving there.
When you first encountered the subject in the vehicle, I believe his name was Payne,
Correct.
did you consider activating your body-worn camera at that time?
I did not.
Pursuant to DOI 1109-18, would that be a situation that would, where body-worn camera activation would be appropriate?
No.
Why is that?
Because you would not, I can, if you give me a moment, I can go back to the DOI, but the
Certainly.
DOI does not expressly say when you have an individual at gunpoint, you should then focus any of your effort on activating your body camera. I believe that the policy states something to the effect of when you are capable or when it is safe to do so or something of that manner. It is not reasonable for an officer, while giving verbal commands, waiting for emergency response, while having an individual at gunpoint, to then be distracted in any manner to locate their body-worn camera and to position it in a manner in which it would give great visual and audio record of the incident. As a matter of fact, I had positioned myself behind a vehicle and was hunched over. If I could stand quickly, I backtracked, stood up, and I had my gun like this and backtracked and got behind a car and was like this on the hood of a car. And so it's likely that the body camera, had I had it on and had I been recording, would have only captured the wheel or the engine block. It would have recorded my audio conversation that I had with the individual, but if I could ask Mr. Collins, do you recall the body-worn camera, what section was in here on the pages?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's exhibit number 4 in the black notebook.
Okay. It says on page 5 of 14 in here, it says, the body-worn camera shall be activated to record as soon as feasible during all contacts involving actual or potential violations of the law. And so I would suggest that when, I don't believe, there are few people, I see some law enforcement professionals in the room. there are few people in here, and there are few people generally who have ever found themselves in a situation where they had to utilize pointing a weapon at someone to detain them until you could get assistance. And I don't think that any of those people would think that it's feasible under those circumstances to begin locating their body camera on their person and turning it on and recording it in a manner that shows this incident in the best light. Thankfully, in this incident, you have myself who provided a summary of what occurred, and you have the individual that I ultimately arrested who could provide a summary of what occurred. And what I describe as the use of force at no point has ever been, there's never been an allegation that I used any more force or that I was unprofessional or that there was any injury or anything of that nature. So I would, to answer your question, on the whole, I don't think that it's feasible at that point to record. And as I've previously stated, there's no person that would have preferred to have this recorded because it would have documented my professional way in which I handled this, and that it did not escalate to something that could rise to something that would cause riots and, you know, an angry public.
So, if I understand you correctly, are you saying that while this is a situation that the DOI calls for to be recorded, under the circumstances you faced, it was not feasible?
You're saying that the DOI calls for this to be recorded. Yes, I agree that I do not believe that it was feasible for, at the time, presented with the facts and circumstances that I was presented with that morning based on the information I was provided by Officer Ramsey, as well as what appeared to be apparent when I pulled up, and the nature that I approached that vehicle to write down the VIN number. It was not feasible at the time when I encountered that individual. I immediately drew my weapon and found cover for myself, and radioed for help.
However, if it had been feasible, would you agree that this is a situation that the policy requires to be recorded?
If I was provided with information relative to an individual wanted for multiple felonies being inside of a stolen car, and I would have responded to that call based on that information from Officer Ramsey. So hypothetically, if Officer Ramsey called and said, hey, there's a guy who's wanted for multiple felonies inside of a stolen car, I need your help. Yes, at that point, it would be feasible for me to record it, and it would have been on my vehicle camera, it would have been on my body camera. But based on these circumstances, I agree with you, if that's what you're asking, that it was not feasible at that point.
So are you saying that the circumstance that made it unfeasible for you to activate your body-worn camera was the fact that you were surprised by circumstances which were not what you expected to encounter?
Yes, sir.
So would it be fair to say then that it is your belief that any situation where a law enforcement officer encounters something that they were not expecting does not need to be recorded?
Could you ask that question again? Is it my opinion that any? I would say no, because your use of the word any is problematic. I would say not any. I'd say that if a similar officer in my situation encountered this exact same situation, I would agree that it would not be feasible for them to activate their body-worn camera. And so I would say that no, the answer to that ultimately is no, because I don't want to go as far as to say any, if they are surprised by any. But you have to look at an officer with respect to the facts and circumstances that they are presented with. And so if they are surprised by anything, there are certain circumstances, of course, where they're an officer, it would be feasible for them to record. But this is a highly unique situation that I had never experienced before, of which there is training, but there is no true training to encounter. At no point have I ever gone to a Raleigh Police Training Academy and they said, okay, you've been told that there's nobody inside the car by an officer that you trust and that you've worked with previously. Now go up there and there's going to be a person inside of it. These circumstances were extremely unique.
You have made or provided a number of both written and oral statements describing the circumstances when you encountered pain, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to exhibit number 5 in the black notebook. And I believe you testified earlier that this packet of documents was the incident report and supplements relating to not just your encounter on March 2nd of 2019, but the entire car theft. Is that correct?
Yes, the first couple pages looks like an officer Loken wrote an offense incident report, and then several pages later, there are some supplements in here.
Going to the first page of your supplement, which I believe is the back of the second page, about halfway down, do you see a sentence or a paragraph that begins, "I was led to believe that the vehicle was abandoned and unoccupied"?
Yes.
Can you continue reading what you wrote there?
However, now standing next to the vehicle, I saw the movement of some unknown man. I took cover immediately and ultimately took the subject, later identified as Michael Amin Payne, into custody without incident. He had a blanket over top of him, and I do not know if he had been hiding or sleeping inside the vehicle.
Okay. And earlier, you had indicated in the original draft blue team report, which I believe was exhibit number 8, that the redacted portion all the way at the bottom says, "My sudden encounter with pain caused my hand to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs. Using my whole physical, visual, and mental faculties onto surviving this unknown threat, I was unable to activate my BWC." Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in your recorded statement, and rather than directing you to the exact testimony, why don't I just ask you if you recall responding to Internal Affairs and describing that as soon as I walked up to it, there's a head popped up behind in the back seat, so I drew my weapon, started backpedaling, got behind the car. Does that sound correct?
That sounds like an accurate description of what occurred.
I started giving verbal commands. He opened the door, had his hands up. He sort of slid his feet over. I got on the radio, said there's somebody in the car. When he stepped out, I guess he came forward a little bit, put his hands in the air outside of the car. I holstered, went up to him, and put him forward on the ground.
Yes.
So did the subject raise his hands even before he got out of the car?
Yes.
And then nobody was hurt. Nothing escalated past the point of, "Whoa, hey, who are you? Show me your hands." Boom, handcuffs.
No, nobody was hurt.
And then in the blue team report that was submitted following the revisions suggested by Sergeant Notch. I want to review how you described things there.
Where is that located?
I'm sorry, that's exhibit number 7.
Okay.
The third paragraph begins, "I exited my vehicle." Do you see that?
Yes.
And then halfway through that third paragraph, there's a sentence that begins, "The entirety of my focus was on the movement inside the vehicle, which was not visible." You see that?
In the third paragraph,
About
Where?
halfway down.
halfway down, I immediately drew my,
It's the very next sentence.
the entirety of my focus, yes.
So I'm going to read this. Let me know if I'm reading it correctly. I walked, let's see, "The entirety of my focus was on the movement inside the vehicle, which was not visible, as I walked backward and quickly positioned myself behind the engine block of a sedan parked next to the Dodge Caliber for cover. Both of my hands remained on my firearm until I briefly used my left hand to key up my radio to give my status and request units to respond. I was giving verbal commands for the subject, later identified as Michael Payne, to raise his hands in the air, open the car door, and exit the vehicle. Payne complied by putting his hands to the roof of the car and opening the rear door, but he did not exit the vehicle. He sat with the door open, facing out at me with his hands raised, repeatedly asking, 'What did I do?' I left cover and holstered my firearm as I approached Payne. I pulled Payne forward by the back of his shirt and placed him on the ground. I pressed down with my left hand on his shoulder. Payne was moving forward onto the ground under his own weight, but he rolled as he laid down onto his back. I told him to roll over as he spun onto his stomach. He brought his own hands behind his back, and I placed the handcuffs on him. Payne was rolling onto his stomach, and I was beginning to apply handcuffs as Officer Johnson, Willauer, and Hayes arrived and came to my aid. I was not injured. Payne was also not injured, and he did not make a complaint of pain. Is that correct?"
Yes.
So, you had been trained that officers don't always know what's going to happen when they encounter a situation, correct?
I have been, yes, I've been informed of that, sure. I've experienced it myself.
And on March 2nd of 2019, you were surprised by the presence of Payne.
Absolutely.
And I believe you indicated that initially he was attempting to hide under a blanket.
I didn't know exactly what he was doing. I don't know if he was trying to cover himself or what, but he may have been. I don't know exactly what he was doing, but that was the way I viewed it.
Did he attempt to flee from you at any point?
To run away?
Yes, sir.
No, he did not try to run away.
And you actually saw him before he began to exit the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I saw him inside the vehicle when I initially approached the vehicle.
And you were the one who initiated contact with him.
That's correct.
And before having to interact with him, you were able to reach a location of cover, correct?
Ask me that question again.
Before having to interact with Mr. Payne directly, you were able to reach a location of cover.
What do you mean by directly? Like visual contact?
Before you had to touch him, or before he could touch you.
Physically touch each other? He was inside the car and I was outside the vehicle.
Did he threaten you at any time?
With verbal threats or physical harm?
Either.
I do not recall, no. No, sir.
If he had threatened you at any time, isn't that something you would have put in either your incident report or in the use of force report?
Yes.
By virtue of the fact that there is no mention of any sort of threat in either the incident report or use of force report, would it be fair to assume that he did not threaten you at any time?
That's incorrect,
Why is that?
because he did not initially comply with my verbal commands. So the possibility, you're asking me about the possibilities of threats, and You're asking me if no threat was ever presented to me because he didn't run away or assault me or attempt to assault me. But what I have been trained on is that when people do not comply with verbal commands, that doesn't mean that there isn't a threat. You don't have to verbalize a threat to present a threat. And so to say that there is no threat just simply by the virtue of we weren't in physical contact, or that I was able to step back approximately 5 to 10 feet and get behind a car, doesn't mean that he doesn't present a threat. As a matter of fact, as recorded in this, there was a M&P BB gun that was located inside the car. And so, in my opinion, the threat was absolutely still real. Was I actively engaged in a physical altercation with him? No, I was not. But that is not to say that there wasn't a threat. There's history with this Raleigh Police Department where an individual believed that there was no threat, and that officer was shot in the back of the head by someone who was concealing a firearm. I have had multiple coworkers shot in the line of duty, assaulted myself in the line of duty. So to say that there is no threat would be well beyond anything I would ever feel comfortable saying, that there was no threat.
Did he verbalize any threat to you?
I don't recall. I don't recall exact conversation between the two of us, but I don't recall him specifically saying that he was going to harm me, and ultimately I wasn't.
Did he speak to you in an aggressive manner?
Yes.
And did you put that anywhere in your report?
No, I didn't.
In
Not that
any
I-
of your
not that I
reports?
recall. Not that I recall, no. He was extremely agitated. There is a note here, him saying, "What did I do?" He wasn't nicely saying, "Excuse me, Officer Rollins, may I ask, please, what did I do?" There was some yelling back and forth, like, "What did I do? What?" You know, that kind of thing. So he was agitated, but I didn't note that I didn't note that in this report.
And this BB pistol that you say was found, when did he ever point it at you?
He had it at his feet, but he never had it in his hand.
Did you ever see it prior to the search of the vehicle?
No.
So at the time, before actually getting Mr. Payne in handcuffs, you had not seen the BB pistol, is that right?
I had not, no.
So the BB pistol was not part of the threat that you felt?
Well, what I have been trained on and what I have personally experienced is that you don't know what is, until you can truly call a scene safe, you don't know. I mean, that's like asking, Officer Adams, who was shot in the back of the head by a person that he arrested, and said, "Well, you didn't see a gun, did you? So you must have not been under any threat." I mean, there are certain threats that unfortunately the psychology of law enforcement is we have to deal with from time to time, and it's become somewhat commonplace anymore, is that an officer can simply be sitting in their car and someone can pull up and start shooting at them. There are multiple recorded instances of officers being assaulted for no reason at all, just randomly. So I don't feel comfortable saying there is no threat at all until that individual has been completely searched, checked to make sure there's no weapon, totally, we've had officers who were shot by their own gun by someone who was in handcuffs. I mean, just to suggest that there absolutely is no threat ever, I think is beyond something I'm comfortable saying yes to.
So you're describing a number of situations. Are those from your training?
Yes.
So you're trained that officers should be prepared to basically expect the unexpected.
That's correct.
And is that how you approached this vehicle? Were you expecting the unexpected?
I was not.
Would you agree with me that if you had been expecting the unexpected, you would have been wearing your body camera?
Yes.
And that officers should expect the unexpected?
Yeah, I think you're going really, really far into all these ripples. You're saying that no matter what, every officer should expect the unexpected. I'm really uncomfortable saying no, yes to that, because
no officer can possibly ever expect all of the unexpected. The nature of the definition of unexpected is that you did not expect it. So for you to say that, well, why didn't you expect the unexpected? You've been trained to expect the unexpected, so therefore you should have recorded everything. That's extremely problematic. That's not reasonable for an officer who, you have to apply, in my opinion, I say not necessarily you, but this council has to apply some level of reasonableness to it. When I arrived, there was already an officer there for 30 minutes, standing by the car. So for me to say, oh, well, you know what, I should have expected the unexpected and recorded it anyways. Well, no, that's not reasonable. There's an officer right here and says, yeah, I'm with the car. I checked it out. There's nobody in it. I'd really like to go to bed. Get here as quick as you can, please. I think that that's extremely problematic to ask the line of questioning as, well, aren't you trained to expect the unexpected? Is anyone expecting someone to come in here shooting a gun right now? Like when we took a break, did anyone in here expect to encounter an armed man in the bathroom? I mean, if I were to tell you, hey, lunch is provided, and you walk out there and lunch is not provided, I said, well, you should have expected the unexpected. I mean, that's not reasonable. If a fellow officer tells you that there's nobody inside the car, it's reasonable to believe that there's no one inside the car. The car is completely surrounded by windows, and it's daylight.
So it would be unreasonable to expect that a vehicle that you had been told was unoccupied actually had someone in it.
Correct.
But it would be reasonable to expect that someone consistent with how you have described to Mr. Payne might suddenly present a physical threat to you.
Yes. There's multiple felonies, and so I would argue that someone who carjacks someone and steals and drives around a stolen car is more likely, or it's more reasonable to believe, that he could present a threat of injuring you than like helping, a nun across the street in broad daylight on Main Street in downtown.
And could that threat arise at any time during your encounter with him?
It could arise at any time until the scene is stabilized, I guess. If the individual is searched, handcuffs, no longer has access to wherever he may be storing a weapon or firearm, if he's placed inside of a police vehicle, I would say that that's obviously an extremely reduced incident of violence against an officer. However, I am personally familiar with incidents where officers have been overpowered even by someone inside their vehicle. There was an officer not long ago who had a person handcuffed inside the vehicle, and they were overpowered, and this person got away, and there was assault out in the woods off of the highway. So, unfortunately, what people choose to do and when, is completely outside of the control, and there has to be some level for an officer to say, hey, it's safe, I can trust this person, because an officer can't go around pointing a gun at everyone at all times, because anything could happen.
Was there any point during your encounter with Mr. Payne that it would have become feasible for you to activate a body-worn camera?
After he had been searched and placed in my vehicle, I would have been able to activate my body-worn camera.
But not before then?
Not based on the circumstances, based on policy of what I was told.
How about, well, let me ask you this. You said you did radio in your contact with Mr. Payne, correct?
I did.
And was that, what type of radio were you using?
The make and model, or what do you mean? The type
How
of radio?
does one operate the type of radio you were using?
You'll locate a mic to then speak into. You click the microphone.
So you took one hand off of your weapon to activate your microphone.
That's correct.
And So Mr. Payne was still presenting a potential threat until he had been handcuffed, searched, and placed in your vehicle, correct?
I'm saying that there's a threat, there's a possible threat. I mean, when you say potential, everyone has potential to cause harm. I mean, did I think that, you know, I felt like the scene was pretty well, you know, under control as my fellow officers began to arrive. You know, as to speak to the psychology of what I was thinking at the time, I was still going through this rush of emotions and adrenaline from being surprised by encountering him.
You were able to handcuff Mr. Payne by yourself, correct?
Officer Johnson assisted me. When Officer Johnson arrived, he kind of held an arm as I was placing the handcuffs.
You had already begun to handcuff Mr. Payne when Officer Johnson arrived, correct?
When Officer Johnson arrived, I holstered my weapon and grabbed my handcuffs. If that's what I'm saying here in my description of what occurred.
Again, I'm reading from Exhibit 7. In the fourth paragraph, on the, I guess it's the back of the first page, you say, "I left cover and holstered my firearm as I approached Payne."
Correct.
So you holstered your firearm as you approached Mr. Payne. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could you have activated your body-worn camera at that time?
I did not have my body-worn camera on my person.
If you had it on your person, could you have activated it at that time?
I don't think it would have been feasible because you're now going into an arrest situation. You're putting your gun away and you're getting handcuffed. You're keeping your eyes on this individual to make sure he doesn't make any sudden movements or reach for a weapon or get up and run. Again, I don't think it's feasible to then initiate your body-worn camera. You're still in the process of securing this person. He hasn't been searched. You don't know if he has a weapon. You don't know if he's going to stand up and assault you or fight you. You don't know if there's another person. This individual was not by himself when he carjacked this individual and stole this car. So there's a possibility that there's another person around. I didn't know.
But you felt comfortable enough to holster your weapon?
When Officer Johnson and the other officers arrived, yes, I did holster my weapon, and we all approached him, and I handcuffed him.
So
But to use the word comfortable, I would object to you using the word comfortable. It was now at a point where the security of the scene had reached a point where I now had multiple officers to assist me, and I was no longer alone.
So is the sequence of events as you described in Exhibit number 7 incorrect?
No, it's not incorrect. I don't understand what leads you to believe that it's incorrect.
Well, again, reading the fourth paragraph, I left cover
Correct.
and holstered my weapon as I approached Payne. I pulled Payne forward by the back of his shirt and placed him on the ground.
Mhm.
So at that point, you're actually touching Mr. Payne without your weapon.
Correct.
I pressed down with my left hand on his shoulder. Payne was moving forward onto the ground under his own weight, but he rolled as he laid onto his back. I told him to roll over as he spun onto his stomach. He brought his own hands behind his back, and I placed the handcuffs on him.
Correct.
Payne was rolling onto his stomach, and I was beginning to apply handcuffs as Officer Johnson, Willauer, and Hayes arrived and came to my aid.
Right. So when I say arrived, it's not they weren't in their car far away. We were all approaching him. Does that make sense?
So if someone were to read this and believe that you leaving cover, holstering your weapon, approaching Payne, placing him on the ground, rolling him over, and beginning to apply handcuffs all occurred prior to Officer Johnson, Willauer, and Hayes arriving, that would be incorrect.
Ask me that one more time.
Well, what I'm saying is that in reading this, it sounds like you left cover, holstered your weapon, approached Payne, pulled Payne forward, placed him on the ground, placed your left hand on him, rolled him over, and began to apply handcuffs before Officer Johnson, Willauer, and Hayes arrived.
That's not correct. They were on scene. They had pulled up, and when they pulled up, I could hear their sirens in the distance, and they came around the corner, and here comes these vehicles, and as they exited their vehicles and started coming up, that's when we kind of all started walking towards him. I did put my hands on Mr. Payne first, but Officer Johnson again assisted me in this process.
Is it your contention that
This isn't an inaccurate depiction. It just I just didn't word it necessarily in the way that I could understand someone reading it and presenting it in that manner.
is it your contention that at no point in the sequence was it feasible to activate your body-worn camera?
Yes. But again, I didn't have my body-worn camera.
Right. I'm going to refer you to exhibit number 8.
In the black book?
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I believe you testified that the red pen marking was applied by then Sergeant Notch. The black handwriting is your handwriting, and that the black Sharpie was your Sharpie, correct?
Yes.
And were you using your Sharpie while you were meeting with Sergeant Notch?
No, but I was taking notes.
And is redacting a report with a Sharpie marker consistent with your training?
The use in Exhibit 9, the word that it says Major T.S. Jordan tasked me with reviewing a document that had been redacted. The use of the word redacted is extremely problematic because this document had not been redacted. At no point was this document redacted because I provided this document to the Raleigh Police Department. As a matter of fact, I provided it to the individual who then told me to edit it. And as you can see here from this document, that it was not truly redacted because we know what was said. I know what I wrote. Sergeant Notch knows what I wrote. It was saved in a database. To suggest that you submit something electronically and then so I type a blue team report and I submit it electronically, and just please do your best. Sometimes I don't do the best job of explaining myself. I want this to be clear, so I hope that I can explain this well. I typed a blue team report and submitted it electronically. I no longer have access to that to edit it or redact it or remove it or anything like that. It goes to Sergeant Notch. Sergeant Notch gets this document and prints off copies, physical copies of it. But Sergeant Notch still has an electronic copy in the database. For anyone that has access to it, they have a copy. So when he provides me a printed copy of what's saved electronically and puts notes on it, and I put notes on it, and I mark through it, and at a later date, as I've previously testified with Mr. Collins' questioning, at a later date he called me and said, hey, do you still have that printed copy that I gave you? This is like a week later. And I said, I don't think so, I might. I can look for it. He's like, well, if you find it, would you return it to me? I'm like, sure, I'll look for it. So I brought it back. So to use the term redacted is to automatically suggest that there was some nefarious intent. This is a document that I presented to him, so I would suggest that I never redacted it. Did I mark through it? Yes, I marked through it.
Well, let me ask it in a different way then. Is marking through text on a report consistent with your training?
You wouldn't submit a handwritten report. It's electronic. So you can't actually mark through. So the nature of me marking through something and taking notes and modifying this document is no different than if you were typing it and saying, and deleting something and then rewriting it and rephrasing it in a different way. I submitted this document knowing that there was a possibility and maybe even a likelihood that it would go up the chain and be returned to me to modify some certain things. But me making notes or marking through something on a printed piece of paper in something that I submitted electronically is not inconsistent with it.
Were you ever, during your police academy training, which covered the manner of writing official reports, do you recall having any training regarding how one should make corrections or editorial marks on a piece of paper with a pen?
On a, you asked me on an official report? Reports aren't submitted in the way that you're describing.
Were you ever given any instruction during your police academy training on how to make editorial marks on a piece of paper with a pen?
No, I don't recall receiving any training of that manner with the Raleigh Police Department.
Were you ever given any training during your time with the Raleigh Police Academy on how to indicate that text should be deleted from a document?
How text should be no, I don't recall that training.
You provided several statements, both orally and in writing, regarding the status of your body-worn camera at the time that you encountered pain. As we discussed earlier, the text that was recovered by then Sergeant, now Lieutenant Brin in Exhibit 9 under number 6. That was the text that's under the black magic marker on the first page of Exhibit 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did Lieutenant Brin accurately recover that information under number 6?
Yes, I believe so.
So, and in your initial draft use of force report that you submitted to your sergeant, then Sergeant Notch, you indicated that essentially your hands and your mind and your eyes were so occupied that you were unable to activate your body-worn camera, correct?
That's correct, that I was unable to initiate my body-worn camera because of the nature of the incident.
But not because you did not have it on your person.
That's correct. I did not write that in my report.
And then Exhibit 10 in the black notebook is the memorandum that Lieutenant Notch, or then Sergeant Notch, asked you to draft and in order to explain why there was no body-worn camera reporting, correct?
Yes, something like that.
And in that document, let's see, looking at the last paragraph, about 1/3 of the way down, you wrote, "To the best of my recollection, my BWC was either situated on my duty belt using the department-issued belt clip or charging on the docking station in my police vehicle at the time I would unknowingly encounter pain," correct?
Correct.
So at that time, you did not know whether you were wearing your body-worn camera or not.
At that point, I started doubting. I started being, confused about where it was. Certainly, I had my body-worn camera earlier in the morning because I got it from the docking station. But I made it very clear to Sergeant Notch immediately that there was not going to be a recording of this incident. I believed that I had my body-worn camera on my person. It was later determined and I don't object to this, that I did not. But at the time, I thought I had my body-worn camera on me, and I knew that I had not activated it because of the nature of it.
Did you-
I'm not disputing that.
When did you learn or become convinced that you had not been wearing your body-worn camera when you encountered Payne on March 2nd of 2019?
During an internal affairs interview, I was presented with a picture of me not having my body camera on.
Was that the interview that was conducted on, I believe it was it April 1st?
No, I believe it was the second interview that I had with Lieutenant Fanny. I remember some discussion because he presented me with some pictures, and I recall having not seen those before.
I thought you testified earlier that Sergeant Notch showed you photographs when he met with you showing that you did not have your body-worn camera on.
No, sir.
Okay.
The pictures that Sergeant Notch had, have never seen them. I never received those.
The ones that he took.
The ones that he took, I have never seen those.
And that would
Until
be
the only time the only time that I saw those photos were during the course of this internal affairs investigation. It was only at that point that I had seen those photos.
At any point prior to the internal affairs investigation, did you tell anyone that your camera was docked in your car at the time of your encounter with Payne?
I wrote in this memo that I thought it was on my person, but it may have been docked. As a matter of fact, I asked Sergeant Notch that day if he would review. I said that Officer Johnson was the first one there. He helped me with taking the guy into custody. I asked him, would you please review the video to determine if I had it on or not? And he said that he had reviewed it and that it was inconclusive. So even at that point, I still didn't know if I had had it on my person or if I had had it docked. But I knew that I had not recorded it because the use of the term on when referring to the body camera, when I say I knew I didn't have it on, what I'm saying is I knew that I wasn't recording.
At any point prior to the internal affairs investigation, did you tell anyone that the body-worn camera was in your car at the time of your encounter with Mr. Payne?
I remember multiple conversations about I thought I had it on my belt. It may have been in the car, docked in the car. That was the nature of the conversation. But I never definitively recalled if I had it on my belt or not. I know at some point earlier in that morning, and not a long time before this incident happened, only based on something that I saw again from internal affairs, where someone had gone in and looked at the time frames when it was docked and when it was removed and so forth, and it showed a period of time where it had been docked inside my vehicle. But for it to get inside my vehicle, I would have had to remove it from the station. So I knew that I had it earlier, and I mistakenly thought that it was still on me, but at some point I must have removed it and put it on the dock. I know this is extremely critical, but I don't see this any different than anyone walking outside their house and forgetting their car keys. Oh gosh, I thought I had it in my pocket. I guess I didn't. Now I'm locked out. I mean, there are times when you think you thought you had something, but you didn't. And that is, I didn't see this in any other way. What this has been made to appear is that there's this huge cover-up, and if there was a huge cover-up, I could have simply just told Sergeant Notch I never pointed a gun at him, and it never would have been a blue team. I mean, I would have said, "Oh yeah, I had it at the low ready. I never pointed at him." That, what you're referring to as a document, or what has been referred to as a document that I redacted. Why do they have that document? Well, because I gave it back to them. They asked for it, and I gave it back. I mean, why wouldn't I just say, oh, sorry, I don't have it, and just throw it in the trash? I mean, if there was this huge cover-up, why do you have the document? And so if you're asking me, did I ever make a statement to anyone if I had the body-worn camera docked? I made multiple statements multiple times that I thought I had the body-worn camera on my person, but the more this idea gets kicked around, maybe I did take it off and put it in the docking station. Regardless, I know that it wasn't recorded. And the blue team report is to document the level of force. And at no point is anyone arguing that I used excessive force or that I acted in any sort of manner that wasn't consistent with keeping myself safe and only using the force necessary to effect the arrest.
You understand, do you not, that DOIs, the departmental operating instructions, are direct orders from the police department command staff, correct?
That's correct.
And DOI 1109-18, dealing with body-worn cameras, which is exhibit number 4, does state, officers assigned a BWC will wear it on the front of the uniform in a manner that provides a view from the officer's perspective, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledge that you were not, in fact, wearing your body-worn camera.
That's correct, because at the time, I was simply walking up to the car to write down the VIN number. So in that circumstance, that would not require me to have been wearing the body camera forward-facing and recording.
Does it say anywhere in the procedure in DOI 1109-18 that the body-worn camera need not be worn unless a recordable incident is anticipated?
Well, it names when it should be activated. I should have said activated.
And in order to activate it, you must be wearing it, correct?
Which I was not for those brief moments when I exited my vehicle to get the VIN number.
And when it says officers assigned a BWC will wear it on the front of the uniform in a manner that provides a view from the officer's perspective, is there any exception to what the policy requires in terms of wearing the body-worn camera?
Yes, there are.
And where's that?
There are exceptions to wearing the body-worn camera, like you wouldn't want to record a strip search.
Well, we're not talking about activation, we're talking about wearing.
You would not want to.
Are there?
Well, I'm not sure. I would have to refamiliarize myself with the key points that you're asking in policy, but I'm not specifically at this time aware of an incident where you wouldn't wear a body-worn camera, physically have it attached to your person.
So while there might be,
it's advisable, and you've asked me quite a bit about training and discussion and so forth. I have been specifically told that there are certain incidents where you should not have your body-worn camera, and that is to be not physically attached to your person, that you're actually physically separated from your body-worn camera. Those would be circumstances like using the restroom or having a private conversation, regarding your health or something like that. So there are certainly instances where you would physically separate yourself from the body-worn camera. This is not one of those circumstances.
you would agree that you should have been wearing your body-worn camera?
I would agree that I wish that I had had it on.
Oh, well, my question is a little bit different. Under DOI 110,
Yes, I wish that I had it on, for sure. I agree.
Would you agree that 1109-18 mandates that you should have had it on?
Yes.
And that's aside from activation, of course. I know you're saying that activation was not feasible, but you would agree that you should have at least had it on.
Well, upon exiting the vehicle, I should have removed it from the dock and put it on. Yes. There are certain circumstances that an officer, could encounter where it's not feasible or reasonable for them to put the body-worn camera on upon exiting, like if there's, if someone's shooting at you or if there's something where you need to immediately flee the vehicle. But in this circumstance, as it relates to me, upon exiting the vehicle to go write down the VIN number, I should have just briefly grabbed it, even though, again, based on policy here, it would not have risen to the level of activating it.
You would agree that, though, that the first step in activating your body-worn camera is actually having it with you, correct?
Having it on my person,
Correct?
correct.
Had it been a slow morning up until Officer Ramsey's call?
It had been, not a whole lot noteworthy to happen.
Had you had any calls up until Officer Ramsey telephoned you?
I don't believe so.
Were there any other incidents in the past where you had received any sort of counseling or discipline with respect to failing to properly document a use of force?
Yes,
And when was that?
in 2010.
Are you referring to the disciplinary action form you received in September of 2011?
Yes.
And if you'll turn to page 46 of the white notebook, I'm sorry, exhibit 46 of the white notebook. Is that the document that you had in mind?
Yes.
And what were the facts of that?
Would you like me to read this paragraph?
Please.
Okay. It states, this is written by Lieutenant Carswell. On 9/11/2010, you were involved in the arrest of an individual for disorderly conduct. The uncooperative suspect was taken to the ground in order to effect the arrest. You failed to notify a supervisor and complete a use of force report as required by departmental policy. As per RPD DOI 1108-1, taking a suspect to the ground in order to complete an arrest will require a use of force complaint of injury report. In fact, you completely failed to document anything regarding your encounter with this individual. Continued activity of this type will result in further disciplinary action up to and including termination.
When Lieutenant Carswell wrote, in fact, you completely failed to document anything regarding your encounter with this individual, do you know what he's referring to?
I did not complete a use of force report.
Had you completed an incident report?
No.
So you completed none of the required reports after taking the subject to the ground?
It's not uncommon we're going back, 12, 13 years. It was not uncommon at that time, if making an arrest for disorderly conduct, that you would not complete an incident report.
Not uncommon for you, or not uncommon for everyone?
The department on the whole. If you were to charge someone with disorderly conduct, it was not uncommon for you not to complete a written report.
Did you have any other incidents involving?
Now you've had me read this disciplinary action. I did appeal this. I disagreed with some, not all, but some of this. Like in here it says, now at the time I was a brand new officer. I had just gotten off of field training and was riding by myself. This happened in the first couple of months after the academy. It says, you failed to notify a supervisor and complete a use or force report as required by departmental policy. That is not a correct statement. This disciplinary form is not correct. As a matter of fact, Captain Kennan, who was the watch commander, was there when this occurred. And Mr. Hunt, you may recall this. I don't know if you recall this. You represented the city during this incident. Captain Kennan was interviewed by Internal Affairs, and he did not remember. Although myself and Officer Bedford, the other officer that was with me, remembered Captain Kennan actually being there when it occurred. And so this turned into sort of an opportunity for, if you're the watch commander and you observed something that leads to the level of a use of force, if we want to look at this disciplinary action form in particular, it's probably important to note at that time a supervisor was not only notified, a supervisor, the watch commander for the entire city of Raleigh, was there when it occurred, and the watch commander who observed this also did not complete an incident report, also did not provide a supplement to a blue team report, also did not take photographs of any injuries that occurred by any of the officers, also did not take witness statements and so forth. So yes, I did receive discipline for that.
So was your appeal successful based on all that?
My appeal was not successful.
Have you been counseled or disciplined on any other occasion prior to March 2nd, 2019 for failing to record something that you should have recorded?
As Mr. Collins and I previously discussed, there was 2 instances where I received verbal counseling from Sergeant Notch relative to one individual who was having sexual intercourse inside of a car where I did not record it, and another incident where an individual made a false accusation against me saying that I was rude or failed to provide my information. And so on those 2 instances, I was counseled by Sergeant Notch to make sure that you wear your body camera. But officers are often counseled to wear their body camera. This was, especially at this time, as you've previously stated and I've previously stated, at this time body-worn cameras were a very new thing. And there was an adjustment for officers who had been on patrol for several years who had never experienced it. And so there was trainings about how to use the body-worn camera and when to use it and so forth. Those trainings were certainly not exhaustive. There was a 4-hour training where we talked about how they operate and things like that. It was again, a kind of a new thing, and so officers were often being reminded. And we were discussing openly about how it would be nice when certain circumstances occurred to have had that recorded. And certainly if there's an allegation of me being rude, as it was with me in this prior verbal counseling, it certainly would have been nice to have had the body-worn camera record the fact that I was not rude and that, no, I did not provide my name and code number because there wasn't any direct conversation between me and this lady as it relates to her requesting those things. So would it have been beneficiary to Sergeant Notch to go back and review the video had there been video? Absolutely. He would have clearly been able to see that I was polite. I explained that we were towing a motorcycle. But again, you get into you can get down this road and say, you know, well, gosh, why didn't you record it? You should have recorded it. That would have been very beneficial. Well, at the time, based on those circumstances, you don't think that someone's going to make a false accusation against you. So to answer your question, yes, I have been spoken to, just like the entire rest of the police department has been spoken to about, you know, wear your body camera within policy, wear it as often, even if you don't need it. There could be an incident that later might help you, but you simply just don't know. And I recognize that. I'm not a Pollyanna about this. You know, there's certain circumstances where it sure would have been nice to have body camera. and it simply wasn't recorded. So, and I recognize the fact that, and I would ask the audience here to recognize the fact that and as I've previously stated, I would have loved to have had body-worn camera of this. I would have loved to go back for this entire incident to change completely, that Officer Ramsey would have located someone inside the car, and that I would have had all of the information possible for me to evaluate what I needed to do and when. But based on the information that I had, the observations by this previous officer, I was simply stepping out of the vehicle to write down the VIN number. There is no way that anyone could have ever reasonably anticipated finding that there was actually a person inside the car, especially after this other officer had already inspected it.
Aside from those two, and those incidents occurred prior to March 2nd of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And other than those two prior incidents where you were counseled for failing to, in one instance, failing to wear your body-worn camera, and in another instance for failing to activate it, have you ever received any other discipline for failing to record something that you were supposed to record?
This document that you referred to that occurred in 2010.
Is that the only other time?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
Let me refer you to exhibit number 45 in the white notebook. Can you tell me what this document is?
This is an incident where I was transporting a serial robbery suspect to jail for multiple felonies, where he had been robbing gas stations all over Raleigh, Wake County, Garner, Cary, and some incidents as well as in Durham. And there was an individual who passed me traveling over 100 miles an hour. And so I initiated a traffic stop, and I failed to record the traffic stop with ECC via the radio. So I did not get on the radio and notify emergency communications of the traffic stop. But there is a record of the traffic stop, which I initiated on my MCT.
And you indicated that you were, while transporting a prisoner, you initiated a traffic stop of a vehicle going over 100 miles an hour.
Correct. That vehicle was going over 100 miles an hour.
Were you able to stop it?
That vehicle did slow down and stop for me.
And did you write them a speeding ticket?
I did not.
It says you just gave them a verbal warning
I gave them a verbal warning, that's correct.
for traveling over 100 miles an hour.
Correct.
And this was while you had a prisoner in the back of your vehicle.
That's correct.
And the council record indicates that you failed to recognize the inherent dangers with high-speed operations of a patrol vehicle while transporting a prisoner. The criminal offense of speeding does not outweigh the dangers of operating a vehicle at such a high speed with a handcuffed prisoner in the rear of the vehicle. It refers to DOI 1106-05.
Correct. So there's a counseling record. This is a counseling record. I was counseled. And so what happened here was I was transporting an armed robbery suspect to jail, and someone passed me going over 100 miles an hour, and I was counseled to have not stopped that car. You recognize that the Raleigh Police Department told me not to stop that car. That was the directive that they gave me, is that I actually did not recognize the inherent dangers of high-speed operations. So I created an unsafe incident because it says that speeding does not outweigh the dangers of operating a vehicle at such a high speed.
With a handcuffed prisoner in the rear.
And again, we can get into, so this document is a counseling record, which is technically a form of discipline, yes. But an officer, I was told specifically that I should have not conducted a traffic stop of a car going over 100 miles an hour. And I asked the question, what if this car crashed into a bus full of nuns? What if this car ran over little Johnny crossing the street to go pick up his ball? And I just don't think that we should live in a world where officers don't take action. Just because I had a prisoner in the back of my vehicle, I am operating safely. I am situated in a police vehicle with my seatbelt on. My prisoner is in the back seat of the same police vehicle with a seatbelt on. And this car passed me going more than 40 miles an hour over the speed limit. And so I thought it was pretty reasonable for me to turn on my blue lights and have them slow down. That seems like a pretty reasonable thing that the Raleigh Police Department would do.
So
Instead, I received punishment because I didn't recognize the inherent dangers of a high-speed operation. And so,
while transporting a prisoner, is what it says. Were you exposing your prisoner to additional danger? Isn't that the point of this?
in my opinion, I did not expose my prisoner to any danger. My prisoner was inside the vehicle of which I was safely operating. And so the fact of this vehicle traveling so fast presented an extremely dangerous potentially dangerous, as well as actually dangerous. I'm trying to think of a word here. Thing to the public. This could have been extremely. This could have led to all kinds of property damage, as well as injury, even up into death at those speeds. And so I made a judgment call to tell someone to slow down who was going over 100 miles an hour, and I received punishment for it, which, as you can tell, I disagreed with. I think it's reasonable for an officer who observes a car going over 100 miles an hour to take whatever steps necessary to get them to slow down. And because you have to ask the question, well, I clearly, what's being said here is that I didn't recognize the inherent dangers of a high-speed operation. Well, what about recognizing the obvious and apparent dangers that this person is presenting? Do I just not take action because I have someone in the back of my car? Well, so I turned on my blue lights. They slowed down immediately. I told them to slow down, and then I continued taking this individual to jail. And so I simply, you've asked me, so I simply wanted you to understand the nature of this is that I thought I was protecting the public, and I got in trouble for not recognizing the inherent dangers of high-speed operations. I think, even to this day, I think I did the right thing by stopping someone going that fast, that recklessly, on a public street or highway in just off of multiple residential areas, business areas. I mean, because you have to step back and say, okay, well, what if Officer Rollins didn't stop this person and they crashed their car and they killed themselves and killed his family? Someone might ask, well, why didn't you pull the car over? Well, I had this person in the back of the car, and I was operating the vehicle. I was trained to drive. I was trained to drive safely. And so when he passed me, I was frankly extremely surprised that he just passed me in a marked police vehicle. So I cut my blue lights on. He pulled over. I said, buddy, you got to slow down. This is crazy. This is very dangerous. And so I didn't anticipate getting a counseling record for that. Was I disciplined? Yes. I received discipline. It's right here, in black and white on a piece of paper. But
Well, in addition to being disciplined for endangering your prisoner, you were also.
I don't believe that I endangered my prisoner. That's the phraseology that was recorded here. But I presented no more danger to that person than I think that the person did who was driving over 100 miles an hour.
Well, let me rephrase that then. The counseling record reflects that not
Yes, sir.
only did you endanger a prisoner, but you also failed to call in the traffic stop, and you failed to record the stop on your wireless microphone as is required by policy.
That's correct. I entered it into my MCT rather than calling it out on the radio. But it was recorded. I just didn't do it over the radio.
Did you record it on a microphone?
I did not record it on a microphone.
And that was also a violation of the body-worn cameras and mobile video recording policy, correct?
Well, there's some comment in here and says that there was also no audio on the reviewed video from the wireless microphone. So I don't know if is it written here? Yes. As to the no audio, I don't know why there isn't audio. Because when you initiate your emergency equipment, your microphone is supposed to immediately start recording. So I don't know why there's no audio.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about, it was this body-worn camera counseling that you received on February 25th of 2019, which is Exhibit 12 in the Black Notebook. That was just 6 days prior to your encounter with Mr. Payne, correct?
Exhibit 12?
Yes, Exhibit 12.
Yes, it was approximately 1 week prior.
And on that instance, due to the nature of what you were doing, you did not anticipate that anything would happen that might need to be recorded, correct?
No, I could have anticipated that something of value would be recorded, but because of the nature of what was occurring, I did not record it.
The nature of towing the vehicle?
Of them having sex inside of a car.
No, sir. This has to do with the abandoned vehicle being towed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. In this particular incident, no, I didn't feel like it was appropriate to record it. It wasn't required by policy. I had previously posted an orange sticker on a vehicle that was not registered and had not been registered for several years. I had no interaction with the public whatsoever. I pulled over to the side of the road, saw that the vehicle was still there, and called a tow truck. So I didn't have any interaction with the public.
In other words, you did not anticipate any need to record anything under the policy.
Yes, that's correct.
However, something came up when the vehicle's owner came out and confronted you verbally.
No, the vehicle's owner did not come out. An individual came out and apparently thought that I had a bad attitude and was a condescending tone towards her, which did not occur. So what you're asking me is, should I have recorded something that didn't occur? That's this, as described here, there's an allegation which is false against me for having a bad attitude, condescending tone. This is not accurate.
So are you saying that if an allegation is not accurate, it's not necessary to record it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: you're asking me about this particular incident, and this particular incident, I was in my vehicle towing a car, and so that's not something that would be recorded because there's no interaction with the public.
In retrospect, don't you wish that this incident had been recorded?
Yeah, I guess it would have been beneficial to Sergeant Notch, who would have been able to immediately determine that I didn't, fail to provide my name or code number, that I didn't say that she had a bad attitude, or I didn't have a bad attitude, and that I didn't have a condescending tone.
And what I'm saying is that you did not have your camera on because you did not think that anything would happen that actually would have to be recorded under the policy. All you were doing was towing a car.
Could you clarify, when you say on, we get in that thing?
I'm sorry, you were not wearing your camera because you did not anticipate anything happening that would require you to activate your camera.
As to me not wearing my camera, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. You've asked me a series of questions. Let's see here. Let me read the last sentence here. It says that he is reminded of the importance of wearing the camera at all times for instances such as this altercation. What the statement is there.
Read the sentence before that.
It says Officer Rollins has been issued a body-worn camera, but did not have the camera on him at the time of the incident. I did have a body-worn camera on me, but it's not recorded because it didn't rise to that level. And so what he's recommending is that in this verbal counsel, he's recommending that I be reminded of the importance of wearing the camera at all times for instances such as this altercation. But this incident wasn't an altercation as depicted by the initial complainant, whoever this person was.
Mr. Joy, how much more time do you think you're going to?
This is really my last question.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get
Okay.
an answer to it. And you said that in retrospect you wish you had been wearing your camera because at least it would have made it easier for Sergeant Notch to determine that you had acted properly.
To have been recording this incident, sure,
And
because it would have painted me. It would have been easy to quickly determine that I didn't have a bad attitude and that I didn't fail to provide my name and code number.
and wouldn't that be why he reminded you of the importance of wearing the camera at all times for instances such as this altercation?
So this is a verbal counseling. This is a written record of a verbal counseling, and among some of the other things that were discussed as it relates to this, he said things like, "Look, I understand that there are going to be false accusations. I don't believe this person, but you should generally, wear your body-worn camera and record, even if you don't think X, Y, and Z." So if someone makes a false accusation against them and to sit here and say, well, I wish I would have recorded it so that I could quickly exonerate myself, I just, to answer your question, yes, I wish it was recorded. But what occurred is not an accurate depiction of what occurred. What is recorded is not an accurate depiction of what occurred. And so, yes, it would have been beneficial to have it recorded and to quickly refer to me, but what I haven't seen here is some I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm simply just trying to answer your question the best I can. Is that this was a false accusation against me, and certainly there have been many false accusations against so many officers. And would it have been beneficial to have it recorded? Absolutely, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it did or did not occur. Just from a standpoint of exonerating the officer. Would it have been beneficial for Sergeant Knotts just to have been able to quickly refer to it and quickly see, hey, Rollins was polite, was cooperative, was professional, didn't have a bad attitude. As a matter of fact, he was just there towing a car, but that's not what occurred. So,
That's all I have.
you know,
Thank
there's a lot
you.
of what ifs.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. Do commissioners have questions for Mr. Rollins?
Just a couple. I'll be really fast. Okay, so just understanding on that day, at the time you testified that you didn't know whether you had worn the camera but just not activated it or left it in the car when you were actually apprehending Mr. Payne.
That's correct. I made that statement multiple times to my supervisor, my direct supervisor, as well as other officers, that I thought that I had it on. I knew that I had not. Let me back up. I thought that I was wearing it.
Yeah, I remember the explanation.
Yeah, I knew that I didn't. I knew that I wasn't recording. I thought that I had it on, but it may have been docked inside my vehicle. But at the time, I believed that I had it on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say, it might be good to never say have it on. It was either wearing it or activate.
Totally, and I understand that. I was just making sure that, just to be very clear, at the time you weren't sure. Later on in the day, you went back to the precinct and you were writing your blue team report, right?
Correct.
And that was the same day you had the picture taken.
That's correct.
And in that picture, you had the camera on, right?
Correct.
So the camera was on the cradle in the car, and at some point in between the incident in the morning and when you were writing the report, you took the camera out of the cradle, right?
Correct.
Did that not inform your recollection at the time of whether you had the camera on during the incident, since you had to have physically moved the camera after the incident to put it on your person?
It wasn't something that I really thought about. Had I been hyper focused on the location of the camera at the time, it probably would have. But because of the nature of what occurred, I was still kind of processing what happened. I was still sort of in a state of shock. At a later point, I felt confident, that I had it on earlier that morning. But I then began to start doubting myself. And wondering, well, did I have it docked? And that's why I notated in my report that I either had it on my person, to the best of my recollection, or if it was docked inside the vehicle.
When you say report, you mean your memo?
Sorry, my memo.
Yeah.
My memo. And so, I'm simply saying that I thought that I was wearing it, that I had it on my belt, and that there was no attempt to cover it up or anything like that. But at a later time, I went to the station and did ultimately dock the camera back at the docking station. But it didn't really jog my memory as to the location of it, no.
And just a different topic entirely. Did I understand you to concede that you should have had it on at the time of the incident? By should have, let me be more clear, that the policy requires you to have been wearing it at the time that you were going to check the VIN number?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was not in compliance with the policy to not have it on at
Correct.
the time? Okay. And by that, I mean wearing it, not turning it. Do you concede that it was against the policy to not have activated a camera during this incident?
No, I do not. I believe that if it were any other circumstance, like if Officer Ramsey was already recording and had this guy at gunpoint or something like that, I certainly would have donned the camera and been recording. But during from what I was presented initially throughout the point of when this individual was searched and handcuffed, I don't believe that it was feasible for me to have activated the camera.
And then just help me understand a little bit more about how charging works with the cameras. I think I heard testimony at some point. They don't last the whole shift.
They do not.
And so does that mean you effectively, regardless of whether the policy requires it to be worn all the time, you can't wear it all the time? Is that accurate?
The docking station serves two purposes. One for downloading, and then it also, when you get, at that time, they may have changed it now, it's been a couple years, but when you got kind of close to these different locations in the city, it would download it when you got in close proximity to these sensors. But officers would frequently remove them because the docking station also charged them. So I would feel very safe in saying that every single officer has taken off their body camera at different points. And it's not just that they've gone to the station, taken it off, gone right in, and gotten another one that's fully charged. It's not uncommon for you to take it off and put it in there and let it charge.
Gotcha. And then one last thing, and then I will be done. I heard all of your explanation about the edits on the handwritten edits on the original Blue Team report. What's the deal with using Sharpie? Just help me understand like why those lines are marked out with a Sharpie and sort of, I know I get the sensitivity around the word redacted, but like they're like very blacked out. Like why? Like why was it edited that way, not just crossed out with a pen or something?
Well, first off, I never thought that I would need to return this document. But I had it at the house, and was working on my reports and typing and stuff like that. I had a take-home police car, so I would take it to my house, and so I would disconnect my computer and often work on reports and things like that from the house. And so I didn't say like, oh, let me go grab a Sharpie in particular. It was just that I went to like a little cupboard and there was a Sharpie, so I just marked through it.
But the black pen is yours also, right? The writing on here that's in black pen. It's Exhibit 8 if you need to look at it.
Yeah.
You had a pen and a Sharpie while you were editing it?
No. The markings on there, some of them were from in the office with Sergeant Notch, and then some were later. Those were not chronologically.
Clarify that. Which were earlier? And I know it's 3 years ago. I recognize that, but there's three kinds of markings in here. There's Sharpie, blacking things out. There's black pen handwriting, and then there's red pen. I understand the red pen to be Sergeant Notch.
Yeah, and I don't recall exactly if some of the black markings were Sergeant Notch's like notes or something like that. I don't recall exactly.
Can you look at it and just tell me?
Yeah,
that your
which one was it?
It's Exhibit 8 in the black binder. I guess what I'm trying to get at is the black handwriting. Whose is it, and when was it done?
That looks like my handwriting.
And when, like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, was that done when you were with Sergeant Notch?
Some of it was done when I was with Sergeant Notch.
And
some of it was done later.
And the Sharpie, where was that done?
Done later.
Done later.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
I took this document. I took this document with me. I didn't think that I needed to preserve this document, and certainly, you know, with the Sharpie, if you will, it kind of looks bad, right? I mean, I admit it kind of looks bad. But the thing is they have this is a physical copy of an electronically submitted document.
I understood all that from your testimony earlier,
So,
for sure.
you know, when they said, oh gosh, look, you marked all this stuff out, and then the comment about, hey, I'm Major T.S. Jordan, I'm going to task Sergeant Brin with reviewing this document and recovering all of these redacted comments. Well, if you want to know what's written, it's right there in the database.
Understood.
Or you could have just called me and I would tell you what I wrote. And Sergeant Notch was certainly familiar with what I wrote initially. Like, there was all of these people and entities and databases that had my original document. So I think nothing of this, but if someone, on the other side of that, oh gosh, that looks really bad. Look they used a Sharpie. Well, I had a Sharpie. I just marked through it.
Understood, and thank you. And,
Thank you.
And I appreciate you answering my questions. And this is more for council, is there an original of Exhibit 8 that's not a copy? Because we have copies in our binders, but is the original of Exhibit 8 around? And also, I don't think anything's been moved into evidence, but Exhibit 8 is, I would like to see the original of Exhibit 8.
I believe the original of Exhibit 8 is in the original Internal Affairs file. I don't believe that's here.
If it's not available, it's not available. I'd leave it to the
Certainly
parties.
couldn't
But
be made a part of the record in this proceeding because the original needs to stay with the Internal Affairs file. It might be, there may be some possibility that it could be brought here to be looked at.
I'm not. I'll leave it to council in terms of or other members of the commission. I would look at it if you had it. I would ask to see it. If it's not made available to me, then it's not made available to me.
Certainly, this is, that as this depicted is not exactly how I returned it. This is like all of this kind of shading and stuff like that. That's not anything that I did. See how it's kind of like this big area around here? That's not from me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there's some other stuff on here that I didn't do.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Mr. Rollins, I have just a couple questions too. When you approached the vehicle that day after having spoken with Officer Ramsey, he had told you that he believed that the vehicle was stolen?
He told me that the vehicle was the car that was stolen the previous night because he was personally involved with that investigation. Yes.
And so fair to say you suspected also that the vehicle was stolen?
I actually typed the license plate while I was inside my vehicle. Officer Ramsey was standing here, my car was here, and I was looking at the car, and I typed the license plate in, and it came back as stolen.
And so you suspected it was stolen?
I believe that yes, it was stolen, but that license plate is something that can come off and go onto another car. So by me going to check the VIN number was verifying that it was actually that vehicle and not just kind of a switch on the tags.
So given the fact that it sounds like you did suspect that the vehicle was stolen, why is that not a suspicious vehicle under the policy?
Because it's an inanimate object. It's the policy which says suspicious vehicle is referring to a vehicle that you're approaching that you don't have any information about. But I don't believe that vehicle is considered suspicious at that point because this other officer had already walked up to it, had already looked inside of it, had already determined that it was safe, and then called me. And I remember I specifically asked him, "Is there someone in your custody?" And he says no. So at that point, the vehicle is not suspicious; it's stolen, but it's not. The vehicle in and of itself is not suspicious. I would say if I would offer my own definition of a suspicious vehicle is something that's unknown.
Okay.
It appears out of sorts, and there's some ambiguity or some information that could be gathered from it. But at that point, I don't believe that it would be defined as a suspicious vehicle.
Okay.
Yes, it's stolen, but it's an inanimate object, and another officer has already made a determination that it's unoccupied.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Ms. Holland. Oh,
So on Exhibit 8 in the
Yes.
black notebook, just a couple of questions that you may have answered, but I wasn't clear on. So the very last lines that are marked out with the black Sharpie, as I read on Exhibit 9, that is what is listed as my sudden encounter with pain caused my hands to be exclusively.
That is what is listed as
My sudden encounter with pain caused my hands to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs, focusing on my whole physical, visual, and mental faculties onto surviving this unknown threat I was unable to initiate my BWC before use of force had been clearly settled. So that's what was marked out with your Sharpie?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
And on Exhibit 8, what is marked in red, is that what Sergeant Notch had said needed to be somehow edited or deleted or explained?
Correct, and you know, and so and what you see there is actually red marker on both sides of the section that I marked through with a Sharpie. And so he asked for me to remove that.
And that's where I'm going with this. So the red markings are Sergeant Notch's, either this needs to be removed or this error needs to be fixed, this typo needs to be corrected. But then I see that there appear to be brackets.
Correct.
So did he instruct you to remove that sentence?
Yes, ma'am. Now he's, like you said, he's marked through some things and circled some things, and then at the very end, there's a bracket on this side and a bracket on this side.
Right.
And then between those two brackets, there's a black Sharpie. Now, one might ask, well, why did he put the brackets on there? Well, because he told me to remove it. And so now there's this allegation of me being a liar and me covering all this other stuff up. You can even see from his own notes that he put a bracket on it and told me to remove it.
So, and this question may be better posed to Sergeant Notch, but in other places where he marked through in red, he just marked through a whole sentence in red.
Correct.
Do you know why he did not mark through in a whole sentence that particular sentence and instead bracketed it?
I don't know, maybe he thought, I'm going to speculate here, maybe he thought it was just too much to mark through.
Did he explain why he wanted you to remove that particular sentence?
Yeah, he didn't want me to discuss, the blue team report is only for the use of force. And, you know, how I felt and the body camera, that is totally separate. The blue team is only to discuss, you know, I put my hand on this person, put him on the ground. It's specific because, again, this is not a document for the public. This is an internal document that evaluates the use of force. And so it has to be related specifically to that use of force. And so he felt like that was not related to the use of force, so he had me to remove that.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I just had one question. So, approximately what time did your shift start that day?
At 6 a.m.
6 a.m. And the incident occurred at around 7 or so?
Yeah, 7. As to him, I think Ramsey was a 7 to 7. There's 6 to 6 and 7 to 7. I think Ramsey was a 7 o'clock car. So he would have gotten home around 7, and this call, the time frames on this is not an exact time frame because there was this period of time where he called this other officer and then he called me, and then I talked to him briefly, and then I drove over there, and then I initiated it. So there was this period of time between when we talked on the scene and when I actually typed it in and entered this incident.
Right. And to follow up on a question that Mr. Rubin asked as well, just sort of, you know, for body-worn cameras, they usually last around 6 to 8 hours. Is that correct?
It really depends on how much you use them.
Okay.
There were some that, because you go to the docking station and you type in your name, and then it just tells you which one to grab. And of course, so you assume that they're all fully charged. I don't know if they're all fully charged before they issue one. There was an instant for, not instances over and over again where there weren't any cameras because the detectives were coming in and using them like for off duty, and you know, like we were like running out of cameras. And so to say how long they last, it really depends on how long that camera's been in use, how many and how often did you use it during the course of your tour of duty. But they did die regularly. You know, there were several other very high-profile things that happened where this council could probably ask, well, wouldn't it have been beneficial to have that? I mean, one in particular, there was a shooting and the sergeant camera died, apparently.
Right.
So,
But
they
you would
do
say
happen.
you would say it's regular practice for officers to dock their body worn cameras whenever they're not on a call.
Absolutely.
At the moment.
Take them off, charge them, put them back on. I mean, I'm not saying like all day long you're taking them off and putting them on, but it's not uncommon for you to get back to your car, put it on there, let it charge, and then put it back on. And so there are instances where, I remember a couple instances in particular where we're like, hey, oh crap, I gotta get my, go get my camera. So people were stepping out of the car and, oh yeah, I gotta go grab it. It happened.
Okay. Thank you.
For sure. It still happens to this day, I guarantee. So,
Thank you, Mr. Rollins.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions at this time?
No.
Do you want to ask to introduce any exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I would ask that exhibits 1 through 15 be admitted into evidence.
Mr. Choi, any objection?
No, ma'am.
Those exhibits are entered into evidence. We need to take a break at this time. It's 1:30, and I know we have a number of witnesses for the city. Probably need to take a little bit longer for people to get some water and a little bit of food. Any preferences? Do you think 30 minutes might be enough to do that and have a little break? Is that okay with you, Madam Reporter? Okay. Let's take 30 minutes and be back here at 2. And then, Mr. Troy, if you'll have your witnesses ready to go at that time.
Yes.
Thank you.
regarding my request to him over the break to stipulate to the admissibility of the city's exhibits. And he has indicated that he is not willing to concede to the stipulation of those exhibits. So we talked about just bringing this to your attention before we even begin, because I hope to find areas where I could streamline my examinations to try to get out of here, or
Yeah.
to try to reach a conclusion before the end of the day.
Yeah.
Let me be clear, excuse me, I stipulate to all of them, my issue is with the interviews of folks who aren't here to testify. And so my objection is, and I've shared the case with counsel, is that those were, unfortunately I don't have more copies, but there's, those are hearsay, they would come under business hearsay exception, but the statements from witnesses within that report have to satisfy the hearsay rule. So that's,
So which?
I'm just saying,
interviews- Yeah. which
there were, there are notes from 16, and then the interviews, obviously the ones for J.D. Rollins are admissible. The ones for any testifying witness would be admissible, but the others,
And which ones are those?
well, I guess it depends on who counsel would call. So I believe,
So does it make sense to wait until, Mr. Choi, how many of those are we talking about?
of the folks
How
who,
many exhibits are we talking about? There's a question about admissibility.
Potentially 9. These are transcripts of recorded statements that were made during the internal affairs investigation. Traditionally, we have always moved them into evidence as business records in light of the fact that the Civil Service Commission does not adhere to the strict rules of evidence or civil procedure. And there's sufficient indicia of reliability insofar as each one of the statements is prefaced by a administrative warning that subjects the person being interviewed to disciplinary action if they fail to respond to questions accurately. Traditionally, the commission has never had a problem with knowing what actually transpired during the investigation, since the issue of whether the investigation was conducted adequately and sufficiently is always an issue before the commission anyway under 300-14. So it would seem to be impossible for the commission to evaluate the adequacy of an investigation without knowing what the investigator actually collected.
Well, Ms. Choi, I'm not aware that there's challenge at this point to the adequacy of the investigation. Is that one of the contentions that's in play here?
no, it's just simply that since the body is reviewing the case,
Okay.
de novo, in a sense, it's like I can't cross-examine any of these folks.
Okay. So I think what we need to do, Mr. Choi, because it's very hard for me to make a ruling in the absence of what we're talking about in terms of the actual exhibits, to the extent it's possible to go forward without that ruling at this point. And if there are specific exhibits that you want to bring up in the course of your case, I'll look at the question then. In the abstract, I'm not sure what I'm ruling on.
Okay, thank you. And the city's ready to proceed whenever the commission is.
The commission's ready.
The commission calls Captain Brian Harrison. And for clarification's sake, the records reflect interactions with a Lieutenant Harrison. He was Lieutenant Harrison at that time. He has since been promoted and is now Captain Harrison. I will refer to him as Captain.
Okay, thank you.
The testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, but the truth about it.
I do.
Captain, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Sure. Captain Brian Mitchell Harrison.
And can you tell us about your employment and your title?
Sure. I have been employed with the Raleigh Police Department for over 22 years. and I am the captain of the administrative, or one of the captains of the Administrative Services Division within the department, which oversees fleet, quartermaster, those kinds of things.
And in March of 2019, what was your position within the organization at that time?
At that time, I was a lieutenant in field operations assigned to the Northwest District, which is in the northwest part of the city.
And can you describe for us what your position was relative to then Sergeant Notch and the petitioner in this case, James Rollins?
Sure. I was Mr. Rollins's second level supervisor, so chain of command would be Mr. Rollins, Sergeant Notch, and then myself. So a second level supervisor. I supervised directly Sergeant Notch, but I was a second level supervisor for Mr. Rollins.
And you are familiar with the termination of the petitioner, Mr. Rollins, correct?
Yes, I am.
And can you describe, just generally, I'll certainly get into specifics with you, but bird's eye view, what your involvement was in the events of March 2nd, 2019?
Sure. As I said, I was the field operations lieutenant for that squad at the time. I remember distinctly that morning when Rollins got on the radio and requested additional help. Sergeant Notch and I were at the same location. We both responded at the same time and arrived on scene at the same time. I was there to view the incidents that occurred while I was there, to include Rollins not having on a body-worn camera, which Sergeant Notch and I discussed before we ever left the scene. And then as the blue team or report was written, Sergeant Notch conferred with me, again as the second level supervisor, and then as we were discussing that report and the statements that were being made, it was my determination that there was a possible integrity issue, at which point I referred it to our internal affairs division.
Do you know where Sergeant Notch is today?
I do. He is recuperating after having surgery last Tuesday.
And just for the Commission's information with respect to Sergeant Notch, he had planned to testify today, but learned when he got an MRI, I believe it was last Monday,
Yes.
Monday before last, that his condition was more serious than they had believed, and that they recommended surgery the very next day. And that upon having surgery, they discovered that his problems were worse than they had anticipated, and what turned into a likely one-week recovery is now, I believe, sometime in October before he's able to return to his duties. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
Captain, so can you describe for us briefly how you became involved in the events on the morning of March 2nd, 2019?
Sure. So as I said, we had come on shift that morning. My shift started at 5 a.m. The first half of our shift started at 6, which included Rollins. Second half came on at 7. Directly after 7 o'clock, you never go hungry or get wet if you can help it, and so it was time for breakfast. Myself and Sergeant Notch went to go grab some breakfast. As we were sitting down, it couldn't have been 7:45, maybe around that time frame, that we heard the call over the radio for assistance from Rollins that he had a subject in a stolen car. We promptly left where we were and headed that way, and then arrived on scene shortly thereafter.
When you arrived on scene, Captain, what did you observe?
At that time, they already had the subject that was in the stolen car under arrest. He was, if I'm not mistaken, he was already in the back of a patrol car. And there were a couple of there were officers standing around kind of conferring on what was to be done next.
Did you observe anything that caused you concern?
Yes, so obviously we're there to check on the welfare of the officer, of the person that we have taken into custody, and because of some incidents that occurred in recent past involving body-worn cameras, one of my focuses as soon as I got there, because it is part of a use of force or a blue team, is to check for the body-worn camera footage, was to visually observe Rollins to see if he was wearing a body-worn camera.
And what did you observe?
There was no body-worn camera where he would normally wear it, on his belt, or anywhere on his shirt.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 8 in the white notebook. And there are two photographs in Exhibit 8. Can you identify what those are?
The first one is Rollins as he appeared on scene when I arrived in his full duty uniform, standing just in front of what was the stolen car at the time.
And do you know who took those photos?
If I am not mistaken, it was Sergeant Notch. As the first level supervisor, that would have been his duty for the report to take those photos.
Had you reviewed these photos before today?
Yes.
And what is the second photo again?
The second photo is the subject that was in the car. As I stated, he was already in the back of a patrol car so that we can get an fair and accurate representation of his physical well-being at the time. We had him step out of the car. Officer Rollins is just managing the subject to make sure that he doesn't run away or anything like that, but just get a full body picture of the subject that was involved in this use of force as well.
And if you'll refer to Exhibit 9 now.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 9 consists of 2 additional photographs. Can you tell me what those are?
So after we left the scene, and at the point that Rollins was working on the blue team and the original draft came in, which stated that he didn't have time to activate, his camera was not able to activate, I went back and reviewed body-worn camera footage from other officers that were on the scene to ensure that what I was seeing and what I remembered seeing was true. Even though I had Sergeant Notch's photos, they were taken after the initial incident once we got there, so I wanted to review, if I could, any footage or videos from before we got there. I had reviewed Officer Ferguson's video, which is what you see here is a screenshot of his body-worn camera footage, and I found a location where I got a nice full-body front shot of Rollins at the time, and I paused it and did a screen capture.
And what was the purpose in reviewing these?
Again, to verify whether he was wearing a body-worn camera or not at the time.
Although you had observed, you had your own personal observations regarding
Correct.
that.
This was just a corroboration.
And with an incident of this type, Mr. Rollins described various reports that had to be taken. For instance, he indicated that an incident report would have to be made. If I can turn your attention now to exhibit number 13.
Sir.
And have you seen this document before?
I have, yes.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is an incident report, or a supplemental report to the original stolen car report, where Mr. Rollins is documenting his actions during his portion of this investigation.
And if you will turn your attention to exhibit number 15, can you tell us what that is?
This appears to be a CAD printout of the call that Rollins was on that morning.
And what is CAD?
CAD is computer-aided dispatch, so everything that we do is put into a dispatch system. Typically, I would say most of the calls we go to come into a 911 system. A dispatcher answers the call, enters all the information into a computer system, CAD, and then it is electronically dispatched to officers via the computer and usually over the radio audibly as well.
Mr. Rollins also testified regarding something called a use of force report or blue team report. Can you tell us what that is generally?
Sure. A use of force or injury report is simply that. It is a documentation anytime there is a level of force exerted by an officer above and beyond what we would normally do to take someone into. So I can arrest someone without using any other level of force than presence and handcuffing. That would not be considered a use of force unless something went above and beyond that to include striking techniques, a use of a different type of weapon, a less than lethal weapon like a conducted energy device, or the use of a firearm, whether discharged or not. If it is pointed at the person, we consider that a use of force. So it's above and beyond a normal arrest technique that you would normally have to document, and also to include, but not limited to, documenting any injuries that occurred during an interaction. If you have an injury with no use of force, then we document those on that as well. Blue Team is nothing more than the program that we use. So it's like when you say, yes, sir, I'm sorry.
And when you say program, do you mean software program?
Software, yes, sir. No different than today I've heard the word Sharpie thrown out as a generic term for a black magic marker. It is just a namesake. And so we use the namesake Blue Team to refer to our use of force reports.
And Officer Rollins testified earlier that the circumstances of his interaction with Mr. Payne required the submission of a Blue Team report because he pointed his weapon at Mr. Payne.
That's correct.
And is that consistent with your understanding of whether a Blue Team report would have been required under these circumstances?
That's correct.
I'd like to address a couple of things that Mr. Rollins testified about regarding Blue Team reports. Mr. Rollins suggested in his testimony that supervisors sometimes discourage officers from making Blue Team reports as a way to avoid paperwork. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you agree with that?
I don't.
Prior to your joining the ranks of the officer corps of the Raleigh Police Department, can you tell us about your time as a police officer?
Sure. I spent 13 years in the downtown district, much different than what it is now. It was a budding metropolis at that time, very little nightlife, but I spent 13 years on the street as a patrol officer in downtown.
During that time, were you supervised by sergeants and lieutenants?
I was.
Did any of them ever discourage you from making a use of force report when warranted by policy?
No, actually, quite the contrary. I was, on my own, disciplined for not completing a use of force report early on in my career.
Did any of your supervisors ever encourage you to look at the facts in a different way so that a Blue Team report would not be required under policy?
No, sir.
Under your command, are you aware of, have you ever advised any of your subordinates to look at facts a certain way to avoid having to write a Blue Team report?
Absolutely not. We have to be above board in this profession, and I would not allow for something to be skirted under just to avoid paperwork.
And as a lieutenant, how many sergeants did you supervise?
At the time, I was allotted 2 sergeants to supervise, and for a portion of the time, I did not have a second sergeant, so it would have just been Sergeant Notch. I don't remember the exact time I got a second sergeant, but I don't believe it was during this time.
Did either Sergeant Notch or the other sergeant under your command ever, to your knowledge, encourage their subordinate officers to look at facts a different way in order to avoid having to do a Blue Team report?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Rollins' testimony also suggested that as the Blue Team report is, well, first of all, let me back up and just ask you, so what happens to the Blue Team report after it's submitted by the officer?
Sure. It goes to the first level supervisor. They review it for accuracies to ensure that the content is what needs to be there. If there's any questions that might arise from reading it, is there more information that's needed, or if there is erroneous information, like Mr. Rollins testified, the use of force report is about the actions taken during that use of force. It is not all the before and all the after that lead to that point. Most of the time, it is just about that use of force. So we're not getting the entire once upon a time story. We are getting typically the chapter that covers that use of force in this particular report.
Is the presence or absence of any sort of recording, whether it be from a body-worn camera or a vehicle camera or a third-party camera, something that typically should be reflected in a Blue Team report?
Yes, there's actually a specific spot in the report that asks, is there any video recordings or photographs from the incident?
So after review by the first-line supervisor, what happens to that Blue Team report?
If there are some corrections to be made, it is electronically submitted back to the officer, typically with a conversation about what things, and maybe even a printout with some red pen or marks made on it about what the supervisor would like to see in the next revision. Once it makes it past the first level supervisor, it would go to the second level supervisor, which would have been me at the time, and then on up the chain of command, all the way up through until it reaches internal affairs. Usually houses those reports, not because there's always a violation, but just for safekeeping.
Who is the final person that reviews Blue Team reports? If you know.
Way above me, I would say there's a deputy chief, if I'm not mistaken, that reviews those. I don't believe they go all the way to the chief.
Mr. Rollins, in his testimony, suggested that Blue Team reports submitted at the field officer level may be altered so much as it makes its way through the chain of command that the description contained in the report doesn't really match what happened. Have you ever encountered that?
I have not. From ones that I have submitted and ones that I have been a part of, yes, we may make suggestions for grammar or for flow of it, but we are even taught as supervisors not, when you give suggestions, not to change the content.
Did you have an opportunity to review the first draft Blue Team report submitted by Officer Rollins concerning his interactions with Mr. Payne?
I did.
And Mr. Rollins has indicated on numerous occasions during his testimony that Sergeant Notch, now Lieutenant Notch, did not give him the photos that he took at the scene. Can you tell me how that works, the process of combining the photos with the report, and how that process works with regard to the photos?
It's just like attaching any file like you would to an email. It is simply a process of selecting the file and attaching it. It can be done at the officer level, and I would say most of the time that it is. A supervisor electronically submits the photos to the officer, and they would attach it. However, the supervisor can do it at their level as well. At any time during the review of a document, you can attach files to it. In this particular incident, I don't know if there was a conversation between Sergeant Notch and Mr. Rollins about getting him the photos. I had reviewed the photos, and I knew that Sergeant Notch was planning to attach those photos.
If I can turn your attention to exhibit number 10 in the white notebook.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And can you tell us what it is?
Sure. When the Blue Team was submitted, the first initial submission, this was the photo that Mr. Rollins had attached as the photo of himself.
And the parties have stipulated regarding the larger redaction or deletion or markover, whatever the term is that you might prefer, in the first draft of Mr. Rollins' Blue Team report. And in the stipulation reads, Mr. Rollins wrote in his use of force report that my sudden encounter with Payne caused my hands to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs, focusing or using my whole physical, visual, and mental faculties onto surviving this unknown threat. I was unable to activate my body-worn camera. Do you recall reading that?
I do.
Did Mr. Rollins' first draft of his Blue Team report give you any concerns?
It did.
And why is that?
The statement that he had written in there would lead anyone to, I believe, anyone that read that to believe that he had a body-worn camera on his person, which would have been able to be activated had he simply had the opportunity. And having been on the scene, I knew for sure he didn't even have a body-worn camera that he could turn on.
Did the photograph that he included give you any concerns?
It did.
Why so?
The photograph that he submitted conveniently has him wearing a body-worn camera when this photo was taken, which I knew not to be the case at the scene. And these photos are meant to be a fair and accurate representation of what occurred at the time of the incident.
So what did you do to address your concerns?
I had a meeting with Sergeant Notch before, or at some time about the time that he spoke with Mr. Rollins about this initial draft. It was Mr. Rollins' contention that he did have it on, and that this was a fair and accurate representation, and that to me suggested an integrity issue, that there may be an issue here based on some previous incidents that I may need to bring to the next level.
And If I can turn your attention now to exhibit number 11.
11. Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a memo from Mr. Rollins to Sergeant Notch about this particular incident in which his body-worn camera was not activated or used.
Is it typical for memos concerning body-worn camera usage to be attached to blue team reports
No,
or to be generated as a result of blue team reports?
no.
Do you know why this was generated?
Absolutely. There were, again, several incidents that had occurred very recently before this incident in which Mr. Rollins either was not wearing or did not activate a body-worn camera in an instance where it should have been.
And so what was the purpose in asking Mr. Rollins to generate this report?
So this was another opportunity for him to state in his words why there was no video. With hopes, given this opportunity, he would be forthcoming about not having a body-worn camera on at the time instead of trying to stipulate that he did have one on.
If Mr. Rollins had written in his memorandum that he simply had neglected to put on his body-worn camera on his uniform prior to approaching Mr. Payne in the vehicle, is there any reason that you think that we would be here today?
Absolutely not.
Do you believe that Mr. Rollins would have been subject to some sort of counseling and or discipline?
Yes, we have a progressive discipline scale. He had already been verbally counseled several times in this, and this would have risen on our progressive discipline scale to the next level, most likely a written counseling form or at most a disciplinary action.
And if you'll turn to, well, first of all, staying with exhibit number 11, if you turn to the second page, about halfway down the last paragraph, what did Mr. Rollins report as being with respect to his body-worn camera?
I'm assuming you're referring to the highlighted portion here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To the best of my recollection, my body-worn camera was either situated on my duty belt using the department-issued belt clip or charging on the docking station in my police vehicle at the time I would unknowingly encounter Payne.
And if you'll now turn to exhibit number 14.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize this document?
This appears to be a printout of a blue team report.
And can you tell us a little bit more about this document?
Sure. So in that program, Blue Team, if you were to go in at any level, you can print out what you see so far. And this looks to be a printout of what had been put into the system at the point that this was printed out.
So is this identical to what the original draft had been that had all the handwritten editorial marks on it?
It does not appear to be, because as I look further in, I'm seeing the tracking of where it was sent and who it was sent to. So this does not appear to be the first draft of this report.
Is this instead perhaps the version that finally went through after all of the editing?
Looking at the chain of command that it went through, it appears that's what this is.
And what does it say about body-worn cameras?
Top of the second page, in red lettering, is body-worn camera, : no video.
Is there any other explanation for why there is no video?
I don't see any at first glance.
I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit 12 and see if you can identify that.
This is another picture of Mr. Rollins.
And do you know where this came from? And
I'm not certain about this photo. I know where the photo was taken just by the context of the doors and the building, but I do not know when it was taken or by who.
now, considering again exhibit number 7, is it unusual to have a first draft blue team report with a lot of pencil or pen editing marks on it?
No, it is not.
So what was concerning to you about exhibit number 7?
So this being a first draft, as number one, a report writing instructor who teaches how to write reports and take field notes, and as a supervisor for quite a long time, when I make corrections to reports, even electronic reports, I print them out. I typically a red pen, and I had taught Sergeant Notch those same lines, so that doesn't surprise me that he had a red pen, so the corrections are easy to see. But I would go through, strike a line through things that might need to be deleted, circle things where I might need some clarity, maybe write some notes as a suggestion of maybe you want to think about this, or I would write a question that needs to be answered. When this piece of paper was brought back, or this printout was brought out, and I noticed these large black marks across sections, this is the first time in my career that I have ever seen anything like this on a return revision.
Is it consistent with the training that Raleigh police officers receive regarding how to edit documents?
It is not.
And let me turn your attention now to exhibit number 18.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what this is?
This is the basic law enforcement training section for the instructor for field note taking and report writing, which every academy class is taught during their time of training. It's a mandatory block of training.
So I'm going to try to paraphrase. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is this a section from the textbook that cadets at the Raleigh Police Academy use to learn the basic skills of a police officer?
Yes.
And is this the version of is this a copy of the version of the textbook that Mr. Rollins would have used when he was a member of the 94th Police Academy?
Yes.
And I'd like to turn your attention to, I believe it might be page 12. Oh, yes, it is page 12. And if you see about 3/4 of the way down under paragraph B, what does that say?
B says, and I'll kind of break it for you a little bit. This is broken into two sections. This is broken into two sections: field note and any kind of note taking. In the event of errors in notes, the errors should not be erased. A line should be drawn through the errors and initialed by the officer.
Is this something you had seen before?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is this something that you're familiar with?
It is. As an instructor, I became a general instructor in 2008. I was already assisting with teaching report writing at that time. I was brought in as someone that they felt wrote good reports. In 2008, I became a general instructor for the state of North Carolina for basic law enforcement training, and ever since that time, I have been teaching basic law enforcement training, field note taking, and report writing.
So this chapter, BLET 08D, is that something that, is this chapter part of your responsibility in teaching at the Raleigh Police Academy?
It is.
And tell me what the significance is of this admonition to not delete information and just use a single line strike through.
Absolutely. If you'll notice, they placed such importance on it, they actually underlined it to make sure that it drew the attention of the eye to that statement. And as we discuss it in basic law enforcement training, the reason for that is to make sure there is not an appearance of impropriety. If you go and completely scribble out over a word or a line, then it begs the question, what was there and why did we have to cover it up? So It's not to say that we're not going to make mistakes. We are human, and we will. But by striking a single line through it and initialing it, we are allowing others to see the mistake that we made. We are initialing it to own up to it and say, yes, this was my mistake. I realize it was a mistake, and I'm not trying to do anything to cover it up. I'm just simply noting it, and I'm moving on.
During the course of your career, how many reports, not necessarily just limited to blue team reports, but any type of report, have you reviewed after having been submitted to you by a subordinate?
I couldn't even count the number. There has been so many.
Did I understand you correctly that you have never seen a report that has, where words have been completely obscured by magic marker?
That's right. I don't always ask for the copy back, but typically, especially as a first-line supervisor, when they've made the suggested corrections, they would come back and sit down with me, and we would have the initial markup and then what they have done to refresh memory of, okay, did we address this? Yes, that's been addressed. And at no time ever, as a sergeant, even as an officer, when I would sit down, would I have ever done that or seen anyone do that? But as a supervisor, absolutely not.
And just to be clear, is the admonition in BLET 08D something that only applies to supervisors, or does it apply to all officers?
All officers.
And is this instruction to use a single line mark through something that all officers are taught during their time at the police academy?
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention now to exhibit number 16. Have you seen this document before?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and note my objection. This is
What's the basis for the objection?
the hearsay. This is a report from Sergeant Notch, who's not testifying today.
You want to respond?
This is, no, I can do without it at this time. I'm not looking at Captain Harrison's face. I'm not sure that he actually even saw this document.
I can't say that I have.
Okay, well, then that's a good reason there not
Okay, all right.
not to worry about it. I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 17.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize this document?
If I'm not mistaken, this is the blue team entry for the violation that is alleged against Mr. Rollins.
Tell me about that process.
Sure.
The testimony so far has been that the blue team software system is used to document uses of force. But this does not, you're indicating that this is not for the purposes of a use of force.
Correct. There are other modules inside of Blue Team. Yes, it is primarily our use of force complaint of injury, but we also use it to document disciplinary actions or instances where we feel like there needs to be a further investigation to include against our own officers. So it's a. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you. Or you feel like there needs to be further investigation to include
Officers.
Thank you.
And so if there was something that we wanted, or we felt needed to be investigated further, say like by internal affairs, you would document it in Blue Team and send it to them that way. That's the official formal notification.
So is this what initiates a potential internal affairs investigation?
This is the formal process for doing it. Typically, before you get to this point, there's a phone conversation that is had or some kind of talk that is had with either command staff, like up your chain of command, or with internal affairs before this is submitted to make sure that we're on the right track.
Had you seen this document before today?
I would not have.
You indicated at the beginning of your testimony that you brought this matter or referred this matter to internal affairs.
I did.
Why did you do that?
Again, there had been some incidences previous to this. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me, no, that was a sneeze.
Bless you. There had been some incidences prior to this where there was a little bit of concern on my part, and with this additional incident, I felt there may be an integrity issue. So at that time, I reached out both to my chain of command to keep them informed and to internal affairs to discuss the situation, to see if they also agreed that it warranted further investigation beyond what his first and second line supervisors should do.
So, do I understand correctly that there are some incidents that can be investigated and handled from a disciplinary standpoint without involving internal affairs?
Absolutely. You've discussed several of those today. The instances with the body-worn camera that was not utilized in those couple of incidences before, all of that investigation was done at the supervisory level, and they were handled there, and there was no internal affairs involvement in those processes. Typical matters can be handled and should be handled at the first line or second line supervisory level. It's only those instances where we feel like it goes above and beyond that we would refer it to internal affairs.
Those be ones that might typically correspond to conduct that might lead to more severe discipline?
Absolutely.
You've also mentioned that one of the reasons that you felt like an internal affairs referral was appropriate was that there had been other issues involving, I believe, integrity or accountability. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Let me turn your attention now to exhibit number 42. Do you recall this document?
I do.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Do you recall the events that are described in this document?
I do.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. On the morning that this violation occurred, as a secondary employment violation that came to my attention from inspections, I was called to be notified that Mr. Rollins had driven his patrol car to an off-duty job, which was not permitted to have a patrol car driven to it. And I was the only supervisor. Sergeant Notch was off at that day. And so as the second level supervisor, it fell to my duty to investigate it and determine what actions needed to be taken.
And what action was taken for this secondary employment violation?
After a review, looking at the facts, he did in fact drive his patrol car to his secondary employment place of business, and he was not permitted to do so by policy or by contract with the Wake County Schools. And so he was given a counseling record stating that he had violated that policy 1106-07, which is secondary employment.
And was that the end of the matter?
It was not.
Let me turn your attention now to exhibit number 43. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is a appeal of that previous counseling record that Mr. Rollins had received.
And can you tell us what happened with this appeal?
Sure. Appeals go up to the next level. And so I turned this in to my captain, which is the next level of supervision, as the appeal states that it should be done. However, I did do a little bit further digging into the situation as it came apparent that there was going to appeal to see if there was any other evidence to support.
What did you find?
I was speaking with Lieutenant Brin and Sergeant Brin in inspections. There was, in the appeal, Mr. Rollins states that he was on a late call. He did not have time to go back to his residence to drop his personal police vehicle or PPV take-home car off and get his personal vehicle before returning to the school, or he would be late. And he felt it was his duty to be at this off-duty job more so than to follow policy. So I wanted to corroborate or help out, either confirm or confirm whether that was true or not, whether when he left this call, we looked at CAD, that computer-aided dispatch, to see, which is what he bases a lot of his appeal on, that in CAD it says that he left the hospital at this time, and he cleared the call at this time, and his off-duty job started at this time, and there just wasn't enough time in between to do what he was supposed to do. As I was speaking to then Sergeant Brennan, Sergeant Brennan Inspections, we're talking about a completely another matter, and we were talking about all cars have AVL, or automotive vehicle locators, basically GPS inside the car. And they ping every so often, so long as you're connected to the network, to tell you where the car is, how fast it's going, all these kinds of things. And he said, well, you know, as we're talking about this, and we were talking about running a report on the AVL to see about a particular car. And I said, how far back can you go with that? And how far back do you want to go? We keep it in the system. So I asked him to run an AVL report for Mr. Rollins' car during this time on this day to help either corroborate his statement or to refute it.
What did you find?
In reviewing the AVL report that came back to me, what I found is while Mr. Rollins was using the CAD time and dates and for his appeal, the AVL clearly refuted his statements in the CAD call.
Did that raise any concerns with you?
It did.
Tell me about that.
So I don't like to immediately think that someone is trying to be distrustful, especially another employee of the Raleigh Police Department. And so could it be a misremembering? The best I can remember is what CAD is telling me. But he seems pretty matter of fact in his appeal here that that's the times and that he was in the right based on his point of view. AVL shows that he actually left the hospital much earlier than the time he officially cleared the call in CAD. And in fact, based on those and the time of day, he actually sat in the parking lot and waited for 15 or 20 minutes for his off-duty job to start, not arriving just in the nick of time.
And so, what was the impression you took away from that?
It didn't leave me with a good taste. I didn't have anything that said for sure that he was trying to be dishonest, but there was that doubt, that little hint of something that you can't quite put your finger on, but it just doesn't feel right.
Let me turn your attention now to exhibit number 45. Mr. Rollins testified earlier that this was a counseling record that he received on May 12th of 2018 as a result of transporting a prisoner or making a high-speed traffic stop while transporting a prisoner.
Yes.
In addition, the counseling record indicates that Officer Rollins failed to initiate his traffic stop through communications as directed by Raleigh Police DOI. The action of utilizing communications for traffic stops is a matter of officer safety and accountability. DOI 1109-02, Officer Rollins is reminded to utilize his wireless microphone while on traffic stops and to be mindful that his equipment is in good working order. DOI 1109-18. During my discussion with Mr. Rollins, we talked a lot about the traffic stop aspect. Can you tell us more about the communications aspect and reporting aspect?
And again, this was something that came to us through a routine audit of the inspections unit. This was not something we were out trying to find. We got a notice that there had been a speed audit, which means the vehicle had traveled at such a speed that even we as police officers tracked to go, why is there a patrol car going this fast? So that's how it came to our attention. We started looking at it, and of course, one of the first things to do is go back and review the footage. This was prior to body-worn cameras, but we still had mobile video recorders inside the cars, which had a wireless microphone that went with them. So we go back to look at the video, see that in fact he was speeding. I believe it was on an interstate, a very large road. And that the reason for the speeding was to catch up to a vehicle that was going at a high rate of speed and to initiate a traffic stop. And then, as pursuant to that, to go and find out the details, we look at the CAD to go back and see what is he doing in the system, what happened here. What was the outcome? Did he write this person a ticket? Was there a reason for him? Because typically to overtake a speeder, you have to speed yourself. You have to get above that speed that they're going to catch up with them. By law, perfectly fine. By policy, perfectly fine. But as we start to investigate, we see that Mr. Rollins was already on another call. He had already arrested a subject and had that subject in the back of his car. He then sees this car that is speeding, determines that he is going to go and stop it, goes at a high rate of speed himself to stop this vehicle, to catch up and stop it. And then we find that he does not follow policy to get out on the radio, pick up a microphone and call communications and say, Raleigh, I'm out on a traffic stop with this vehicle. That is done for a number of reasons over the radio. We actually have it in policy, you shall not initiate a traffic stop on the computer, and that is for officer safety. It's such an unknown when you walk up to a car. We have no idea what's going on in that. Could be, I'm on my way to the hospital because my wife's giving birth. Understandable. Probably going to have a little bit of leniency there, probably going to help you out with getting there. We may be walking up on someone who just blew up the Oklahoma City building. That's what happened in that situation. An officer walked up on a car that was speeding, and he's confronted with someone who just had committed mass murder. We just have no idea what's in that car. And that's why we dictate that it must be done over the radio. Number one, so that dispatch knows where you are, so other officers in the area know where you are, so that if you need help and you just get on and say, send me help, we know where you are. In this instance, he didn't do that. He decided that he would code himself or clear the call that he was on with this subject still in the back of his car, initiate a traffic stop without any voice over the radio on his computer, clear that traffic stop, and then put himself back out on a subject going to the jail. We never would have known this traffic stop had happened had it not been for a speed audit.
What is the reference to accountability for in the second to last sentence?
So the other part of that, the reason that we put that out there is that why would you initiate a traffic stop without letting others know? And again, we can't say for sure that someone's trying to hide something, but it just has that not so good feeling about it. It's, man, why would you do that? Especially someone with experience of, at this time, I believe, almost 10 years of experience, knows exactly what we're supposed to do during these types of incidents that would clearly go around a policy and say, I'm not going to do that, I'm going to do it this way.
The testimony you offered earlier regarding earlier incidents involving failure to use body-worn cameras, if you'll refer to exhibits number 40 and 44, I'd like to ask you if those are the incidents that you were referring to.
40 is yes, and 44 is yes.
Now, 40, the incident that occurred that's documented with Exhibit 40 occurred October 27th, 2018.
Yes, sir.
Then the second incident occurred on February 25th, 2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked Officer Rollins if that was in fact only a week prior to the incident that occurred on March 2nd, 2019.
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand Mr. Rollins' explanation as to why it was not necessary to have his body-worn camera on for that February 25th, 2019 incident. I was wondering if you have any thoughts as to why he might not have turned it on, or whether there is any sort of training protocol that would have allowed him to not turn it on, or not even have it on his uniform.
Based on policy, no. There's no reason why he shouldn't have at least had it on his uniform. And I would stipulate that policy in the instances that it gives a suspicious vehicle enforcement action. On that date, he was taking an enforcement action. He was towing a vehicle, which is an enforcement. We are seizing someone's property, maybe not just us, but we are allowing a tow truck to take it away. He had an encounter with a subject questioning what he was doing, whether it was the owner of that or not. Whether it was cordial or not, that is an instance where you would be prudent to activate a body-worn camera and record that situation.
Well, do you find it persuasive at all that, given the low likelihood that anything confrontational would occur during towing of an abandoned vehicle, that an officer is justified in not wearing their camera?
No, I think it was even Mr. Rollins' own words earlier that we have no idea what's going to happen at any given moment. This job is ever-changing, and as a matter of fact, I think I've received more complaints on me giving parking tickets than I have ever stopping or arresting someone. And you could ask probably any officer and they'd tell you the same. The minor things are the things that you will get called to carpet on, not the big things. But why? Because we do a good job of documenting the big things. It's the little things that you think are inconsequential that will come back to bite you. And we've had enough time and experience to learn from that to say that that's why the policy says anytime you are doing any kind of enforcement action and dealing with any kind of suspicious behavior, you should turn on your camera. It's only going to benefit you as long as you are doing the right thing in capturing that video.
Did the fact that the incident on February 25th of 2019 and then the second incident on March 2nd of 2019 both involve apparently unoccupied vehicles concern you in any way?
It's almost like it's Groundhog Day. We're reliving the same situation over and over and getting the same result.
When the body-worn camera technology was deployed, I would imagine Mr. Rollins was not the only person that had trouble getting used to it and remembering to activate it and remembering to wear it, things of that nature.
Oh, I'm sure. With any new tool that we get, there has to be extensive training to get used to it. And we call it muscle memory of knowing exactly where it is, what's going on, and when to use it. So yes.
Did you encounter any of that within the ranks of your subordinates other than Mr. Rollins?
No, during the time that I was moved over to that squad to the time I left, there were no other incidents where we had to discipline for non-use of a body-worn camera.
Did the incident that happened on February 25th, 2019, was that in your mind when you responded to the scene on March 2nd?
Yes. Like you said, it had only been a week. We had just had two recent incidents, and I say recent within the last couple of months, of Mr. Rollins not having a body-worn camera on and activated in a time that we felt that he should. And so, which is why, when we got to the scene, one of the first things in my mind was to check to see if he was wearing a body-worn camera.
Were you interviewed during the internal affairs investigation?
I was.
And let me refer you to exhibit number 29. Are you familiar with then Lieutenant, now Captain Finney?
I am.
And did Captain Finney interview you on March 15th of 2019 regarding this particular matter?
He did.
And was that at the headquarters building, 6716 Six Forks Road,
It was.
at approximately 09:03 hours?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know that you would have ever had an opportunity to see a transcript of your testimony. If you want to take a look at it, I just want to see if this accurately reflects the recording that was made.
It appears to be, yes.
Madam Chairman, I don't know if we'll have anything controversial in terms of exhibits resulting from Captain Harrison's testimony, but I've written down the exhibits we talked about. If you'd like me to read them into the record and go ahead and try to move them in at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. First of all, you want to let me...
I don't have any objection.
You don't have any? Objection? Okay, that's
The
fine.
ones you've discussed. Okay.
Okay, so the exhibits that Captain Harrison discussed were Exhibits 8, 9, 13, 15, 11, 14, 12, 18, 17, 42, 43, 45, 40, and 44. And the city would move that those exhibits be admitted into evidence.
So admitted.
Thank you, Captain Harrison. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trump?
Wait,
I'm turning. Just turning.
I just have a few questions for you.
Sure. Yep.
Sorry.
Sure.
You testified earlier that that no supervisor, excuse me, no superior officer had discouraged you from submitting a blue team report. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. But you have no way of knowing if there have been instances where other supervisors in the department have discouraged submission of a blue team report.
Not unless I was directly involved, no.
Okay. The purpose of submission of the photographs with a blue team report is to document that, document if there were injuries with respect to the officer or the suspect. Is that correct?
That is one portion that they cover, but it's also to document a fair and accurate representation of what the officer looked like. We have sometimes detectives that are in the field that are in plain clothes, different units like SCU. We want to make sure, I mean, it could be used to make sure in a, you say with a complaint of injury later, that an officer was easily identifiable as an officer. So it's not just about injury, it's about the totality of the circumstances surrounding those involved.
Is that purpose written down anywhere? And like the use of force report, is there anywhere that says that the purpose is not just to document injuries, but to also show what?
I'm sure maybe somewhere there's something written about why they are, but I can just, that's what practice is, that we use them. Yes, a large portion is for documenting injuries, but it can also be used for other things.
Okay. And is it your understanding that these photographs are always, that are submitted are always taken at the scene of the incident?
They may not be. There may not be time to take them at the scene. Obviously, in most instances, we would prefer to have them taken as soon as possible and close in time and proximity to where the incident occurs to give us, again, that better accurate representation of what happened at that time.
Okay. With respect to Officer Robbins' memo at Exhibit 11, he stated, just make sure I don't misstate it. The sentence in there, he says, to the best of my recollection, my BWC was either situated on my duty belt using the department-issued belt clip or charging on the docking station in my police vehicle at the time I would unknowingly encounter pain. And my question was, is if he was unsure as to whether he had it on his belt or in the docking station, wouldn't it be false for him to say definitively that he was not wearing his BWC at that time?
If he was unsure, sure, I would not want him to say something that he would not feel comfortable was the truth in his mind.
And at the time he wrote this memo, it was March 3rd, you had already viewed the photos and all the footage at the incident scene.
I had.
Okay, and they showed him pretty early on without a BWC, right?
Correct.
Now, why wasn't that information shared with Officer Rollins?
At the time, very early on, again, there was that question of integrity and whether he was being truthful and trying to represent whether he had it on or not, based on his first statements as he wrote his blue team report. And so I was already in my mind, I was looking at, was this an integrity issue based off of the previous incidents that I had described? So I looked at what he had written first, which was all these statements about why I could not have activated it. Not was not wearing it. You know what, I had it in the dock, I'm sorry, I wasn't wearing it. But it was explaining why I couldn't have activated a body-worn camera. That's not saying I'm not sure if I had it on or not, and I just didn't activate it.
So you were looking to see how he might respond?
Correct.
Okay. So it never crossed your mind to say, look, officer, we had footage earlier on. It shows you're not wearing the body camera. You didn't have any thought about confronting him with that?
That is one way to go. You absolutely could confront them at that time, but I felt this was based on the pattern that I had seen up to this point with the incident about the off-duty incident, about the recollection of time. Again, nothing concrete. I never had enough to say that I felt like he was being distrustful there, but a hint of something. And then when I get to this and I'm wondering, is this a pattern of an untruthfulness and trying to cover something up? So I'm not going to, in my mind, at that point, I'm going to make the decision that I'm not going to confront him directly with it at this point.
The two prior BWC instances, there wasn't any question about truthfulness with that. Those were, I thought they were just about him not activating or wearing his BWC.
Correct. That's part of it in the fact that he had already been reminded several times prior to this incident about having it on. And so in my mind, again, not a week before, you've been reminded for a second time to wear your body-worn camera. And here we are in another incident a week later. And by all accounts, Mr. Rollins is a very intelligent person. He's not a slow learner in anything that I've ever seen him. I think he does fantastic work most of the time. To say that he couldn't learn from two instances very close back to back before this one, that I'm supposed to have my camera on, and now I have a statement saying I couldn't activate it, but there is evidence to say that he didn't even have it on, and then the totality of the circumstances with all that's presented after that, because by the point we had gotten to here, we already had his memo that had been, or his first draft, and I don't want to use the word redacted, but marked through very heavily. I have some concerns in my mind that this is going in a different direction.
Let me ask you about that.
Sure.
Find it. This was exhibit number. Find exhibit number. 18.
18?
Yeah.
The field note taking and report writing?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Do you mean 8?
18. I'm sorry.
18
18.
Okay.
in the white.
In the
book.
white.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Okay. There's a definition of, if you go to page 6, there's a definition of a field note. It's on the bottom of the page.
Mm-hmm.
And it says field notes are brief notations concerning specific events which the officer encounters in the performance of his duties. The collection of an individual's officer's notes can serve as a general index to the officer's memory. And then you were asked about page 12, about, what's it, page 12? On page 12, yeah, I guess it's 5B, and you read, in the event of errors in notes, the errors should not be erased. A line should be drawn through the errors and initialed by the officer. That section is under entries, proper modes of note-taking, and that's entries in the notebook. Is there any indication that's for reports?
No, I even stated that this was part of the field note-taking portion, but it is describing ways in which officers should correct errors.
Yeah, but is that, how would that apply to a hard copy that your superior officer has made notations on, you've made notations on? Why would that, if you're not using that as in terms of, I guess I'm a little confused as to why that would be pertinent in this particular case where Officer Rollins was given a hard printout. Sergeant Notch had made notations on it. He had taken it. He wasn't told to keep it. He wasn't told to preserve it. Why would that matter?
Because again, while yes, this talks specifically about field notes, it is the way in which we teach this about the misconception of impropriety, and why you wouldn't want to darken something out to the point that people have to guess what's underneath there. The example, and I know what you're saying, this is not field notes, this is a printout of a report. But if you're using it in one aspect of a lesser part of your job to determine that that there's no impropriety, why would you not carry this on through the rest?
Well, do you see any examples of Officer Rollins using these erroneous note-taking in any other documents? Was this the only one you've ever seen?
I can't say that I've seen any other ones where, if you're asking about the black magic marker use or a strike of a line and an initial.
Yeah, I mean, any of that. Have you ever seen that? I'm talking about taking a black line and marking through a.
No, I have not.
Okay. So this is the only instance that you noticed where, or are aware of, where Officer Rollins took a Sharpie and marked out a line.
Correct.
Okay. In terms of, we've talked about violations in terms of, not wearing the BWC. That in itself, would that have led to a termination in this case?
I don't believe so. This might have, in looking at this, been the third incident, which again, with progressive discipline, I don't feel like that would have led to a termination.
Okay, maybe a written warning?
Perhaps.
Okay. Probably not a suspension or anything like that?
Most likely not.
Okay. So is your testimony that officers are required to wear their BWC all the time?
That is what the policy states.
Okay. And where's the, is that, let's look at this. Is this Exhibit 5, I think? Go there and see if that's.
I'm sorry, you say number 5?
I think it is. Yeah, let's see.
That is the policy for body-worn cameras, yes.
Okay. Okay, yeah, if you look at page 5, it says use of the body-worn camera, and it says officers assigned to BWC will wear it on the front of the uniform in a manner that provides a view from the officer's perspective. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Where does that say that an officer shall wear a BWC all the time? I don't see that in that sentence.
It doesn't give any exceptions for not wearing it, and it says at the top, BWCs will be assigned to all uniformed personnel at the rank of sergeant and below by the chief of police or designee.
But it doesn't say that they have to wear it all the time, does it?
It states that they're assigned to wear it on the front of their uniform.
As opposed to wear, right? Isn't it an instruction about where they're supposed to have the BWC placed on their uniform as opposed to, I don't see anything that says it's mandatory that officers wear a BWC all the time.
It does not use those words.
Okay. And in fact, officers routinely will have the BWC charging in the docking station, right?
They may.
They may? I mean,
if it needs to be charged and they don't have any other resource, they have a charging station in. They also use it to, when they get into the car, to sync it to the car system. They work together. And so when you get in the car, you do place it there. It takes about 10 seconds, links up to the system so that when you activate one, it activates the other. So they are supposed to do that. So if that's what you're referring to, yes, they have to take it off to do that. Obviously, they have to take it out to change it out if a battery is dead, but they should have it on while they're working.
I'm curious, if you're driving around your patrol car, is it not uncommon for an officer to have it there in the docking station, and then if something happens, they stick it on their belt or put it on their person?
I'm sure it happens, but that's the equivalent to waiting till you're about to get in a crash to put on your seatbelt.
Okay, so it really, you should have it unless you're got it in the docking station. You should.
Yes.
Okay, but literally, it's not technically true that you can wear it all the time because you have to have it in your docking station to charge it and to sync it up. Correct.
There are minute moments where you would have to take it off. Yes, sir.
How long does it take to charge a?
It depends on how dead the battery is, but we have plenty to swap out.
Well, let's say you're out on, you're
and
out.
even officers can take 2 out so that they have a feeling that one might. They've got another one in the car so they can swap it out quickly because we want them to have it on as much as possible in the field.
I got you. Okay. And the effective date of this, I think I saw January 25, 2018. Is that right? Is that when?
That is what's shown at the bottom, yes, sir.
Okay, okay. All right. And so this was, I mean, is that when it became commonplace, you know, officers are utilizing the BWC, and you were talking about that sort of learning curve, trying to get adjusted to the policy?
As a lieutenant, I was not assigned a body-worn camera, so I didn't have to go through the training. I did. I don't remember the exact date. Typically, we would not put out a policy prior to the equipment being out and ready for use. Maybe a short period of time, and I don't know what revisions were in this policy prior to this effective date. I don't know. I believe this was the first version of the policy that had body-worn cameras.
Okay. That's all I've got. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Anybody direct?
Just a couple. Captain, the argument that Mr. Rollins made that he did not have time to activate his body-worn camera, aside from the issue of whether he was wearing it or not, did you have any concerns about that?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
He describes the events as they occurred that day in his report, and even today, that he initially walked up to the car and encountered Mr. Payne, I think was his name, the subject in the car, and was caught off guard. Obviously, at that point, he's going to do whatever he needs to do to stay safe, and he describes deploying his weapon and training it down on the vehicle, and then seeking a point of cover, which is exactly what we teach. I'm also a firearms instructor, and we teach you to get off the box. Don't stand in the spot. Get somewhere safe to where you can get cover. At some point during that time, whether it be while backing up or once he's behind cover, he gets on the radio, which I heard the radio call. I've got somebody here. I've got him at gunpoint in a stolen car. Send me some backup. And then he tells, as he stated here today, by his own words, he was behind cover of a car at the hood, if I'm not mistaken, which is an engine block, which provides a really good amount of protection, and is situated there at that point and holds him there until the other officers get there. I would contend that at that point he is in a safe enough place, obviously enough to use the radio. He has a position of support with his firearm, which he could rest it on the hood and still keep in the right direction. That would have been a perfect opportunity to reach down, where he states that he always wore his body-worn camera on the belt. He says, I always wore it on the belt with my belt clip. He should have. I would think a reasonable officer would know exactly where it was, and I don't even have to look. I can reach down and just press the button and activate my camera.
The parties have stipulated that the body-worn camera that Mr. Rollins was wearing on March 2nd, 2019, had been docked for charging the previous night at 5:58 p.m. That's not police or military time, so that's, and then became fully charged at 8:51 p.m. And that under typical usage conditions, the battery life of the body-worn camera units is approximately 9 to 10 hours. Have you had complaints from any of your subordinates that the body-worn cameras were not lasting long enough, or the battery life was deficient in some way?
We work 12-hour shifts, and obviously we want the best of everything, and companies overpromise and underdeliver. However, they could get through the majority of a shift with a body-worn camera. And you may have a follow-up question, but if the report, and I don't have it here in front of me, says it was charged completely at 8 o'clock the night before, to pull it off of a docking station at 6 o'clock that morning and then have an incident at 7:30 that morning, it would be highly unlikely that the battery would not last an hour and a half into your shift.
Well, and that was my follow-up question. The parties have stipulated that the body-worn camera that Mr. Rollins was using on the morning of March 2nd, 2019, remained in the charging dock until 5:58 a.m. at which time it was removed and checked out for usage by Mr. Rollins, and that then at 6:32 a.m., it was docked in Mr. Rollins' patrol vehicle. And it remained there until 9:13 a.m. Do those circumstances reflect any type of battery deficiency that you have heard of in the course of the RPD's use of this piece of equipment?
No, and if there was a camera that was having such an issue where the battery didn't last at all, we have a process for not putting that one back in the station, in the charging station, so another officer could grab it. It was put to the side, a note was put on it, don't use, and we called IT to come and swap that camera out if there was a defective camera. But I had not received any complaints of defective cameras from my officers at that time.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioners, any questions?
I've just, very quick. So if I go into a precinct right now and I just walk in, there's uniformed officers around, everybody, sergeants and below, is gonna be wearing a body camera in the precinct while they're walking around right now?
They should.
They should? So like in your experience, is that what you see?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I think he's admitted, and it's been proven he wasn't wearing the body-worn camera at the time of the arrest of Mr. Payne. Right, so no doubt there. And I think I understood your testimony that he was only ultimately terminated because of dishonesty. If not for the dishonesty component, he might have gotten some discipline, but it would not have been termination.
Yes.
Is that fair? I'm trying to figure out exactly what the statement is that you see as dishonest, and then what the evidence is that was like. You know, there's a difference between something being wrong and it being a lie.
Sure.
And it goes to intent. And so what's the, like, which specific, because we've got a couple of them, right? The one is the statement in the memo that he wrote where he said, I can't recall if I was wearing, let me just see if I can find it real quick. He says, wish I had it. But the memo I'm talking about, the memo
Yes, sir.
that he wrote at Sergeant Notch's request, where he basically kind of, it's equivocal. He says, I don't recall whether I was, either it was in the car or it was on my person, but I didn't activate it.
Right.
Is that statement, in your view, is that dishonest in the sense that it's like knowingly false?
Not that particular one, no,
Not
sir.
that one.
So what I looked at to get to this point where I felt it was an integrity issue was, again, those instances that I had before,
Sure.
which kind of left that doubt, if you will. And then I get to an incident, this one, which is much more serious. While nothing bad happened, thank goodness, nothing bad happened, very adamant at the time that I had it. I just didn't have a time to turn it on. That's what his initial statement. And this memo was not written until after confronted by his supervisor to say, are you sure this is what you want to submit? And so now we have a little bit of a backtracking of, well, maybe I had it on and maybe I didn't. And I looked at that as this was your opportunity. This was your chance, as I would do with one of my children. Okay, this is your chance to come clean. I'm giving you your opportunity, and still not taking that opportunity. Maybe he just doesn't remember. But at this point, with these instances I have enough concern about an integrity issue that I felt like it needed to be investigated further by a unit that is designed to do just that, which is our internal affairs unit. I felt it was above what I should be investigating at this point.
So that seems like a key fact that I at least had not become aware of. Maybe I missed it in the testimony, but that memo, which was written the day after the incident, he had been confronted in between the original Blue Team report and that memo. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And then I'm looking at the statement that sort of recovered from the marked out. My sudden encounter with pain caused my hands to be exclusively occupied by the firearm, radio, or handcuffs, focusing on my whole physical, visual, mental faculties on surviving this unknown threat. I was unable to initiate my BWC before the use of force had been clearly settled. Is that the statement that you're saying?
Yes, there's no wavering there in that statement of did I have my camera on or did I? And I say on my person. Did I have a camera on me to turn on? That's not what that statement says. That statement says I was so involved in what I was doing, I could not turn on the camera, which was on my person. I didn't have an opportunity. That's what that statement says to me. I'm sure someone else could get a different opinion out of it, but that is the way that I read it. It was an emphatic statement that I am saying I have my camera on my person, like I'm supposed to by policy, but I just didn't have the opportunity to turn it on.
Is that like, I guess, and totally understand that interpretation of it. Is it possible to write that statement with sort of the assumption I must have had it on me and just be wrong? Where are you seeing, and maybe it's the history, I don't know if it's something else, but where are you seeing the evidence that that was like intentionally false?
Sure, and if you took any of those incidences by themselves, I think again, maybe you got a little bit of a bad feeling, a little bit of a tingle, but it's not enough. For me, it's not just that. It is the instances of all these doubts over several instances coming to that I'm like, I'm seeing a pattern here. It's not just one instance of someone saying something I'm like, man, I'm just not sure about that. But, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, which is what I had done in the instances prior. I'm going to, the tie goes to the runner, right? I'm going to let him have this one. I still don't feel great, but I don't think there's enough here. And then I have another incident, and now we're on another one, and I'm like, that's too many. This is a pattern. I shouldn't be feeling this kind of feeling about a fellow officer and worried about an integrity issue when I've had this many within this short amount of time. And so it's that culmination. It's not just one incident. It's not that one statement in that one report. It's the going back and looking at the time issue and how I'm justifying it from my side using this set of parameters. But if I look at these other parameters, it's obvious that's not true. Did he have access to that? No. Again, tie goes to the runner. I'm going to let him have that one. I've got this issue of a veteran officer, a senior officer by classification, purposefully violating a DOI of how to get out on a traffic stop. And I just can't in my mind wrap around why you would do that. Why would you get out on a traffic stop that we know and train to be inherently dangerous because you have no idea what's in the car? Why would you not let people know where you are? Why would you endanger someone in the back seat for a speeding violation? I realized that he testified that it was a gross aggravating circumstance that this car has done. I don't know if you've been on the belt line lately. People speed. And yes, is it dangerous? Absolutely, especially during rush hour, right? We're not talking about rush hour. We're talking well into the night, a very open highway, and I am not contending that it was not a situation where someone should stop that, but that was not his position at that time. He had the care and custody of another human being in the back. And why would you purposefully stop that car, not get out on the radio, do it all silently against policy if you weren't trying to make it sure so that no one knew that you were stopping a car against policy? Again, not enough there to say that I am purposefully being deceitful, but man, it sure doesn't feel good. It just doesn't smell right. And now I've got a third instance where I've got again, it just doesn't feel good. You put all those together, I can't accept that. I'm now at the point where I can't trust you. And I have questions about your integrity, and that's why, put them all together, that's why I felt like it needed to be referred to a different part of our department.
Thank you. I really appreciate your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I just have two questions. So going back to Exhibit 18 of the white note binder, are the note-taking instructions only referring to documents that are to be filed, like, formally?
No. I will tell you that I've got, when I teach this, your notebook is your lifeline for things that happen past and present. Now, we are required by law, if it happens to come up with, if it involves a felony case, then we absolutely have to turn those in. We tear them out, we put them in an envelope, and we turn them in for safekeeping. Otherwise, no, nobody may ever see these notes again. But I can tell you, there have been plenty of times where I took notes on something, and a couple of days later, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm in another situation, and there's something that I remember doing a couple of days ago, and I go back and my notes are maybe what closed a case and got me to be able to take charges on somebody else because of an incident that I had. So it's not always that those are turned in and stored for safekeeping. I dare say 90% of the notes we take in our little Blues Clues notebook in our pocket never get seen by anybody else other than us, and they're stored away and filed by an officer, and are just something that you could look back on and talk about all the good old times when you were going through them. But no, it doesn't mean just because we write it in that notebook that it's going to be put into evidence or brought up in front of a court.
Okay. So would it not be reasonably assumed for someone to get a piece of document, make some notations on it, make some, like the rough draft, for example, make some notations on it and expect not to return it and just write however they want on it? Would that be reasonable?
It is absolutely reasonable it's your document, again, as a back and forth. You can do what you want. I've just never, in my career of 22 years, seen a document that we have asked for back, or when it did come back, have that kind of editing done to it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions for Captain Harrison? Thank you so much, Captain.
Absolutely.
Want to call your next witness?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The city calls Captain Finney. Not yet. Good afternoon, Captain.
Good afternoon.
If you would, start by stating your full name, please.
Timothy Thurston Finney.
And can you tell us where you're employed and what your position is?
Yes, I work for the Raleigh Police Department. I'm a captain. I'm also a district commander for the Northeast District.
And in March of 2019, what was your role with the department at that time?
That time I was working for the Office of Professional Standards. I was a lieutenant at that time. I was actually assigned to the other division of Office of Professional Standards, actually assigned to the inspections unit.
How did you become involved in this matter?
I became involved in this matter when my captain, then retired Captain Barnett, approached me in my office and said that he would like me to conduct an investigation. He had a document with him, which I believe we'd already gone over in this, that basically he wanted me to look at Officer Rollins as far as some issues concerning Brady Giglio.
What does that mean?
Brady Giglio is essentially two cases that the courts have basically consolidated and said that the courts need to be aware of officers' history, their work history, and any type of issues that may have derived through their career or their life to where they would question things on truthfulness.
And so, did you serve as the lead investigator or just one of several?
I did. Well, there were others. Now Lieutenant Bren, then Sergeant Bren. He helped assisted, but I was the main investigator. I was the one that interviewed everybody.
I'd like to turn your attention to Exhibit 19 in the white notebook. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the Raleigh Police Department complaint form. This form is created by me and then approval by my captain and sometimes the major over the Office of Professional Standards. It basically outlines what is being alleged, what the complaint is.
And what was alleged in this matter?
Well, you can read it. It basically says it is alleged that Senior Officer J.D. Rollins used poor judgment during a stolen vehicle investigation, failed to wear and/or activate his body-worn camera, and was untruthful verbally and/or in documenting the event. And then it lists the specific allegation violations according to our departmental operating instructions.
I'd like to turn your attention now to exhibit number 21. And there are numerous pages in exhibit 21, but can you tell us what these pages are?
The first one that you're looking at, I'm assuming it's the same. It's a warning for administrative investigation. Basically, this is a document that I read out loud. If you've gone through all the interviews, you will see me read this out loud to whoever I'm interviewing. Get them to understand, ask them if they have any questions about it, and then offer them an opportunity to either answer questions or refuse to answer questions. It's then their signature and their initials, their code number, any identifiers that they may have that identifies that person. They sign it, I date it, I witness it. It's all recorded. In not only in the form itself, but also in the document. Essentially, what you're looking at is a Garrity form.
Are there penalties if an officer provides untruthful testimony during an internal affairs investigation?
There could be, yes. Obviously, penalties, anything dealing with untruthfulness, we hold very sacred. Obviously, we're officers of the court. When we are called to testify, if you're not deemed an expert witness on it, on any particular type of subject, you're still obligated by the court to anything that comes out of your mouth. It should be truthful. So anything dealing with truthfulness, integrity, we hold, obviously, that's our greatest asset, being able to testify in court. And without having that, you're essentially useless as far as your job function. You can't ever testify in court, which again, I refer back to the Brady Giglio.
And during the course of your investigation, were these administrative warnings and direct orders issued to everyone who you spoke to?
Yes, sir, they were.
Can you sort of summarize, again, at a bird's eye level, how you conducted your investigation?
Well, after being briefed by my captain, the first initial things that you do, you go ahead and collect certain documents, like the complaint form that you saw earlier. You go ahead and start identifying what aspects of that investigation that you're looking at. You're looking at any documents that you've already received. I'd already received some documents from then Sergeant Notch and also Lieutenant Harrison. You've already gone over those earlier in the earlier testimony. And then you begin your interviews. Essentially, what you're trying to do is collect any and all information that you think could possibly be relevant to this investigation. Not only do you want to do a thorough investigation, but you also want to do right to the officer too as well. You never know what you're going to go into, so you keep a completely open mind. You want to just be able to say that when you're done at the conclusion of this investigation that you think you've talked to everyone, collected every piece of evidence, collected every little note that possibly had any type of relevance to the investigation. So as the weeks and months continued, that's essentially what I was doing, sometimes re-interviewing people whenever you had a question about an earlier interview.
As the investigator, are you called upon to reach any conclusions based on the evidence that you gather?
No, I'm just a fact finder. I am collecting everything that I possibly can. You want to have that open mind. You don't want to pass judgment. You want to do anything. You want to just be able to keep your mind open and so you can get any type of piece of information that might be out there.
And you may have already addressed this, but I think you touched on it. How is it that a lieutenant assigned to the inspections division ended up doing an internal affairs investigation?
I had served a previous assignment with the internal affairs unit. I'd worked there for a year or two. prior as a sergeant. Investigated numerous complaints, shootings, officer-involved shootings, just numerous cases. And matter of fact, the majority of the people that were already in internal affairs, I had trained prior to being promoted and going to the inspections unit. So I had the skills. So they were like, okay, can you look at this case?
You indicated that you conducted interviews after gathering some documents. I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 22 in the white notebook. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
That is an interview that I conducted with Officer J.D. Rollins on April 1st, 2019 at 05:35 hours.
And this appears to be this 100-page document appears to be a transcript of a recording.
That is correct.
Tell me about that.
So obviously, and as we just spoke about this, the beginning of this, you'll start seeing the procedures of properly documenting this. You'll hear or at least see me read certain forms, the administrative rights form, the other associated forms and then you'll get responses back. So I'm sure you've read this before, where it's kind of back and forth, and it's almost like you're getting a picture of what's transpiring because it's being audio recorded, and I'm having to paint the picture. So the interview begins with those forms, and then it actually moves into where we're starting to verify information that, yes, this is the day that you were working. This is the report you took. Do you remember this report? Start verifying things and start remembering them, even displaying these reports to them. So if they need to recall something that they can, because you're just trying to get a truthful interview.
And what was your purpose in interviewing Mr. Rollins?
As you pointed earlier, basically to find if there was any evidence to support the allegations to the complaint form.
And did you come away from the interview feeling like you had gotten the information you needed?
Sometimes no, sometimes yes. There were a lot of questions that were given to him and hence why this report's 100 pages long, which is mostly not typical during these type of investigations. They could be long, but not this long. I wanted to give him every opportunity to answer questions. There were some questions that it seemed like there was either evasiveness or not being able to solicit an answer that would actually answer my question. So more and more questions had to be asked to specify, okay, well, let's break this down. Let's ask this question. Let's ask that question, to just get further down to the minutia of it. So hence the length of the interview.
Can I direct your attention to page 47? This is a matter that Mr. Rollins testified about earlier that seemed puzzling, and I believe you might be the only person that can offer some insight into this. If you look about a little over halfway down, there's a question that's asked. There's two questions of that. One, did you have it on? That's the first question. And then, did you have your body-worn camera on your person? And the response goes into the battery going dead after a call at midnight. And when asked about it earlier this morning, Mr. Rollins conceded that probably could not have happened since he was not on duty at midnight. But he indicated that he couldn't answer my question because he didn't understand the context of the question you had been asking and suggested you might recall. So what were you trying to get at with that question?
Well, there was only one incident that I was asking questions about, and that was the incident that had occurred. So I wasn't talking about a night before or any other event. I was speaking of the event. This event supposedly brought about certain allegations. So the night before, and I guess that's what I was trying to explain earlier. I felt like I tried to do him due diligence and the department due diligence. I'm trying to gather as much information from our interview. But there were times where I did not know if he had answered that specific question. And this is a good example of that. So questions became repeated and then redundant, and then to where they would just have to get broken down to just very simple yes or no questions after having to verify certain things.
Is that what you were attempting to do with this question?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes, exactly. That's why I was very specific to where I was like, look, there's just two questions I want to ask here. You know, did you have it on, like on your person, or did you actually have it on, like as in activated? Because we just kept going around and around in circles.
With respect to the question of whether he had it on his person, do you feel like you ever got an answer?
No.
And the response that he gave to your question on page 47, what did you take that to mean, if anything?
Even as I read this, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about. He just keeps talking about the camera itself. I'm asking, did you have it on, or did you have it on your person? I don't need to know about, it being dyed. I don't need excuses. Did you have it on? Yes or no? Did you have it on your person? Or yes or no? Did you have it activated? Yes or no? Did you have it? It's very simple, and that's how the interview had to get down so focused, hence why the length of it.
In response to your question, Officer Rollins stated, earlier in the shift, it's probably, 6 hours ago, maybe around midnight, I went to a call, and while on the call, the body camera died. Dead. I mean dead. Completely dead. To the point where it couldn't record because it had no battery life. Do you have any understanding of what he was referring to, or was he trying to suggest that the camera that he had used on March 2nd had died the night before, and I'm not trying to put that in your mind. I'm just
right. You don't. Once again, I'm not trying to assume anything while I'm just trying to ask a question to get an answer. I'm not trying to put words in their mouths. I'm not trying to put thoughts in their mind. I'm just like, look, help me help you. This is the question I'm trying to ask. Do you understand this question? Answer this question. And then I get a response about something talking about battery life and the night before. And I don't know how else to comment on that. So, I mean, when you read this, he's trying to give an excuse, in my opinion, when you read it. If you were my English teacher and basically saying, read this and tell me, what do you think? It sounds like excuse. I'm just trying to get an answer. Did you have it on? Did you have it on your person?
You conducted a second interview of Mr. Rollins as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to refer you to exhibit number 23. And can you tell us what this document is?
This is an interview that was conducted on June 27th, 2019, approximately 9:53 hours.
Was this also audio recorded?
Yes, sir, it was.
Where are the audio recordings for internal affairs interviews?
So we have a digital recorder. We're all assigned one. There is a system, that software that's put on our computers, and a little docking station for our recorder. So when we get done recording it, labeling it, identifying it with whoever we spoke to, case number, who we are, that is docked into our computer and then sent to this program to where we make sure the label is correct. And then that is basically sent to, at that time, because things have changed, that's sent to two ladies that used to transcribe all our recordings. So they pick and choose, giving their workload, and they are basically complete this document. When they complete this document, they send it back to us. We listen to the audio with our headphones and make any corrections that are here. Because we're there, we're having the discussion. They're only listening to a recording. There may be words that, police jargon, that they're not familiar with, that they type something that they have no idea what it is. And I'm like, wait a minute, they're using a 10 code, they're using police terminology, they're not familiar with that term. Their only job is to listen to a lengthy interview and put it to paper. After that's done, then I sign off on it saying that it's accurate to the best of my ability. And it's placed in here.
And that's what these written transcripts are?
Correct.
Are the audio recordings themselves actually placed in the
Exactly.
internal affairs file as well?
So that whole case is my responsibility. I put that whole book together. So anything and everything that was collected, used, displayed, recorded, goes into that book, and I put it in there.
Madam Chairperson, may I approach? It's atypical that we have the actual original book on hand for these hearings. However, the commission asked some questions about the original.
Do you want to show them to Mr. Collins?
Sure. Well, actually, it might be more useful if he comes up here and joins.
Okay.
It's atypical for us to have these, however, because the commission had some questions about the original document that had been marked on by Sergeant Notch and Mr. Rollins. We had them bring the actual books here. If you'll stand up and take a look at these books, and many of the documents from these books have been turned into exhibits as copies, but is this the original internal affairs investigation file that you put together on this matter?
Correct.
And at the beginning of that first notebook, there is a CD that's labeled Rollins 9/19, 9/25 audio. What is that? Would that be the audio recordings of the interviews?
I would assume so, but typically when I usually put, because this was brought to the commission, they may have removed it. Typically it's usually in the back here. So I'm assuming that's what that is.
Were there any other audio recordings or audio of any type?
Everyone's recorded.
I'm sorry, my question was there any other type of audio that you collected as evidence other than the interview recordings?
No, nothing I can think of.
Thank you. And Madam Chairperson, since we have the books here, maybe at a break we can
Okay.
find
And let me just, as an administrative matter, it's almost 4 o'clock. We've been going since 9 this morning. And I have a hard stop at about 5:15. I'm not sure we're going to finish today.
I am becoming increasingly pessimistic about that myself.
And so maybe this is a good time to talk about what you might propose in terms of what kind of additional time. I know you have probably at least, how many more witnesses do you have?
At least 2 more.
Okay. I think it's unlikely that we will finish today, unless, you have speed talking witnesses and we shortcut the closing arguments. Any suggestions about what we should do about that?
No intelligent ones.
Okay. All right. So I guess the thing to do is to continue until about 5, and then we can confer wherever we are, and then we're going to have to continue this if we're not complete by that point. I want to be respectful to the commissioners because, we're here as volunteers and we've got other things we got to do today. So let's just keep going, see how far we get, and then around 5, let's confer again about what will happen after this.
Since we have the books here, they probably need to return to the Internal Affairs Unit. I would propose that maybe now might be time for a quick break for the commissioner to look at this original document if they want to.
Absolutely. Let's take about a 5-10 minute break. Let's take an 8-minute break. Thank you.
It's the original.
the admission of the transcripts of recorded statements
Okay,
that are in the city's proposed exhibit list.
okay,
So that will certainly, hopefully streamline things.
okay.
Hopefully.
Well, I still don't know that we can get through two and a half witnesses in
Oh,
the
no,
next
no, I
hour,
don't, I
but,
agree. I
It
don't think,
would
we-
certainly streamline things if we have to reconvene. Before starting, would now be a good time to talk about scheduling for reconvening? Because it is likely that we will not be able to get through 2.5 witnesses in 1 hour.
Okay, yes, we can. Unfortunately, I think we need Ralph for that. And what we might need to do is propose several dates and have the commissioners confer and communicate back with Mr. Puccini. We're talking about dates for possible rescheduling. Look
Matter
at,
of fact, I ran to get the updated schedule.
we're not on the record.
So the next fully open date we have is December 21st.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The next fully open date we have is December 21. And then January 16.
Okay. I don't know how Mr. Rollins lives in Oregon. Is there some way that he could be here through virtually? Or, no way?
These are now held in person.
Well, does the technology exist, though? As the petitioner, I would imagine that he could consent to attending virtually.
That's going to be up to your boss to determine. Because as far as we know, all meetings are now in person, and not even the councilors can participate.
Yeah, so this is an internal, I know we've encountered this before through the end of COVID and so forth, and this is an internal city city attorney guideline.
The fact that the state of emergency is no longer in effect.
Right.
All these
So what I'd propose is to, if that's what your client would like to propose, it may be that we can consult with the city attorney and confer and find out if that would be possible. It sounds like this is going to be a little bit of a moving target on that front. I don't think it's a good idea to schedule this hearing for December 21st for, travel and other reasons. But maybe what you could do, Ralph, if you'd agree to do that, and Mr. Choi too, is to circulate a question for these board members only, because we won't need anybody but these 4 board members for the 21st, you said, of January 16th. Let me just make sure.
Let me see.
Of course, it's third Wednesday, whatever it is.
So that's the 16th. I mean, that's a Monday. January 18 is the Wednesday of that
Probably
week.
the 18th, sorry, typo on my end. It would be the 18th, I'm sorry.
So what I propose is that, you guys have an opportunity to speak to your various clients and constituents, for you, Mr. Choi, and Ralph, if you can confer with counsel and me on the question of the requirement of the attendance of the witness in person, we can confirm that, and if it's impossible for that to occur and Mr. Rollins has to come back, obviously you can take that into consideration in rescheduling.
Remember in one case, one time the person participated both virtual in a live setting was when. Well, I just stipulated it.
Right. Right, I do.
I think, I'll talk to Han, but I think they'll work with us if we can.
Right.
If you could come virtually, because you pretty much done.
I take it this is just pertaining to whether the petitioner testifies, like in rebuttal. Because if he doesn't testify, this is broadcast. As far as I know, he doesn't have to be present. He'll have counsel representing him. He could watch it online. It's just a testimonial issue.
Yeah, and let's confer about that, and I don't want to foreclose at this point the opportunity to call him in rebuttal or something like
I
that.
will, I'll consult with the city attorney, and I'll also be in communication with counsel for the petitioner about the extent to which his participation might go into rebuttal testimony or whatever.
Right, exactly. And so for now, if the commissioners, if you would check your calendars for that date and, you know, sort of pencil it in until we can make a final decision on that front.
That's the January date.
All right. I think we can go back on the record now.
Captain Finet, we had ended by discussing the transcripts that had been prepared of the your recorded interviews. Were you the only individual in internal affairs conducting interviews?
For this case, I believe so, yes.
And I believe we had stopped at Exhibit 24 regarding the second interview of, I'm sorry, it was
23.
exhibit number, is it
23.
The second interview of Mr. Rollins.
Correct.
And is it typical to conduct 2 interviews of witnesses?
It happens sometimes 3 or 4.
Do you recall why it was necessary in this case?
I do not recall.
What generally prompts the need to do a second interview?
Basically, after you start going through the transcripts, there may be questions that you may have forgotten to ask. You may need more clarification because you don't feel like the answers that you received actually answered the questions that you asked. That's typically the reason why.
Referring you now to exhibit number 24. And can you tell us what this is?
This is an interview that I conducted with Sergeant Notch, March 15th at 10:24 hours.
And rather than ask these same questions for all of these recorded interviews individually, I'd like to ask you as a batch. With respect to all of the recorded interviews that you conducted pursuant to this investigation, did all of the interviewees receive the administrative warnings that you described earlier?
Yes, sir, in the direct orders.
And were all of these interviews recorded electronically?
Yes, sir.
And were transcripts produced of all these interviews?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did you review the transcripts after they had been produced by the transcriptionist for accuracy?
That is correct.
And are audio recordings of all of these interviews maintained by Internal Affairs and then copied into the Internal Affairs file books?
That is correct.
It appears that you conducted a second interview of Lieutenant Notch on June 26, 2019. That would be exhibit number 25.
That is correct.
And do you recall why that was necessary?
Unless you'd like me to read it.
That's not necessary,
Yeah.
but I was just wondering if you recalled why the second interview was necessary.
I do actually recall now that I read a couple paragraphs. I believe this was, I was trying to get more clarification about some chronological, the way things transpired according to what he learned, what he did, who he spoke with at the initial onslaught of how these allegations came about.
Referring you now to exhibit number 26. We skip that one for the moment. Let's go to 29. And can you tell us what exhibit 29 is?
It's an interview, recorded interview that I conducted on March 15th with Lieutenant Harrison, who y'all just spoke with.
Were you present during Captain Harrison's testimony?
I was.
Was his testimony consistent with your recollection of his conversation with you during his interview in Internal Affairs?
It was consistent from what I recollect, yes.
And now going back to exhibit number 26. And can you tell us what Exhibit 26 is?
That's a recorded interview that I conducted with Officer J.E. Johnson on March 20th, 2019 at 10:09 hours.
And do you recall why you interviewed Officer Johnson?
Because he was one of the officers that responded to the incident.
If you'll give me a moment, I'm going to pull up a copy of that to help direct us a little bit more quickly. And looking at Exhibit 26, and getting to, I believe it is page 6 of Officer Johnson's interview. Do I understand that Officer Johnson was the first one to arrive?
If I recall correctly, he was.
And at the time that Officer Johnson arrived, did he remark about what state in the arrest how far the arrest had progressed at that point?
I'm sorry? Can you say that again?
I'm sorry, I confused myself. Can you tell me, when Officer Johnson arrived, how far had the arrest of Mr. Payne progressed?
On page 6 of the 9-page interview, at the first full paragraph, where it starts off as he stated in the interview that as he got closer to turning into the apartment complex, and he said, I think it was around that time when Rollins says he was 1095 with the subject.
What does that mean, to be 1095?
That means that you have the subject in custody.
And not to belabor the point, but what does the term in custody mean to a Raleigh police officer?
That means someone's handcuffed. They're under your control now.
And so, and this was prior to Officer Johnson's actually reaching the scene, or contemporaneous with?
That's what he reported to me in the interview.
And what did Officer Johnson say that he saw when he first got to the scene?
He said, quote, got there, saw Rollins with the subject on the ground. I believe he was in handcuffs. And then he goes on to further describe that he saw the police car, and said that he got out of his car. Quote, I think I asked Rollins, is he cuffed 1095 question mark? He said, yeah. So I stood over him.
Okay. Did you, I'm sorry, strike that. What did Officer Johnson say with regard to Officer Rollins' body-worn camera?
Further down, I asked a question, did you have an opportunity to see Officer Rollins had his body-worn camera? And he replied, I did not take note if it was on his body. There was a comment made, I don't know by who or from where, but something to the effect that his camera was on the dock in the car charging. That was after the fact. But the time of, I did not notice if it was on him, on his person, or recording for that matter.
Did Officer Johnson offer any elaboration on the comments regarding the camera being docked in the car?
On page 7, I asked, has there been any other discussion regarding just that aspect? And he replied, being Officer Johnson, just after the fact of everything, once he got 1095 and was back in Rollins' car, I think that there's been incidents before where I think Rollins has recorded something, hasn't recorded something, or had planned on, or something like that, where the body camera wasn't on to help. And he goes on to say, corroborate his statement or something like that from what I understand. And then we're all kind of like cracking jokes, or for that, we're all just taking like, hey, the camera wasn't on, or something like that. No one recording. And I understand it's jumbling. It's easier if whoever's reviewing this to actually read it or listen to the audio. It's actually years ago when I started working in internal affairs and listening to audio, trying to put it to paper, you really get an understanding of how much you stutter and repeat words, and it's quite difficult. But that was the question or the reply that I received from him.
I'd like to turn your attention now to exhibit number 27. Can you confirm that this is the transcript of your recorded interview with Officer K.W. Ramsey on March 29th, 2019?
Correct. It is.
Turning,
It is. I just said it is.
turning now to exhibit number 28. Can you confirm that this is a transcript of your interview with Officer L.K. Ferguson on March 15th of 2019?
That is correct. It is.
As you had asked Officer Johnson regarding his observations with respect to Mr. Rollins' body-worn camera, did you also ask Officer Ferguson? And I'll give you a hint. I'll tell you to start at page 6.
I was almost there. Yes, page 6 of 11 during the interview. I asked a question, quote, okay, did you get an opportunity to observe Officer Rollins and to see if he had his body-worn camera on? And he replied, he did not. And then I followed up, did he have it on his person? Let me ask you that. And he replied, I believe he said that it was in the car at the time on the charging port. And then I asked a follow-up question. Okay, well, let me be clear. Did you see Officer Rollins wearing his body-worn camera? Then evidently my office phone rang. And then we further continued our dialogue where I said, did you see Officer Rollins? And he, before I finished my sentence, he said, oh, I thought you were going to have to take a phone call or something. I said, no, did not. And then I basically ended up asking, did you see him wearing it? And he replied, no, not that I remember. I didn't think he had a charging pack, but I don't know. I don't remember if he had the actual video camera or not.
And Did he have any conversation with Mr. Rollins at the scene regarding the body-worn camera?
Yeah, without prompting him in a question, I just basically said okay to that statement, and he, Officer Ferguson, replied, quote, "I remember a conversation happening where he said that it kind of happened quickly, so he didn't have it on him at the time of the incident because he was under the impression that the vehicle was empty because him and I believe another officer, whoever was the one that called it in, it would be in the here. It would be in here."
Referring to the case report?
Correct.
And where did this conversation take place between Officer Ramsey and Mr. Rollins? I'm sorry, Officer Ferguson and Mr. Rollins.
According to the statement, it appeared it took place right there at the scene.
Okay, if I can turn your attention now to exhibit number 31. Can you confirm that this is the transcript of your interview with Officer J.C. Willauer?
It is. It's a recorded interview that I conducted on March 15th.
And actually, I skipped one. If you'll turn back to exhibit 30, can you confirm that exhibit 30 is a transcript of your interview with Officer D.E. Hayes?
Correct, on March 20th, 2019, 11:36.
Okay, and now returning to 31 for Officer Willauer. Let's see. If you will turn to page 5 and tell us about any conversation you had with Officer Willauer regarding his observations of Mr. Rollins' body-worn camera.
I asked him if he had seen Officer Rollins with the camera, and he said he couldn't remember if he saw him with the camera on or not on, because he had had some conversations or some correspondence. Well, he says a conversation with Officer Rollins.
What was the substance of that conversation?
Well, the substance of the conversation was whether if he had his camera on or not.
Did Officer Willauer recall Mr. Rollins indicating where the camera was located?
Down at the bottom of the page, there's a statement that is given by Officer Willauer on page 5. Before his statement, I say, well, what do you recall about the conversation you had? And he said, well, I just remember, I don't know if that conversation was after, but we were talking about the fact that he didn't have his camera on. And he came to me afterward and was talking to me about how he was probably going to get in trouble for not wearing the camera during that. And then he says, and giving me basically the justifications of why he didn't have it on at the time of the encounter.
Did you get the justification?
I asked him what the justification, I asked him what was his justification. And he said, this is on page 6 in the white book. His answer is basically that he had it in his car docked, and the reason he wasn't wearing it is because he was under the impression that since he was checking in with an officer who had already called in the vehicle or called him with the information for the vehicle being stolen, that he didn't expect anyone to be in it. So he didn't put his camera on when he got there. He just assumed that the car was going to be vacant and non-occupied. So I know he didn't have his camera on at the time. I just can't recall specifically if I noticed, meaning Willauer, noticed seeing him and not wearing it.
Turning now to exhibit number 32. Can you tell us what those are, or what this document is?
This is me taking a photograph of Willauer's cell phone of text conversations.
Between Willauer and who?
Well, it says at the top Jim Rollins and lists his telephone number.
And if you'll turn now to exhibit number 33. Can you confirm that this is a transcript of a recorded statement, a recorded interview that you conducted with Officer J.M. Perez Medina on March 20th of 2019?
I can confirm, yes.
Did you speak to any other officers who were at the scene who told you that Officer Rollins had his camera on his uniform?
I don't recall. I don't remember anyone saying that he had. Either they didn't know that they had his camera on his uniform, or they said that they saw him not with his camera on his uniform.
If I can turn your attention to exhibit 36. Can you tell us what these are?
These are snapshots from other officers' body-worn cameras.
And were they collected by you or someone else?
So they are yes and no. I mean, I have access to them. So body-worn cameras, once they are downloaded into the system, which ultimately they all should be, I have access to that information, so I can pull it up, print it out.
And they were were they included in your internal affairs file?
Exactly.
Turning your attention to exhibit number 20. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a running account of all the interviews that are being conducted. Anytime any piece of information is collected, it's a chronological order from the day that I go ahead and file the allegation paperwork onto the closure of the last thing that I end up putting in the book.
One of the issues in this case, actually it wasn't an issue, it was more of a question or ambiguity, was the substance of some text that had been marked through with a magic marker. Can you tell us what you did in order to try to recover that text?
So The document, and I believe everyone had a chance to look at it, obviously had been marked through, and you couldn't read some of the information that was on there. When the information had been collected up until that point, I was essentially done with the case. And Deputy Chief, then Major Jordan, will probably testify to this later, wanted us to try to decipher what was underneath that information. So he separated myself and Lieutenant Bren, then Sergeant Bren, with the document, and gave us, told us to sequestered each of us and told us to use magnifying lenses or anything at your disposal in order to try to lift what was on that document. So I had an opportunity to do it separate and apart from Sergeant Bren, now Lieutenant Bren. And so that's what I did. I used a magnifying glass, anything in order to enhance that, what I'm looking at, or magnify what I'm looking at, to see what was basically marked through with that black magic marker.
Did you and then Sergeant Bren, now Lieutenant Bren, compare your the results that you had obtained independently?
The only time it was compared was once it was time to put the information in the case file.
And the first page of exhibit number 20, is that your effort at deciphering what was under the magic marker? I'm sorry, that's appears to be Sergeant Bren's. Is that correct?
That would be Bren's on the first page.
And then yours is the second page?
Right.
And did you find that your efforts to decipher what was under the magic marker to be consistent with one another?
Yes, other than a couple of words, I believe, were off. They had the same meaning, but they had the same meaning, but my word and his word were different.
And turning your attention to exhibit number 34, is this an interview you is this a transcript of an interview you conducted with Sergeant John J.T. Maltsby on June 26, 2019?
It is.
And why did you consult Sergeant Maltsby?
Sergeant Maltsby is one of our lead IT people at the department. He has special skills with a lot of our systems, if not all of our systems, at the police department. And it's not just software, it's body-worn cameras, it's the storage of that data, it's the accessibility of that data. You heard Captain Harrison testify about AVL, GPS, all that. Sergeant Maltsby is a genius in those areas. So he is actually assigned to the IT, but he has special skills in that. So I solicited his help, which a lot of people in internal affairs and Office of Professional Standards did whenever there was data to be retrieved or collected. And so I solicited his help in order to see if there was any memory in the BWC camera as far as when it's docked, when it's charging, how much battery life it has, even to do after the fact recording, which we have the capability of doing on our cameras. So, which is why it's so imperative to wear your camera, because even if you can't turn on the camera, it's still recording, and Sergeant Maltsby can access that information. So that's why there's at least the basic standard of have your camera on your person, what I mean on, because that data can be retrieved. It's very helpful in officer-involved shootings, things that happen, but he's the expert on that. So that's why his help was solicited.
And can you tell us what is behind, at Exhibit 35?
That is a statement that was written by Sergeant Maltzby as far as what he was able to glean from the data collected on the body-worn camera, the system, the docking station, everything that he could find that obviously is the point of why we were trying to investigate this.
And can you tell us what document is at Exhibit 37?
This is a concise officer history for Officer James D. Rollins, code number 3372. This is a required action that needs to be put into the case file, and it is it's the officer's personnel history. If he had had any complaints when he was hired, if and when you retire, terminate, have any complaints issued, what their dispositions are. Every officer has one of these.
Is this document included routinely in internal investigation files?
It has to be, because if not, then the book will not be signed off as being completed.
So there was nothing unique about Officer Rollins that caused you to print out his personnel history?
There's nothing ever unique why I would need to print it off. It has to be printed off.
You just
and
do it
put
for
in
all
there. Correct.
internal affairs
Once
cases.
again, you're trying to grab every bit of information that's out there in order to give to the major in order to for him or her to make a educated decision.
Turning to Exhibit 38, can you tell us what this document is?
This is a summary. This is it's essentially is what it is. It's a summary. It breaks down every part, every interview, and gives a summary. There's only 2 questions that you have to ask yourself when you're completing this summary, and it's what they admit to and what they deny or don't admit to. This gives you a snapshot without getting into the details of an interview of, okay, what did you glean from this interview? Did they deny this? Did they admit this? According to the allegations, and that's why the allegations are listed in the synopsis of the complaint up top, so you can keep referring to that.
And who prepares this summary?
I do.
And is this your signature on the 4th page?
It's my initials.
And once you have assembled the internal affairs file and completed your investigation, what happens to it?
It is given to my supervisor, who would have been then Captain Barnett. He takes it and reviews it, looks at it, and it's everything from, okay, is everything spelled correctly in there? Does it make sense as far as grammars? Of course, interviews are hard to do. It has all the pieces and puzzles as far as what is necessary to complete a book, or this is what we call an investigation of book. And he reviews it. If he has a question about it, if he reads an interview and is like, I think there's another question I'd like to ask him, that may prompt another interview to where you see another interview in a second or a third or a fourth interview. But typically he checks everything to make sure it is ready to be actually completed and turned in. When it's turned in, then it is given to the major of Office of Professional Standards, where they go through the book. They do the same thing. If they have a question, they may want you to further interview or conduct another interview, or try to decipher what was marked out on that on a paper. because they're trying to make an adjudication decision.
The last two documents I'd like for you to look at were not part of the internal affairs book, but you referenced them earlier, and I thought you might be able to identify them for us. Would you mind turning to exhibits number 49 and 50? Are you familiar with these documents?
I am.
Can you tell us what they are?
It's the Brady Giglio document.
And turning to 50, can you tell us what this is?
Yeah, so to be more specific in the answer, so when a case comes before the Wake County Courthouse or any courthouse, and it's either a felony case or a large case, it could be a misdemeanor case, but it's an important case, the district attorney will send a letter to the Raleigh Police Department, to the Office of Professional Standards, and ask if there are any Brady Giglio issues with these officers that they plan to call to testify in court. Because of Brady Giglio, that information needs to be turned over to the defense if there is some type of question that would violate or trigger a Brady Giglio issue. So that's what you're seeing here is a request or notification to the DA's office of a Brady Giglio trigger or issue.
Are these standard forms that are received by the internal Office of Professional Standards on a regular basis, or?
They can, yeah, they're standard, but they're essentially just a letter, basically saying, "Hey, we at the Wake County Courthouse, we've got this trial. These officers, we need to know if there's some issues with Brady Giglio." Typically, the captain of internal affairs will receive these, and they go into the vault, pull case files on these officers to see if there was anything in their concise history, which you saw earlier or mentioned earlier that we talked about earlier, that would lead him to believe that there may be something there, even to so much as where the captain is actually pulling open case files to see if there was some issue dealing with honesty, thievery. There's a multitude of issues dealing with that officer's history that they may need to be concerned with.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collins?
Okay. Time is it? 46. Hard stop at 5.
Depending on where you are, but I mean, I think I could go until 5:15, but
Okay.
would love to end at 5 if we
Okay.
can.
Okay. That might not take that long. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good late afternoon. When you interviewed Officer Rollins the first time, what was the date of that interview? Do you recall? I've got it here.
I would assume it would be the 1st of April because that is the date that he signed on the complaint form, and that's the day that I'm going to basically start talking to them.
Okay. Do you recall if Officer Rollins had worked the night shift as part of that interview?
I don't recall that.
Okay. The interview happened on 5:35 a.m. on a Monday. Is that? I'll represent to you the April.
Yeah,
1st.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, 05:35 hours.
Okay. Okay. So
April
thi-
1st. Yep.
So this
Early
would
in
have
the morning.
been, unless he came in at that time just to be interviewed, he would have worked the night shift before. Is that correct?
If he did work the night shift before.
Okay. And at some point, did during that interview, did he express to you that he was tired and exhausted?
I don't know.
Don't recall. Okay.
I would think if he did, it would be in the interview because it's audio recorded.
Okay. I'm going to go to Exhibit 31. Your interview with Officer Willauer, and it was on March 15th, correct?
That's what I have, March 15th, 2019.
Okay, so that means 2 weeks after the incident. If you look at page 5 of the interview, about midway down, you said, did you happen to notice if he had his body-worn camera on his person? And he said, my memory is blending now with what I know. So I know he didn't have it on because we were talking about it. I don't know if we were talking about it right then and there after the fact. So the fact that he said that, did you have some pause that his recollection about events on March 2nd might be questionable?
No, I don't. During these interviews, I don't pause about questionable issues. I'm just simply asking questions and trying to solicit information from them.
Okay.
It's hence why I allow an interview to go on and on and on and on, unless they want to stop and move, take a break or move on or whatever. I'm not passing judgment. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm simply just hitting you with a question and you're hitting me with an answer.
Okay. Front of the page, he says, you ask, what do you recall about the conversation you had? So he's referencing a specific conversation. His answer was, well, I just remember, I don't know if that conversation was after, but we were talking about the fact that he didn't have his camera on, and he came to me afterwards and he was talking to me about how he was probably going to get in trouble for not wearing his camera during that and giving me basically a justification why he didn't have it on at the time of the encounter.
But I was probably going to get in trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Going to get in trouble.
For not wearing his camera during that, and giving me basically the justification of why he didn't have it on at the time of that encounter. And then I think we read through that justification earlier. And then it says, question, to the best of your recollection, this conversation that you had, do you know about when this may have occurred? His answer is, it may have been that day. It was either that day or shortly thereafter. And the question, what is it about the time of the event? Answer, I don't remember. Question, what were you guys doing at that time when you had that conversation? And then his answer, he says, it's a rather long answer. He says, I can't remember if we were, because we wind up being like 5 or 6 of us out there, and maybe somebody had already mentioned it to him, the fact that he wasn't wearing it when we were all there or when I got there, or they wouldn't have been then because none of the supervisors had shown up yet unless somebody else mentioned it. But I'm trying to remember exactly the conversations because we once we got the guy 10-5 in there, searching the car and waiting for the information for the stolen vehicle. I'm sorry. Searching the car and waiting for the information for the stolen vehicle, the victim they were couple had sat around just talking. I'm pretty sure it came up then, just kind of joshing back and forth. You know what I mean? Like nothing. The next question was, were you still at the scene? And his answer is, yeah, it may have come up then, and it may not have. And then he goes on. And then you ask him on page 7, I guess this is still on page 7, you ask him if this conversation was documented on the phone. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Officer Willauer, he found the communication on his phone. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that
That's
again?
it's on page 8. If you look,
Yeah, well, so, to follow along what you were saying, he said, he ends up clarifying that, but I do know for a fact that shortly after it happened, he called me to vent about it and was like, I I should have, what I'm saying, I should have been wearing my camera and I wasn't wearing my camera, and he told me why. And then that's going to what you were saying, that's where we started talking about the phone.
So,
on
right,
page 8.
so he displayed the phone so you could see what is texted, and that's actually was texted was on exhibit 32, is that right?
Correct.
And it turns out, I think he testifies that this conversation, this text conversation was March 5 at 11:14 a.m., is that right?
This conversation?
The text conversation.
Oh, well, he goes on to say on page 9 that, and that was I have a date over at March 6th.
Okay, I'm sorry. So it's March 6th. Okay, and you've looked at that text communication, correct?
Sure, yeah.
At 32. And do you see anywhere in this text communication where Officer Rollins states he was not wearing his BWC when he encountered Payne?
Yes, he's just talking about activation, not talking about actually having it on his person.
And does that text communication, is there any reference to any prior conversation they had about the subject in this text? Is there any indication they were picking up on a conversation they had previously had?
I mean, I don't know. That's an opinion question. I don't know if they had earlier conversations. There may be a word in here that they had a conversation about that could have picked up from an earlier conversation.
You don't, I mean, do you see?
Yeah,
any?
but I don't see anything that would make me, once again, that's an opinion question.
If you go to page 11.
Of the same interview?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, at the middle of the page, you ask, did you hear him tell a supervisor that he did not have his body camera on? And then the answer is no. And then your next question is, did you hear him tell a supervisor that he did not have his camera on his person? He says no. So I guess my question is, when you asked it's the first time, did he have his body camera on, did you mean, did he have it activated or did he have it on his person?
Right. That's why I asked it a second time, but different.
So when you said, did he not have his body camera on, you meant wearing on his person?
No, on.
Like activated?
Activated.
Okay.
And then that's why I asked another question to clarify. Did you hear him tell a supervisor he did not have his camera on his person?
Okay, gotcha. And on page 9, let me see. I'm sorry, let me see. Hold on just a sec. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, page 9 at the, he says, about fourth line down, no, go ahead. And he says, and for what it's worth, I kind of had to agree with him a little bit on the fact that if another officer calls you up and says, hey.
I had to agree with him a little bit.
Yes, I'm sorry. On the fact that if another officer calls you up and says, hey, I got a stolen vehicle over here, but I'm not working right now, you would think that it would be clear. And he said, is that correct, what I read? Is that correct, what I just read? Is that correct reading?
You just read what was in the interview.
Yeah. All right. And then on page 10, you ask, has there been any rumors or anything like that as far as this event? If you'll just read, well, I'll tell you what, I'll just read it. It says, no, nothing that I've heard. The only thing, I mean, obviously, everybody now is like, okay, make sure you got your camera on and you're recording. So everybody's been put on notice on that over a situation. Okay. I just want to read that into the record. Let's go to Exhibit 30, which I believe is Officer Hayes. And what date did you interview Officer Hayes?
Do you have the tab for him?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's 30 is the exhibit.
Officer D. Hayes was interviewed on March 20th, 2019 in 11:36 hours.
Okay. And did he recall whether Officer Rollins was wearing or failing to wear a body-worn camera at the scene of the incident?
He says on page 6 that he did not recall if he had his camera on him or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, and on page 7, just to look over there, and he testified. He stated in his interview that he wasn't sure. He didn't recall any of the other officers mentioned whether he was wearing or not wearing his body-worn camera. Is that right?
So on page 7?
I think. No, I'm sorry, on page 6, I think at the bottom. He indicates there that he wasn't sure if it was mentioned at the scene, the subject of whether Officer Rollins was wearing his body-worn camera.
Well, on page 6, he says that he wasn't sure if he was wearing it or not. I asked him, did you have an opportunity to observe Officer Rollins to see if he had on his body-worn camera? And he goes, I observed Officer Rollins. I do not recall if he had the camera on him or not.
And the next question he asked about any conversation or discussion among the officers about that issue. And he indicated that he wasn't sure if it was mentioned at the scene. Is that right?
Show me where.
Oh, it's just the next question.
Yes. So I'm asking him, did any of the other officers mention it? And he said, not that I can recall.
Okay.
Then I start going into ask him, did supervisors respond?
Okay. On page 8, I think he mentioned, did he not, that it was mentioned at roll call the subsequent day? Is that correct?
back up to page 7, because,
I'm sorry, I think it's on page 8.
yeah, page 7 talks about where it was mentioned in roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right.
And then I asked, I'm like, okay, well, explain that event if it was mentioned in roll call.
Okay.
And he goes on to say, I just believe at roll call they mentioned to wear your body cameras.
Okay.
And I said, okay. And then he said, and not leave it docked in the station. And then there's just more conversation about that.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions
All
at
right.
the time.
Mr. Choi, any redirect?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do any commissioners have questions for the captain?
I have one.
Okay.
Hi. Would you look at Exhibit 35? I'm just trying to understand what Exhibit 35 tells us.
Okay.
So,
This will probably help you. This is Officer or Sergeant Maltby's document. He's a witness. You probably go into great detail about what this document means, but I'll go ahead and ask whatever question I'll try my best.
I guess my question is fairly simple. Does Sergeant Maltby's work on this exhibit specifically confirm that at the time of the incident resulting in the arrest, that the BWC was in the docking station or not?
It does confirm it does.
That
That
it
it
was
was
in
in
the
there.
docking station?
In the docking station.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah, if you just want to get straight to it, that's what this whole document basically says.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Captain Finet. I think we're at the end of the day, and we will, with regard to all of the different scheduling and other matters that we talked off record about with regard to continuing the hearing, we'll reconvene at a different time. Mr. Choi, are there additional, just to catch us up on any additional exhibits, do we need to add any more exhibits at this point to clean up
In
the
light
record?
of petitioner stipulation to the admissibility, I think it might be more expeditious to wait until we're
Okay.
completely done. That way I can just say, 1 through
Right.
50 as opposed to
All right.
each
And
one off.
final question from me. I'd plan to leave my book of exhibits here for the lawyers if you want to pick them back up and bring them back to us the next time, if that's what you'd prefer.
I brought a nice empty box that perhaps Mr. Puccini could find some room in his office for,
All right.
so I don't have to drag it back to
All
me.
right, I'm just suggesting that, speaking for myself alone, I don't plan to take the exhibits home. So we'll leave them here for you guys to handle as you wish.
That would be great.
Okay. All right, we'll adjourn this hearing for the day. It is 7 minutes after 5. Thank you all.
Real quick logistical thing. You're running for city council, right? If you're elected, you're not on the civil service commission anymore. We lose quorum and have to rehear the case.